Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Class 2A had to cope with loss, betrayal, and a traitor story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Chapter 1. Mistakes were made. A totally normal class chat. Kirishima A hero has added 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐲, Mina Ashida, Asui Tsuyu and 16 others to the chat. 8 AM Kirishima A hero, second year of UA. Let's go. Made a group chat now that we're starting our second year. Bakugo Katsuki, oi shitty hair, who thought this was a good idea? 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻. I for one think this is a fantastic idea. What better way to bond and help one another than to use a chat? Surely this will come in handy when it comes to study groups and other school-related activities. Mineta Minoru, oh ho, it'll come in handy for sure if you catch my drift. Mineta Minoru has changed their name to Great Ball. Midoriya Izuku has kicked Great Ball. Midoriya Izuku, sorry, littering isn't allowed in this good chat. Midoriya Izuku changed their name to Midoridead. Kirishima A hero, Midoriya. Is that really you? Kaminari Denki, Shkvinivni, I can't believe Midoriya actually did that. Midoridead, what can I say, it's a crime to leave trash where it doesn't belong. Kaminari Denki, Kaminari Denki changed their name to Portable Battery. Portable Battery. Much better. Portable Battery changed Kirishima A hero's name to It's Hard to Decide. Portable Battery changed Bakugo Katsuki's name to Bad Explosion Child. Portable Battery changed Hunter's name to Cello Tape. Portable Battery changed Ashido Mina's name to 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐲. Portable Battery changed Gyro Kyoka's name to Earplug. Bad Explosion Child, what in the name of all F did you do? Do you want to die? Portable Battery, come on Baku bro, it isn't that bad. It's hard to decide. Yeah bro, this is all just for fun. Ida Tenya, I do not think these names are very school related. Perhaps you should change them. Midoridead, Ida, there's no fun in that. Midoridead changed Ida Tenya's name to Emergency Exit. Emergency Exit. I was under the impression that everyone forgot about that. It's hard to decide. Don't worry class prez, we won't be forgetting anytime soon. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐲 changed their name to WK Koda. Koji changed their name to Anima. Soto Rikido changed their name to Cake Daddy. Ojiro Mashirao changed their name to Ipom. Hagakyotoru changed their name to Another One Bites the Dust. Yorozu Momo changed their name to Kriati. Asui Tsuyu changed their name to Froppy. Uraraka Ochiko changed their name to Uravati. Midoridead, Uraraka. Tsuyu. Bad Explosion Child, why are you all here? Could have been better without shitty Deku and his shitty friends. Midoridead, Kirishima, let us join in Kaken. Stop being salty tongue poking smiley. It's hard to decide. Yeah Bakubro, don't worry about it. It'll lighten up. Todoroki Shoto changed their name to Shoto. Tokoyami Fumikage changed their name to That's So Raven. Shoji Mizo changed their name to Kakashi. That's So Raven. What mad banquet of darkness. That's So Raven. I hope we all know what we're getting ourselves into. Uravati, well it's only the first week back, what's the worst that could happen? Several hours later. 4:30 PM Uravati, Deku. Uravati, what the fresh F did you do to yourself this time? Uravati, the first training session this year and already you're seeing recovery girl. Shoto, what did you even manage to do this time? Midoridead, shrugs. Midoridead, gotta drink that hurting juice I guess. This nightmare of a school. 4:30 PM running on no sleep. Sometimes I hate these Fing kids running on no sleep. Yagi, your kid has already gone to see recovery girl running on no sleep, the first day back training, and he's already done something. Small worm, what small worm? What did he do this time running on no sleep? Ripped the skin off his knuckles running on no sleep? How? I don't know. Running on no sleep, and frankly at this point running on no sleep, I don't care enough. Michael with AB, just yesterday you were saying you'd totally adopt those kids. Michael with AB, what happened? Running on no sleep. My existence. 3:24 AM Friday. A totally normal class chat. Midoridead, do you think I could punt Mineta into the sun from here? Midoridead, would Aizawa or All Might even allow it? Midoridead, I wonder how much power I could put into my kick to make it as painful as possible. Midoridead, but I wouldn't want him to burst apart with such small power that he could handle. That's So Raven. Midoriya, I can hear you muttering from here and am not even next to your room. That's So Raven. Isn't sleep a thing for you? Midoridead, sleep. Who's she? Midoridead, I only know caffeine and the hopeful sweet release of death. That's So Raven. Mood. That's So Raven. But on the subject of punting Mineta into the sun. That's So Raven. I'm sure Aizawa would allow it at this point. Midoridead, true, he would. Midoridead, even All Might at this point can't stand him. Midoridead, do you think you and Dark Shadow could help then? Midoridead, it's all for a good cause. That's So Raven. That's so Raven. Gladly 7:30 a.m. emergency exit, Midoriya. Tokoyami. I hope that staying up at that time doesn't become a regular habit. We have school today and it would be in your best interests to get as much sleep as possible in order to face the day with full strength. Emergency exit. I also hope punting Mineta will not commence today. Violence is not the answer in this matter. Froppy, but he does deserve it. Earplug. The grape baby deserves anything thrown at him. Midoriya did. See, the girls will agree with me. Midoriya did, but it is only the first week back. Midoriya did. Maybe by some huge miracle he'll improve. Asni. Doubt it. Uravity. Mineta didn't change at all through all of last year. Another one bites the dust. What would make him change now? Creati. Mineta won't be changing anytime soon. All those hits to the head just seem to make him worse. Creati. Our best bet is to leave it to the teachers and hope they'll do something about it next time he tries anything. Portable battery. But what did he do to make you want to kick him, Midoriya? Midoriya did. He existed, that's what Midoriya did. I mean, sure, I never did anything last year. You girls usually had it under control. Midoriya did, but at this point it's all getting sick real fast. Midoriya did. He also tried to draw something not safe in one of my hero journals. Midoriya did, so now his little gremlin hands have been all over the pages. Midoriya did. Honestly, I'd rather have Shigaraki choke me again than have his hands on my journals. Who knows where they've been? Bad explosion child. Will you stop blowing up my phone? Bad explosion child. Do you want to die? Midoriya did. I dunno. Kaken. Midoriya did. Die sounds more threatening when it comes from someone else. Midoriya did. Like from Stain. Emergency exit, Midoriya. We aren't supposed to say anything about that. Midoriya did. Oh, SHT got a blast. 12:53 p.m. Portable battery. Guys, did you see what happened him? Crying. Portable battery. Midoriya is a beast. Cello tape. Heck, what happened? I missed it. Cello tape. What did one of the purest boys do? Asuyu. What didn't he do? Asuyu. It was magical. I'm saying that much. Bad explosion child. What's the worst that shitty nerd could have done? Uravity. He did more than you've done in the entirety of the last year. Bakugo. Bad explosion child. What the F? Bad explosion child. Come say that to my face. Uravity. OMW. Uravity. Message delivered. Cello tape. I still don't know what Midoriya did. I need the deets, guys. Heck, Shoto. Mineta called some girl from the supports course a thought while trying to get some inappropriate pictures. Shoto. Midoriya overheard and turned to him just to scream, all women are queens. Mineta. Shoto. Then he ran up and kicked him with his quirk. Shoto. He went up pretty high. I think he got kicked off campus. Literally emergency exit. No matter how amusing it was, I do not condone these actions. Mineta could be seriously hurt. Shoto. We won't know until the teachers manage to find him. Shoto. Aizawa had to take Midoriya to the principal's office. Shoto. He didn't seem to regret anything, except for the fact that he couldn't actually kick him into the sun. Asuyu. The great beach is gone. Cello tape. Holy SHT, Midoriya did that. Cello tape. Excuse me, police. Someone's replaced Broccoli Boy with an imposter. 1:45 p.m. Midoriya did. I don't regret a thing. Midoriya did. They finally found the great Midoriya did. Nezu and Aizawa said he'll get some sort of punishment. Uravity. I think every girl is mentally thanking you right about now. Deku. 5 p.m. Froppy. Is anyone going to bring up the fact that Midoriya mentioned Stain before Midoriya did? No. Midoriya did. No, we're not. It's hard to decide. Give us those deets, man. It's hard to decide. It isn't very manly to keep secrets from us, bro. Shoto. Gurmit. Midoriya. 9 p.m. Friday. Izuku stared down at his phone in dismay, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he absorbed what he had written in the chat hours ago. Things were not supposed to end up to the topic of the hero killer, Stain. No one really knew what had happened. Not really. His classmates figured that he and the others had just been caught up in the villain's rage against a hero, and that Endeavor had come and rescued them. Now, if only that were true, Izuku wouldn't be in the position he was now. He didn't know how the other two felt about it. He, for one, would have no care if the rest of the class found out. After all, he wasn't the one who initiated hunting down Stain. No, that had been Ida's fault. The green-haired teenager was glad that his friend had learned from his mistake, that he saw his revenge as something stupid. He had nearly gotten killed because of it. Izuku couldn't say that he understood how Ida had felt, because he didn't. His mother was the only family he knew of, his father clear out of the picture and being an only child. He had no idea how it felt to have someone he admired so much in the hospital, paralyzed for seemingly no reason, except being a hero. Even now, he felt guilty that he hadn't tried to reach out more to 𝐬𝐫 during that time. He should have done more to help him, protect him. What hero had he been if he couldn't do even that? A soft knock startled him out of his thoughts, and without looking up from his phone, he murmured for whoever it was to come up, pausing as the door opened and closed. Silence was thick in the air, until his guest broke it with a soft tone. It was bound to slip out at some point. Izuku finally tore his gaze from his device to stare up at 𝐬𝐫 Tenya, gaze unreadable as he took a few steps forward before joining Izuku on the edge of his best. The taller boy peeked over his shoulder, before shaking his head. "I'm surprised it took this long, and why they never asked earlier," 𝐬𝐫 stated. "And why they never questioned how all three of us were involved. It would make sense if it had been just one. But three of us? Surely someone had to be suspicious." Izuku couldn't help but snort in amusement. "In case you haven't noticed, not all of our class are full of bright students," which was true, although he had to admit that many had improved in both academics and physical. Ashido and Kaminari, for example, two who were at the bottom of the class, had improved greatly. Kaminari could now let off a whole lot more electricity without short-circuiting his brain, and Ashido was a lot more durable to her own acid. Most of the students of Class 2 are bright and smart. In their own ways. 𝐬𝐫 spoke lightly, making sure to hurriedly leave Mineta out of what he was saying. Izuku had picked up on that. "But you're right. It happened last year, too. I was sure everyone would forget. I was the one who brought it up. It probably just took them a while to remember whatever they happened to see in the news," Izuku said, before allowing himself to look at his phone. No one had spoken in the chat since, seemingly waiting for him, 𝐬𝐫 or Todoroki, to elaborate and explain. "What should we do?" 𝐬𝐫 softly hummed for a moment, thinking before he closed his eyes. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell them the truth," he said, taking his classmate by surprise. "We aren't allowed to gain praise from the public. But I trust our class not to say a thing and try to change what was written a year ago," he said. "They're very trustworthy people, and it's not like we'll be putting them in danger. Besides, I think Todoroki would like to see Endeavor knock down a peg or two. Capturing Stain was considered a great feat, for all the fear he put into heroes and civilians alike." "Are you sure?" "And not that I don't trust what you're saying," Izuku said, his face burning lightly. "Our classmates are trustworthy." He knew how it was to keep a secret, one to keep away from everyone he knew. One for all and all for one, Stain, 𝐬𝐫 and Overhaul. He was no stranger to holding secrets, ones he couldn't share with anyone or almost anyone. But Stain targeted Tensai, and they'll know you acted on vengeance for him. Are you sure it's all right for them to know something like that?" "Very sure," 𝐬𝐫 said, no hesitation as he spoke. "I think it would also help me, in a sense. Getting even just a little pressure off my shoulders," he explained. "Besides, I have no doubt that even if we say nothing, our classmates will begin to question us left and right. You and Todoroki shouldn't be interrogated for mistakes I made a year ago." Izuku fell silent at that, closing his mouth before giving a nod. "Do you want me to explain it in the chat, then?" Silence fell between the two friends once more, before Izuku felt the comforting weight of Tenya on his side. "I'd very much like that if you could, Izuku." A totally normal class chat. 9:10 p.m. Midoridead. "Well, 𝐬𝐫 said it was alright. Here goes I guess Midoridead. Pretty much with Stain. You all remember how 𝐬𝐫 got called away because of his brother ending up on hospital during the sports festival, right? Uravity?" "That's right, he was pretty torn up about what happened, Kakashi. Not that any of us can blame him, it was all over the news with what had happened, Midoridead. Right, well, Midoridead. When our internship started, 𝐬𝐫 got an agency that was located in Hosu, where the Stain sightings were. Midoridead, Uraraka and I tried to talk to him, and I think Todoroki wanted to try to, as well. Midoridead. None of us had seen how 𝐬𝐫 really felt. And he put on a face charade. I guess Midoridead, he kept strong for us so we wouldn't know what he was setting out to do. Cello tape. YT Midoridead. When the Nomyu appeared in Hosu and began to rip the area up, he set out to find Stain willingly. Midoridead, who was already, by then, trying to deal with native Midoridead, but 𝐬𝐫 actively sought out the hero killer emergency exit. I figured he'd use the chaos as a sure way to taking a target or two. Midoridead, right 𝐿. Well, he found him, and attacked him without holding back 𝐿. Ida was acting on his emotions, the rage he felt at Stain for doing what he did to Tensai 𝐿. He wasn't really thinking straight, and he let his emotions cloud his judgment 𝐿. He almost died at the hands of Stain because of his decision. 𝐼𝐵. Whoa, that's 𝐼𝐵, admittedly messed up Cake Daddy. We knew something had happened and you'd all been injured as a result, Cake Daddy. But we never would have guessed it was Ida who went out to seek the hero killed out emergency exit. Looking back now, I know how stupid and rash I acted at the moment, and still am appalled at my actions. Emergency exit. Both Midoriya and Todoroki bled for me. They both got hurt because I put my own selfish desires ahead of what being a hero is. Emergency exit. Heroes don't seek out battles for themselves, they're there to protect others. Emergency exit. I put both of them in harm's way. They could have been killed alongside me and it would have been all my fault. 𝐿. When I saw the flames and the chaos and the nomus, I put the pieces together. 𝐿. So I sought Ida out, and I was extremely lucky to have found him when I did. 𝐿. Stain was so close to killing him. 𝐿. I would have never forgiven myself if I had been late. 𝐿. So that's why I sent out that location without a message last year. It was the hero killer. 𝐿. I didn't have the time to explain. 𝐿. And it's became of Todoroki showing up that we were able to take him down. 𝐿. All of us were wounded because of it. When Todoroki arrived, we knew we had no choice but to fight Froppy. He could have killed you if you turned your back on him to escape. 𝐿. Right 𝐿. So we fought, and even with the injuries we got, we succeeded. Emergency exit. Even though I feel horrible for what happened. 𝐿. Because we didn't have provisional licenses to fight, we were given two choices. 𝐿. Either we let Endeavor take the credit for taking Stain down, and act as if we were at the wrong place at the wrong time. 𝐿. Or claim that we did it, but in return we'd face heavy punishments for breaking the laws like we did. 𝐿. So we were sworn to secrecy. Portable battery. Holy shit, portable battery. So that's how you ended all banged up. Portable battery. That's crazy. You three took on the hero killer and lived to tell the tale. Shoto, we still have to keep it to the public. Shoto, my father doesn't deserve to have Stain's capture under his belt, but we really can't do anything. Shoto, we could have possibly been pulled out of you. If we claimed it Uravity, well, I for one am glad you guys let us know. Even if it was a year late Uravity, and I'm sure all of us understand how dangerous it would be if this got out. It's hard to decide. Yeah. We'll have to keep it between us. It's hard to decide. But that's insane. WK, what a fight it must have been. Mon Ami Creati, I'm glad to see how you've grown from your mistakes. Ida Creati, and thank you for allowing Midoriya to explain. Bad explosion child. Stupid shitty hero killer. Bad explosion child. I would have blown him away. 𝐿. Sure 𝐻𝐿. Sure 𝐿. But I doubt it. Bad explosion child. Fu Deku. 𝐿. You gross. 𝐿. No thanks. This nightmare of a school. 11:03 p.m. running on no sleep. Oh thank F running on no sleep. Mineta is getting expelled running on no sleep. Nezu and I came to conclusion that enough is enough running on no sleep. He'll be out by Sunday. Michael with AB. I'm sure your kids will be excited. Michael with AB. They hate him with a passion. It seems running on no sleep. They're not my kids. Running on no sleep. What the F running on no sleep? Now I need to find a replacement. Running on no sleep. If I'm gone for too long, just assume I'm dead. Michael with AB. Do you want me to bring you some coffee with a side of cats? Running on no sleep. Running on no sleep. Yes, small worm. Young Midoriya wanted to ask if he can try kicking him into the sun again before he goes. Small worm, as a farewell gift. Running on no sleep. As much as I'd love to see that running on no sleep, I don't want the problem child possibly breaking a leg over something small. A totally normal class. Chat 6:43 a.m. Sunday. Shota Aizawa has been added to the chat. Shota Aizawa, Mineta is expelled. You'll have a new classmate starting Monday. Shota Aizawa, Midoriya and Ida know who it is. One of them will add him to this chat. Shota Aizawa, he'll be moving into the dorms today, so try not to break him already. That's my job. Shota Aizawa. Also no problem child, you cannot kick Mineta into the sun. I don't want to have you getting into any more trouble. Shota Aizawa has left the chat. 8 a.m. Midoriya has added Shinso Hitoshi to the chat. Midoriya changed Shinso Hitoshi's name to Insomnicat. Midoriya. Okay, how did Aizawa even get in here? How Midoriya? And welcome to class 2A, or as everyone calls it, hell Midoriya. But if I wanted to kick Mineta again. Insomnicat, what have you dragged me into? Insomnicat, This can't be hell, I've been living in hell for the past 17 years 𝐿𝐵. Also this is obviously the school's Wi-Fi, some of them can get into the chat if they really wanted 𝐿𝐵. Something about admin privileges, the principal can do it too 𝐵. Oh SHT bad explosion child. Mother of 𝐹 whisper yells it's you. 𝐿𝐵. Oh you're the guy with the tail right 𝐿𝐵. From last year's sports festival 𝐿𝐵. Still salty over that. My bad 𝐼POM. Midoriya what have you done 𝐼POM? What did I do to deserve this 𝐵? ♀ isn't bad. His cool 𝐵. I'm sure he feels bad for what he did 𝐵. Right 𝐿𝐵. 𝐿𝐵. No, not at all it's hard to decide, he's a cool bro, it's hard to decide. Welcome to the class. It's hard to decide, and Mineta's leaving. Let's all celebrate bros. Fing finally do you think I could go hug Aizawa sensei and thanks 𝐿𝐵? I don't think he'd like to be woken up. Especially by one of his kids what if I gave him a cat instead 𝐿𝐵? 𝐿𝐵, you got me there Uravity, the witch is dead. Uravity, let us all rejoice Uravity, the best thing by far to happen this year 𝐿𝐵. Oh, thanks another one bites the dust. Guys we should add him to the chat another one bites the dust. Mineta, I mean Uravity, WTFY another one bites the dust. You can't tell me you don't want to point out his many flaws another one bites the dust, and if we have the whole class join in another one bites the dust. It would be fantastic. Froppy, does he deserve our time though Uravity? He doesn't but Uravity, oh man I want to do that Creati, are you sure? Creati, I dislike him as much as anyone else but Creati, is this something we should really do? Yes another one bites the dust, yes earplug, yes it's hard to decide has added great ball to the chat 𝐵. Great beach SMH 𝐵. Why couldn't you stay in the trash Uravity? Surprise surprise, girls actually like their privacy. Uravity, none of us want to have you hovering around making us uncomfortable. Froppy, you try to make it seem like it's not your fault great ball, oh come on great ball, lighten up it's hard to decide, even the guys are sick and tired of you bad explosion child. Come here and I'll gladly kill your Fing face that's so Raven, the darkness can no longer help you and now our class will be so much better with you gone. We won't have to worry about a perv always trying to check us out. 𝐵, Mineta. Who's he 𝐵? I only know Shino 𝐵. Best purple boy great ball, SHT great ball, someone has to be on my side great ball, right WK, no cake daddy, not a chance anima. Great ball, a great ball, Kaminari. Buddy pal, you're with me on this right great ball, right? Portable battery, no portable battery, I might not be any better sometimes portable battery, and I might not be the smartest portable battery, but now even I know that girls shouldn't be portable battery, harassed like this portable battery, it's sickening at this point portable battery, grow up portable battery. My friends don't deserve to be seen as objects by you Creati. We can actually feel safe within our classroom now without you ever coming back emergency exit. You acted so deplorable. This is the only option left for you, Mineta. Emergency exit. I hope that you'll one day come to understand that everything you did to the girls was wrong emergency exit. And, as they say, let's hope karma bites you back on the but emergency exit has kicked great ball anima. Sai turned a emergency exit. I don't condone any sort of violence, but I believe that in Mineta's case it was necessary 𝐵, Mineta who 𝐵. How dare you curse this chat with that name 7 AM Monday we should hold a party. It was too early in the morning for this, Izuku decided. Stepping into the common room of the dorms, he was met with most of Class 2A, either ready to head on to homeroom in an hour or getting themselves ready and eating breakfast. It was a surprise to the green-haired hero in training, only used to seeing a few classmates up at this point, mainly Ida, Yorozu, and Todoroki among others. But even the usually laid-back students like Kaminari and Ashido were up, the latter having called out rather excitedly. A party? Izuku questioned, allowing himself to go towards where they were seated, talking with other friends about their plans. Yeah. Kaminari looked up, the blonde boy giving a grin. To serve like an official welcome to our class for Shinsu, as well as celebrating the fact that the other purple one is gone. With treats and snacks. And music. We could even invite the teachers. Ashido insisted, and Izuku rose his head as the tall form of Ida made his way over. But we would need to get Aizawa sensei's permission for something like this. The blue-haired boy protested, gesturing with his hands. We'd also have to get permission to leave campus so we could buy all the necessaries for this party. Ashido and Kaminari both looked at Ida with mischievous smiles at that, before Zero chimed in. That's why we're using Shinsu to ask. He told us that Aizawa-sensei has been helping him train one-on-one, so surely the two have a somewhat close relationship. Almost like All Mights and Midoriyas. Izuku's face flushed at that, allowing his hands to cover his reddening face. It's not like that, Zero. It was everyone who seemed to look his way, very much doubting what he had said. Sure, like having lunches with the retired hero wasn't anything close. They believed him less and less each time. Well, Aizawa-sensei will surely let us go. Even if he has to accompany us. Izuku tried to change the subject, lowering his hands. The league haven't been spotted recently. Surely it's safe, even if only a few of us can go. Others seemed to nod and murmur in agreement, before looking up as another student approached, his purple hair sticking up as always, Shinsu. Aizawa-sensei said after classes he'll organize a group to go. He also wants to go to this party, so no one tries to spike the drinks. He cast a side glance to the likely culprits, who scattered. As long as you don't mess up. It should be fine. A familiar redhead made his way through the crowd with a sharp grin, letting his hand rest on Shinsu's shoulder. Great. Finally we'll be able to relax. Kirishima said. But first I must remind you that we have classes. Ida went into what they like to call parent mode, waving his hands around. We must go at once if we want to keep a good schedule. The class president took no excuses, even if there was still over an hour until homeroom started. Not many could stand and say no to his disappointed dad look. A totally normal class chat. 4:30 p.m. Creati, has Aizawa-sensei already chosen a group to go and collect whatever we need for this party? Midori, yeah. Kirishima, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Soto, Yama, Shoji, Kaminari, Ashido, and I are going to get everything. Midori, kinda surprised he didn't bring along Ida to make sure we didn't act out of line. Emergency exit. He made it my job to make sure Shinsu doesn't try to help. Emergency exit, since technically it's partially for him. Shoto, you're just saying that so you actually have something to do while they're gone. Shoto, besides his passed out on the couch, I don't think he can do much in his sleep. Emergency exit. Emergency exit, had it not been for the laws of this land. Emergency exit, I would have slaughtered you. Midori, IIDA. Midori, Axhupf, Midori, hello police, I think someone kidnapped my friend and swapped him for a fake portable battery. All friendships ended. Ida is now my only friend. Portable battery. Rest of y'all are too basic. Emergency exit. No thanks. Portable battery. It's hard to decide. Alright, we're going now. It's hard to decide. Come on Kaminari bro, or we'll leave you behind. Portable battery. Nah, portable battery. I don't want to get up. Denki soon regretted sending that. Mere moments after the message was sent, his bedroom window was thrown open, a green blur rushing in. Before the blur, who happened to be Midoriya, bodyslammed him. Who knew that he was raw muscle underneath all those clothes? 5 p.m. right? Make sure to get all you need as quickly as you can. Aizawa told the group of students, looking at them intently. Go in pairs or groups of 3, got it. Last thing we need is for one of you to get lost. A whine rose among some of the students, but it wasn't long after that they all separated. Ashido and Kaminari were the first to dash off, likely to find some games for the night. In another direction, Uraraka and Tsuyu went to gather snacks for the party, while Soto took along Shoji and Ayama for ingredients, wanting to bake some treats when they got back as well. In the end, that left Izuku with Kirishima, Aizawa raising an eyebrow at the pair. Guess that leaves you two with getting the drinks. No alcohol, got it. Right, sensei? Kirishima said brightly, and before Izuku had the chance to reply, the redhead grabbed his arm and dragged him away. Well, nothing could go wrong. Right. Sometimes Izuku hated jinxing his luck. Maybe Aizawa was right to give him the name Problem Child. He seemed to attract all sorts of danger. Here he had been, minding his own business and helping Kirishima choose a few drinks to take, when the redhead suddenly said he needed to go question Aizawa-sensei about something, and dashing off before Izuku could call him back. All had been fine. Until a familiar hand had wrapped its way around his throat, and he was staring at the extremely ugly, He couldn't lie there, he looked old as hell, face of Shigaraki. Again. He was All Might's successor sure, but come on, now of all times. Izuku resisted the strong urge to go all out with One for All and deck the blue-haired villain, except doing so would hurt everyone in the immediate area, that an Aizawa-sensei would likely call off the party, and wouldn't be happy if he risked breaking an arm. He couldn't afford to make a wrong move and he couldn't put others in danger. Shigaraki wasn't below threatening innocence. He allowed his body to relax, allowing his green eyes to glare into Shigaraki's own red ones. What are you doing here, Shigaraki? I was sure you'd have enough close run-ins with the police. Aren't enough of you in prison that you'd stay out of the spotlight? Even so, it wasn't like anyone would notice him. Shigaraki was sure that his appearance was only viceable if you stared close enough. I'd suggest you drop the attitude, hero. Shigaraki replied, narrowing his eyes slightly in distaste. I usually wouldn't hesitate to decay you right now. But no, I can't allow that to happen. He said, allowing his eyes to wander to the people who moved around them. No one spared a second glance. Not yet. That caused Izuku to hesitate. Shigaraki clearly had something planned, and he huffed. So you're planning something big, by the looks of it, otherwise you wouldn't be here. You probably found someone with some sort of teleport or warp quirk, right? Otherwise you wouldn't risk being in the open. You guessed it. You know, if you weren't so obsessed with heroes and All Might, I would extend an offer to join us. We could use someone as intellectual as you on our side. I'd let my quirk destroy me over and over again before I would even think of joining you. Izuku told him lowly. A flash of anger crossed Shigaraki's features, his grip on Izuku's throat tightening. Watch your back. What do they call you? Deku. He hissed into the ears of the green-haired teen. All in due time. You'll regret crossing my path. Izuku didn't reply, but he listened. No sooner had the villain muttered those words and he was gone, the pressure on Izuku's neck lessening until he could finally breathe properly again. Gasping in air, he leaned back into the closest wall and slid down into a sitting position, allowing his own hands to rest gently on his neck, where Shigaraki had held him. He couldn't tell Aizawa-sensei or the others know of this. Not yet. Hopefully this wouldn't serve as a yearly occurrence for the young hero. He didn't know how much more he could take. A totally normal class chat 5:35 p.m. It's hard to decide. We're back, brothers. It's hard to decide. Has the dorm been set up? Another one bites the dust. Yeah, decorations are up. Another one bites the dust. Sadly we can't have too many because it would take too long to clean. Another one bites the dust, but we did what we could. Earplug. Music is set up and ready too. All we need at the food and drinks as if games too. Cammy and I took care of that while we were out as he. Can't be a party without games. Emergency exit. I hope you two didn't go overboard. 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Well, 𝐒𝐻𝐿. What is overboard? Portable battery. We didn't know what games Shinsu and the rest of you would like. Portable battery. So we got portable battery. A few bad explosion child. What the F bad explosion child? Who dumped stupid games everywhere? Bad explosion child. I'll F kill you Uravity. Whoa boom boy, are you okay? Bad explosion child. I nearly broke my nose by falling. Bad explosion child. F you all. Portable battery. I'd like to say portable battery, from the bottom of my heart. Portable battery. Not sorry Cake Daddy. I swear whoever is making all that ruckus. Cake Daddy, you come near the kitchen and I'll stab a beach. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴. What a great start with the party well underway, and 19 students of Class 2A enjoying their time. They failed to notice their missing number. The familiar green mop of hair nowhere in sight since having returned with the others. 6:33 p.m. Monday. Izuku is unsure how long he had been away from the party, opting to retreat to his room before it had even began. He was unsure what caused him to do this, the flick of a switch almost. On one hand, the One for All user wanted to be there, celebrating with his friends and welcoming Shinsu to the class officially. But after what had occurred while they had been out, he felt as if he couldn't face his class. For someone who held his heart on his sleeve, Izuku was actually rather good at keeping secrets when it came to others, the examples for this being things such as All Might's form, before it had been revealed to the entire world. He also kept Todoroki's past hidden within himself, respecting his friend's wishes in not telling someone else no matter how much it hurt for his friend to go through this. He was also good when it came to secrets about himself. The relationship he held with Kaken, his quirk. He hid many things from his classmates and teachers, the people he would be willing to call a second family. Even his mother was kept from knowing many of these secrets. And it hurt him, more than he was willing to let on. But no matter how much it hurt, he told himself that he couldn't burden others with his problems. Izuku was set to one day take the mantle All Might had held, the symbol of peace. That in itself was a big challenge, he knew. Between UA, his own problems and the villains that just wouldn't leave them be, he would be surprised if he actually made it out alive by the end of his 3 years. But he had it. If not for himself. For them. Those he would give his life to protect. There were many he would risk his own life for. Everyone knew how self-sacrificial the teen was, and he had proved it time and time again. He also knew there were many people counting on him, and he couldn't let them down. Not after he had come so far. He had already mastered around 25% of One for All without straining himself, but he knew he still had a long way to go. The meeting earlier with Shigaraki made him think differently. Because he felt unprepared. What if the League of Villains struck? He wasn't ready. Now Izuku was fully ready to dwell more on what Shigaraki had said, his fingers gently pressing where the villain's fingers had been grasping his neck, only for his door to fly open. Yelping in surprise, he scrambled to his feet and flicked his room light on, to be met with the rather surprised looks of 2 classmates. "Did we disturb you, Midoriya? We weren't sure if you had fallen asleep." Todoroki's calm gaze surveyed the other hero in training, face void of any suspicion. "But it is rather unlike you to turn in this early. Ida, Uraraka, and some of the others noticed you were missing, so we came up to check on you." "Yeah, buddy, you kinda slipped away as soon as we got back." That was Kirishima, the redhead grinning as he slapped a hand playfully on Izuku's shoulder. "You're missing out on the party. Mina and Denki are getting some of the games set up. I think they wanted to try some truth or dare." Izuku was relieved it had been these 2 to check on him, and not Ida and Uraraka themselves. They could usually tell straight away if something was wrong, even if he didn't let it show. While with these 2, even if they noticed, he could always get away with not telling them for the moment. "I'm fine. Yeah, didn't feel too great when we got back, so decided to come up here for a bit." He trailed off, pausing. "But really, I'm fine. You didn't have to come check up on me." "We wanted to, bro," Kirishima insisted, and he looked towards Todoroki before allowing his red eyes to look into Izuku's own green ones. "You sure you're alright? You seemed pretty shaken up at the store, after I got back to you from Aizawa-sensei. I told Todoroki here about it and he figured something might have happened." Figures. I keep forgetting how observant Todoroki can be. Izuku thought, really he sometimes didn't give the dual quirk user credit when it was due. Of course he would notice, even with how stoic he was. "We're your friends, Midoriya. You can tell us. Even if it feels like you can't." Todoroki spoke up. "We won't have to tell the teachers, if you don't want us to. But you can't keep things hidden like this, like you have to carry it by yourself. You'll strain yourself." I know." Izuku fiddled with his fingers, refusing to meet their eyes for a moment before huffing slightly. "You won't let me go until I tell, right? Even if I agree to go to the party." "Nope." Kirishima insisted, taking his hand off Midoriya's shoulder before going to sit on his bed, flashing his sharp teeth in a grin. "So might as well get the story underway. We haven't got all night." With that, Izuku dragged himself over to take a seat as well, Todoroki preferring to stand before he told them about the short encounter with Shigaraki, and what the villain had chosen to say to him. It left a bitter taste in his mouth, especially when he saw Todoroki's expression slowly dissolve to something akin to worry and anger. "We have to tell Aizawa-sensei, anyone, for that matter." Todoroki insisted. "The League. What if they are making a move against us? You can't keep this from the teachers, Midoriya. If anything, you should have called the police. They've been trying to get their hands on Shigaraki since he and his friends were seemingly nowhere to be found." "I know." Izuku heaved a sigh, looking down at his scarred hands. "But if we tell anyone now, they might call this whole celebration thing off. If it was just Mineta leaving, I wouldn't have a problem. But it's for Shinsu too, he deserves this. He remembered back to the sports festival. He had a formidable quirk, but he imagined how others must have looked at the purple-haired boy like he was a villain. Much like the media had looked at Bakugo. Kirishima looked between the two, before he shrugged slightly. Maybe for tonight, it'll be fine. He said. Surely we can just tell them tomorrow. He then looked at Todoroki. If Midoriya doesn't, we can always step forward since he told us. But we can't just keep this to ourselves, not with villains as dangerous as those. Todoroki looked skeptical, but Izuku accepted defeat at that. I'll tell Aizawa-sensei tomorrow, before homeroom. Great. Now come on, the party is still young. We'll miss out on all the snacks if we don't hurry. Denki's had his eyes on them ever since we got back. Kirishima barked out a laugh at that, getting to his feet and heading to the door. No one will be too happy if you keep yourself cooped up in here. I may even send Bakugo up here to try and drag you down. The tone was playful, but Izuku's face paled slightly at the prospect of Bakugo storming into his room and trying to explode him a few times. Kirishima headed out, and Izuku intended to follow before Todoroki gently rested his hand on his shoulder, causing him to spare him a questioning glance. Todoroki, is something wrong? Todoroki held his gaze for a moment before he decided to answer. Whatever the League might have planned. You never have to do anything alone, you know. None of us know why you're trying to. We fight together. He stated. Which means you need to remember we're here to help. We're friends, remember that. You've helped me with more problems than I care to admit, and I know some of the others would say the same. Let us do the same for you. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't been aware he was holding, allowing a moment to clear his head before he offered a smile to his friend, eyes lighting up slightly. Thanks, Todoroki. I might have to take you and Kirishima up on that offer again, at the very least. The others might worry a bit too much. That earned a slight snort in amusement from the other hero in training. He wasn't wrong. I'm glad. This nightmare of a school 1:02 a.m. Tuesday running on no sleep. I can't believe I actually agreed for them to have this party running on no sleep. I only just managed to make them finally stop for the night running on no sleep. They had class tomorrow and I doubt any of them will actually sleep. Michael with AB, oh what's this? Michael with AB, Shota. Concerned for his students. More likely than you think running on no sleep. Just because it's true doesn't mean you should say it. Michael with AB, running on no sleep, running on no sleep, Nemurai running on no sleep. Why are you cackling instead of helping me clean up? Running on no sleep, is that a student's phone? Running on no sleep, that's Midoriya's phone, isn't it? Sadistic sleeper, 3 sadistic sleeper. Oh hey, look at that sadistic sleeper, they have a chat. Ro running on no sleep, Nemurai running on no sleep, no, do not running on no sleep, desist. Small worm, sadistic sleeper, would be a shame if someone slipped a few teachers in. Small worm, oh running on no sleep, oh no running on no sleep. Oh no. Michael with AB, oh yeah, a totally normal class chat. 1:09 a.m. Tuesday. Midoriya has added sadistic sleeper, running on no sleep, and 2 others to the chat. Sadistic sleeper. Hello children running on no sleep. What the F? Nemurai a totally normal. Class chat. 5:43 a.m. Tuesday. Insomnicat. Excuse me, but Insomnicat, Nani the F? Kakashi, what are the teachers doing here? Kakashi, Midoriya, sadistic sleeper. Oh, I took his phone when he fell asleep in the common room. Sadistic sleeper. It had no password. Sadistic sleeper. And I just happened to notice this chat room. Insomnicat. F Insomnicat. Which teachers are even here? Insomnicat. I know. You're midnight. Insomnicat. Wait, why does Midoriya even have teacher contacts? Emergency exit. Doesn't everyone have them? Emergency exit, for emergencies. Running on no sleep. I for sure didn't give any of you gremlins my number. Michael with AB, Shota. Michael with AB, they aren't gremlins. Michael with AB, they're your kids. That's so Raven. Has he only now just noticed? That's so Raven. Didn't his elbow get destroyed at the USJ just for us running on no sleep? I hate you all. That's so Raven. Could have fooled us. That's so Raven. The whole class has elected you as resident dad. That's so Raven. Or should I say one of several running on no sleep. F no running on no sleep. Why are you even all awake? Emergency exit. Midoriya woke us up. Emergency exit. He was actually searching for his phone. Emergency exit. Midnight Sensei, do you still have it? Sadistic sleeper, sadistic sleeper, sadistic sleeper, maybe sadistic sleeper. There's some cute photos on here. Emergency exit. Oh no, 7:30 a.m. 𝐒𝐿 𝐼𝐵. I finally got my phone back. Sadistic sleeper, you're so strong. Sadistic sleeper. But you're so small. Sadistic sleeper. You're a small brick wall. How the F 𝐿. I've grown since last year. 𝐿. Slightly 𝐿. Tokoyami is shorter. That's so Raven. Calling me out. Are we? That's so Raven. FU2 running on no sleep. Midoriya, if you finish whatever you're typing I will send you into the void. Running on no sleep. Don't think I won't. As you. DMN cello tape. Holy SHT cello tape. I thought you didn't want to be here in the first place. Running on no sleep. If I leave the others will just add me back. Running on no sleep. Having those two in the same chat. No escape. It's hard to decide. And what about All Might? Running on no sleep. He's been actively avoiding his phone since it happened. 𝐿. Oh really? Running on no sleep. Midoriya running on no sleep. Don't even think about it. Running on no sleep. You're the only one who can actually get close enough to his phone. Shoto. I wonder why Shoto. This is suspicious. 𝐿. Shoto no Shoto. Yes 𝐿. I thought we discussed this. 11:05 a.m. Bad explosion child. Deku, you're fucking dead. Bad explosion child. You beach. 𝐿. I'd say sorry 𝐿. But I'd be lying. Running on no sleep. Put your phones away or I'll throw them out the window. Bad explosion child. FU 5:05 p.m. Portable battery. Rest in pieces. Bakugo's phone portable battery. And his sanity. 𝐿. Kaken didn't have any to begin with. It's hard to decide. Imshuki doesn't even have his phone on him. It's hard to decide. But he looks at me and goes, it's hard to decide. Tell Deku he's dead in tomorrow's training. It's hard to decide. I'll wipe the floor with his but 𝐿. Tell him thanks but no thanks. Cake daddy. Midoriya please, I can't cook when he's trying to explode the food. Another one bites the dust. Can confirm another one bites the dust. He's salty Uravity. He's just being a big baby Uravity. I'll fight him before he can fight Deku. Uravity. Honey, you got a storm coming. Froppy. Send him into the void. 𝐿. Oh yes please 𝐿. I'll give you all the platonic hugs. Uravity. OF let's do this then. 7:00 p.m. Small worm. Bakugo's behavior might be less than acceptable but please do not send him to space. Uravity. Why not Uravity? Wait Uravity. Small worm. 𝐿. All Might. Earplug. Oh Jesus, I'm crying. Earplug. Small worm. WK. The former number one hero does this to us. 𝐿. Former. 𝐿. He is still number one. 𝐿. Anyone saying otherwise. 𝐿. You can meet me in the pit in 10 minutes. I'll fight in his honor. IPOM. But isn't Endeavor number one? 𝐿. Square up Ojiro. 𝐿. Don't you dare say that harmful word in this good server. 𝐿. I'll break you in half. IPOM. FACause IPOM. Please don't. 𝐿. I won't hesitate. Beach. Small worm. Izuku. 𝐿. Shoto. 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 First name basis. I see Shoto. More evidence. It's hard to decide. Why did Midoriya just Naum inside and rush upstairs? It's hard to decide. Oh NVM Shoto. Oh he gotta go. I left the stove on at home. 9:47 p.m. It's hard to decide. Oh hey, it's hard to decide. At 𝐿. It's hard to decide. Did you tell the teachers about Shigaraki running on no sleep? Running on no sleep. I'm sorry, what? Small worm. Shigaraki. What? 𝐿. Well 𝐿. Nice talk 𝐿. Guess I'll go jump off the roof now by running on no sleep. Don't make me come up there. Shoto. He ran into Shigaraki yesterday and got a little panicky when we got back. Shoto. Figured someone would have noticed he was missing from the party. Froppy. Oh SHG Froppy. Wait, who is he again? Creati. Why didn't you tell anyone what happened? Midoriya. Creati. Also he's the guy who for some reason wears hands, isn't he? Froppy. Oh right, Froppy. The one who nearly made me turn into dust. Running on no sleep. And why didn't he tell us? Running on no sleep. You're lucky I don't ground you. Problem child. Running on no sleep. Don't think you've escaped from explaining. 𝐿. I'm sorry Midoriya. Who? 𝐿. I only know death. 𝐿. Wait no 𝐿. Stop DBs. Shoto. Can confirm that Aizawa bound him up and carried him back inside. Shoto. I think is screaming. Shoto. It's all muffled. Shoto. It's hard to decide. It's hard to decide. Is he possessed? It's hard to decide. He just started. It's hard to decide. Screeching. Small worm. Oh he'll do that. Small worm. Just pat his hair. It calms him down. Shoto. How do you know that 𝐶𝐲? 𝐶𝐲, suspicious. A totally normal class chat 3:45 AM Wednesday 𝐒𝐿. Hey at that so Raven 𝐒𝐿. What species of bird are you? That so Raven? I that so Raven, what? Are you okay 𝐒𝐿? Well, mentally I'm not 𝐒𝐿, but what bird? That so Raven? I don't know. That so Raven, why do you need to know? 𝐒𝐿, if I could speak bird would you be able to understand me? Michael with a B, isn't it too early for you kids to be awake and asking such strange questions? 𝐒𝐿, you act like you're any better 𝐒𝐿, but I happen to know that you're not all innocent 𝐒𝐿. Remember 𝐒𝐿, I keep notes on every single hero 𝐒𝐿, even you Michael with a B, what? Michael with a B, I don't want to fight you Michael with a B, you'd crush me Michael with a B. At small worm, your son is sleep deprived. I think small worm, Midoriya isn't my son. Small worm, but Yamada is right, you should go sleep 𝐒𝐿. No thanks, I'll sleep when I'm dead. That's so Raven, but Midoriya that's so Raven, aren't you already dead inside? That's so Raven, just like me 𝐒𝐿. Oh, are you right? 7 AM running on no sleep. I hope you all like surprise tests 𝐕, but we haven't even been back for long. 𝐕, why you gotta make us suffer running on no sleep? That's what happens when certain students don't sleep and instead running on no sleep. Do it in the classroom 𝐿. Wow, thanks Midoriya and Tokoyami 𝐒𝐿. You talking like you don't stay up all night 𝐒𝐿. Come fight me in the pit 𝐿. Nah, too busy dying. Portable battery, should we be worried? 𝐿, I mean not really 𝐿. I've lived through however many years 𝐿. I'm sure I'll be fine. WK, those bags under your eyes say otherwise 𝐿. Emergency exit, why do I hear screaming? Emergency exit, Shinsu, please do not use your quirk on a fellow classmate like that. 12:03 PM 𝐒𝐿. Honestly though I feel so dead 𝐒𝐿, can I please just be released and allowed the rest 𝐒𝐿? That's all I ask for. Bad explosion child, I mean I can come over and explode you to pieces 𝐒𝐿. I'd rather have someone who can actually do a decent job. Kaken bad explosion child, come thing fight me. BSE running on no sleep. This is too much paperwork. 6:07 PM cello tape. Can I just see? It's wild seeing Midoriya type out swears cello tape when he doesn't really say them to our faces. 𝐕, honestly we all thought he was a pure boy. 𝐕, turns out he was lying. 𝐕, hiding behind a fake. It's hard to decide. I'm not sure which Midoriya is more manly bro. It's hard to decide. Both could probably punch my skull in and I'd be thankful. 𝐿, same 𝐿, same 𝐒𝐿. Oh, same. It's hard to decide. Bro, you can't punch your own skull in 𝐒𝐿. Not with that attitude you can't. 𝐿, Midoriya wait 11:34 PM 𝐒𝐿. Alright FRs who ate my catsuit and 𝐒𝐿. It was one of you 𝐬𝐕. Oh, was that yours 𝐬𝐕? That's why it was so tasty 𝐒𝐿. Oh well, I can't fight you 𝐒𝐿. DMN 𝐒𝐿 𝐒𝐿. If you asked I would have made you some SMH 𝐬𝐕. Wait, really 𝐒𝐿? Of course 𝐒𝐿. You're my platonic cuddle buddy 𝐬𝐕. FJDoke D. Now I feel bad 𝐬𝐕. Sorry Deku. Emergency exit. Perhaps you should try to make it up to him, 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, no it's fine 𝐒𝐿. If it had been anyone but the Deka squad 𝐒𝐿, I would have beat there. But 𝐿, am I part of the Deka squad 𝐒𝐿? I mean 𝐒𝐿, I'll regret this 𝐒𝐿. But sure 𝐿, nice 4:30 AM Thursday 𝐒𝐿. You ate my snacks 𝐒𝐿. What the F 𝐿? Oh SHT Todoroki, we were caught 𝐿. Got a blast. A totally normal class chat 7:30 AM Thursday 𝐒𝐿. Honestly y'all can come catch these hands 𝐒𝐿. Where? Shinso and Todoroki at 𝐒𝐿. I was looking forward to those snacks. Running on no sleep. Please don't running on no sleep. I don't have the energy or the care to fill out any paperwork. Running on no sleep. Don't even think of sending them to recovery girl either. Running on no sleep. She'll chew you out 𝐒𝐿. Diamond 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, hey Kaken 𝐒𝐿. If I pay you 𝐒𝐿, will you do the deed? Bad explosion child. FU Deku 𝐒𝐿. I'll take that as a no. This nightmare of a school. 7:33 AM sadistic sleeper. Can I say I'm surprised at 1A sadistic sleeper. A lot of them don't actually act like they do in their chat. In the real world, sadistic sleeper. Does your class need therapy? Running on no sleep. I mean running on no sleep. We're constant targets for villains. Running on no sleep. I wouldn't be surprised Michael with a B. 𝐿 already tried Michael with a B. But a lot of them were too stubborn. Running on no sleep. Like problem child. Running on no sleep. I know his hiding more than his letting on. Running on no sleep. but because of someone he thinks he has to shoulder everything by himself. Small worm, problem child. Small worm, oh you mean Midoriya. Small worm, I wonder why running on no sleep. Yagi running on no sleep. You may be All Might running on no sleep, but you're retired and I swear running on no sleep. I will snap you in half if I have to. Michael with AB, 𝐻D running on no sleep. Children don't need this type of pressure put on them. Running on no sleep. He idolizes you. Running on no sleep. It's gonna bite him in the end. Running on no sleep. Especially with the way he throws himself out as if he's not worth anything in battle. Small worm, I assure you Aizawa. Small worm, I'll try to talk to him. Small worm, Chio has already tried. Small worm, he's stubborn. Running on no sleep. Well if you don't talk to him about it. Running on no sleep, I'll have to. Running on no sleep, and I won't let him off easy. Running on no sleep, he won't always be as lucky as he was in the raid last year. Small worm, I know. Small worm, I'll talk to him today if I get the chance. Running on no sleep, good private. Message, Midoriya Izuku and Yagi Toshinori. 10:45 AM. Yagi Toshinori, my boy Yagi Toshinori, after classes I need you to meet me in the teacher's lounge. Yagi Toshinori, you're not in trouble. Yagi Toshinori, but we need to talk. Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, alright, I'll be there. 4:30 PM. After classes, Izuku had made sure to take his time packing up, telling Ida and the others of the so-called Deku squad honestly, he just goes along with it, whatever to make his friends happy to go ahead of him. He didn't disclose what exactly he was doing, but they had gone ahead regardless, and he had waited for the rest of his classmates to leave the classroom. He didn't want any of them to question why he was being so slow about it. He just pretended like he was still writing notes down. It wasn't too uncommon to see. Only when Amar and Jiru left, did he finally collect all his things, rather curious as to what All Might wanted to see him for. Sure, he was Izuku's mentor, and if anything, the closest thing to a father figure, but he still found this a bit odd to say the least. Was it about one for all, something he had left out perhaps? Izuku had gotten better with his quirk, and was able to use more and more as time went on. By now, he was giving the majority of his classmates a hard time when it came to fighting, although there were still things he could improve on. What if it was something different? Izuku didn't have much time to think further, as he had already arrived at his destination. Glancing down at his scarred hands, he hastily knocked on the door, waiting until he got a voice of confirmation to come in before opening the door. He slipped in and closed the door behind him, his green eyes meeting the blue ones of his mentor. No words were spoken as he strode across and took a seat. How strange. What was with the look in Toshinori's eyes? Is everything all right, Izuku? That caught the teenager slightly off guard as he stared at his mentor. Managing a toothy smile, he went to scratch the back of his head. His hair was too thick, perhaps he's tried to trim it when he got back. Of course, why wouldn't I be? Toshinori gave him a rather pointed stare, before shaking his head slightly. Aizawa has brought it to my attention that you've become stubborn over the possible idea of therapy, my boy. He then sighed slightly, and Izuku gulped. Listen, you kids have all gone through so much more than other kids your age. The League of Villains is still at large, and you do seem to be their main target out of your whole class. He stated. That's not a good weight to carry around by yourself. I know. Izuku cut in, diverting his gaze as his throat caught on his words. I know this isn't the best way to deal with my problems. Shigaraki is still going after me it seems, especially after the whole thing at the store. He tried his best to ignore the lump appearing in his throat. But what can I say? It's not just the villains I'm worried about. There's other stuff too, things that no one else can know. Like One for All. The quirk itself was a big secret, and he did his best to keep it under wraps, which was fairly well, seeing as Bakugo was still the only person he had told. But there were other secrets too, other problems. Like Todoroki's home life or his own issues. I know Aizawa-sensei is trying to help. But I can't just blurt all these things to some stranger, you know. Izuku went to rub a scarred hand over his face with a sigh, before reverting back to his happy self. But I'll be fine, I promise. Toshinori doubted it, seemingly seeing right through his protégé. What if you were to talk to me then, my boy? Izuku froze at that, staring at his mentor with wide eyes. No. He couldn't dump all his issues onto the retired hero, It didn't feel right. He found himself shaking his head at that, a bit quicker than he would have liked. I can't, that wouldn't be fair. Besides what about Aizawa, then? Aizawa-sensei. But what about one for all? Izuku insisted, a slight panic growing in his chest. I can't. Perhaps he should have known from the start, seeing as he is your homeroom teacher and all. Toshinori pointed out. Perhaps he could have helped with your quirk earlier on where I couldn't. It wouldn't harm anyone for him to know. Besides, you'll need your own people to rely on with this sort of stuff. Izuku couldn't comprehend what was coming out of his mouth, someone else that could know the secret. Someone that he could talk to besides the previous holder. It would be nice. But was it right? Oh boy, he didn't want to imagine how angry Aizawa would be at being left in the dark. It wouldn't hurt for me to have someone else to talk to, if I'm being honest. Izuku mumbled, getting a chuckle in response from Toshinori. It's decided then, we'll tell him. How about tomorrow before homeroom? We'll meet in front of the dorms, I'll tell him. Toshinori smiled at Izuku, getting up. Now, I believe that's all I really had to say. How about we head back? I'm sure your friends will be getting curious as to where you've wandered off. Izuku let out a laugh of his own at that, rising to his own feet. Yeah, they'll go on a manhunt if they don't hear from me soon. He just knew that Uraraka and maybe even Ida would do that exact thing. Hopefully they won't be too worried. Toshinori had reached the side of his protégé, and smiled before allowing a hand to go gently ruffle the wild hair Izuku had. I doubt they'll get too mad at you, my boy. 6 a.m., Friday. I'm sorry. But what? Izuku isn't the least bit surprised by the reaction of Aizawa-sensei, who seems to have one of his rare, shocked expressions on his face. He and Toshinori had met his teacher outside the dorms this early in the morning, with a sensei who looked like he never slept. It was probably too early to spring something like this on him. One for all was rather confusing to someone who was hearing it for the first time. Of course, Toshinori filled him in on the history of the quirk, how it came to be and what the power was cultivated for in the end, all for one. Your quirk is passable. Aizawa-sensei looked at the two as if they were on something, and it was Izuku who nodded, giving a sheepish chuckle. Yeah. One for all is a one-of-a-kind quirk, probably. Izuku murmured. I was just some quirkless middle schooler when all he paused. Yagi-sensei gave me the chance to inherit the quirk. I couldn't really say no. To Aizawa, this now made a ton of sense. No wonder the problem child had been breaking his bones at the beginning. He hadn't been a late bloomer, he just hadn't gotten a quirk at all by normal means. It was handed to him mere hours before the entrance exam. He had to run a hand down his face in slim hopes that this was just a dream of some sort. But nope, it wasn't. Honestly, what was he going to do with these two? So, that means you're likely the main target for the League of Villains. Explains why Shigaraki seems to single you out and give you cryptic messages. Aizawa mumbled through his capture gear, giving the two a level stare. Do they know about the quirk? I'd assume so. All for one was Shigaraki's sensei. It's likely he told him, since he figured it out for himself. Toshinori stated. But Shigaraki hasn't made any big moves since last year. I think they are still struggling, with All for One still in prison. That's besides the point. You willingly let a child paint a huge target on his back, Yagi. Izuku stopped himself, flinching back from the tone his homeroom teacher used. They might not target him, but what about his family and friends? Surely they wouldn't know anything about my family. Izuku butted in, looking down. Mom's the only family I really have. They couldn't target her that easily, could they? If they were smart, they would. Aizawa sighed. He allowed himself to process the information some more, before suddenly allowing his capture gear to wrap around Toshinori and Izuku. A scowl appeared on his usual deadpan face. I can't believe you kept me of all people out of this. He hissed, eyes boring into Toshinori's blue ones. I'm his homeroom teacher. Did it not cross your mind once to say anything about this before? Toshinori swallowed the lump in his throat. Wow, Aizawa was scary. Now, Aizawa and you. No wonder you keep breaking your own body. Aizawa turned his gaze to the wrapped-up Izuku. You're really causing a whole bout of trouble here, problem child, he snapped. Why didn't you try coming to me sooner? Is this why you have no self-preservation? I've been getting better. Izuku insisted. He just really wanted to get out of the Eraser Heroes capture gear. Once had already been enough for him. Besides, Kaken knows. At the mention of Bakugo, Aizawa paused, allowing his eyebrows to raise and his eyes to narrow before grumbling something, releasing the two. Why am I not surprised, he muttered. What a strange relationship those two had. All right, you're on house arrest for 3 days, Midoriya. EA. You heard me. We still had things to discuss. But that can wait until tomorrow. A totally normal class chat 11:47 AM Midoriya. Have you ever wanted to crawl into the void so bad Midoriya, and just stay there Uravity? Why aren't you in class, Deku? Uravity, we're learning about heroes in other countries, surprised you'd want to miss this Midoriya. FD Mern WHAT Midoriya. That's it Midoriya. Goodbye cruel world running on no sleep. Midoriya is on house arrest for 3 days running on no sleep. I can see you all typing running on no sleep. You have 3 seconds to get off your phones before you all join him 5 PM Froppy. Why do I hear explosions Froppy? Someone's cranky cello tape. Why do I hear screaming cello tape? Why do I have a feeling I know who did it Creati? It appears that someone was set off. Emergency exit, please do not be alarmed. Emergency exit, it appears that Bakugo is having another problem with emergency exit, something Insomnicat. Why am I not surprised Insomnicat? What got Explodikills riled up this time Insomnicat? Insomnicat, okay you know what Insomnicat, F you Midoriya it's hard to decide. I'm actually crying it's hard to decide. Midoriya you legend Shoto, I Shoto, this is for the snacks isn't it cake daddy. What even happened? Midoriya, what's this Midoriya? I have no clue what you're talking about oh bad explosion child. Decay you bad explosion child. You're dead as if that boy running as if. Midori what did you even do Shoto? It appears I was not the only victim Shoto. Midoriya moved everything in my room 3 centimeters to the right Shoto, so I assume he did it to both Shinsu and Bakugo as well Midoriya. Whatever do you mean earplug? You know Bakugo and maybe Shinsu are going to hunt you down for this. Midoriya, Midoriya, totally worth it Midoriya. Kaken always seems to notice petty stuff like this bad explosion child. F you shitrag 7:30 PM bad explosion child. I can't find him where the F is shitty Deku portable battery. You've been looking for more than an hour. Portable battery. Wow sadistic sleeper at small worm sadistic sleeper. Where are you hiding your son small worm? I don't actually know where he is Insomnicat. Wait Insomnicat. I know how to summon him in the chat Shoto. Do tell Insomnicat. I'm sorry Yagi-sensei small worm. Insomnicat. Endeavor is a better hero than All Might ever was Midoriya. I am sorry who the F Midoriya. How dare you Midoriya. You're dead to me Shinsu Shoto. I don't think you just summoned him to the chat Shoto. I see a small green shape coming from the main U. A building Insomnicat. OF Insomnicat at running on no sleep Insomnicat. Help me running on no sleep. What did you do now running on no sleep? Did you cause this on yourself Insomnicat? Dad please Insomnicat. Shoto, Midoriya, running on no sleep. Michael with a B, small worm, emergency exit. Excuse my language but emergency exit. What the F running on no sleep, SHT are totally normal. Class chat 7:33 PM Uravity, Dad. Insomnicat, OF kill me now please Insomnicat. I can't Michael with a B, or come on Toshi Michael with a B, we still love you cello tape. No way cello tape. Wait what cello tape, Aizawa and present MIC, Azayu, what juicy gossip have we been missing out on? Shoto, are they both dads? Insomnicat, please stop him gonna go curl up somewhere portable battery, Aizawa sensei with a kid. Really? Portable battery, and married. Running on no sleep, and what's that supposed to mean sadistic sleeper? Well to be fair Shota you seem like the type sadistic sleeper, that just wants nothing to do with anyone sadistic sleeper, especially kid sadistic sleeper, yet you have a kid and this job and a husband running on no sleep. Just because it's true doesn't mean you should say it Uravity. I'm surprised Deku isn't all over this Uravity. It is about pro heroes Shoto. I mean he was running towards the dorms Shoto. I can't see him anymore. Shoto at Midoriya. Wait Midoriya. Them being married and having a kid wasn't assumed by anyone else. Emergency exit, Uravity, Shoto, as SHU, 𝐒𝐬𝐽, wait you knew. Midoridead, well Midoridead, I didn't know per se Midoridead, but Midoridead, Aizawa sensei and MIC sensei aren't really subtle. Midoridead, like at all, Insomnicat, beach you live like this Insomnicat, I never told you anything Midoridead, I mean Midoridead, I suspected there was something going on between then after the whole 𝐒𝐻 thing last year. Midoridead, didn't anyone notice that MIC sensei seemed to be more stressed? Emergency exit, now that you mention it. Insomnicat, how did you know about the kid part? Insomnicat, did you stalk the Midoridead? No Midoridead, but I had suspicions after last year's culture festival I guess Midoridead, you spent a lot of time with Aizawa sensei Midoridead, and my mom mentioned seeing you both out at a nearby cat cafe once. Midoridead, you weren't exactly subtle either Insomnicat, Insomnicat, holy SHT Insomnicat, but to answer your curiosities I suppose Insomnicat, they adopted me a few years back. Insomnicat, related to Aizawa by BLD though somewhere in the family Midoridead, that would be so cool Midoridead, that's how your hair defies gravity Insomnicat, Midoriya Insomnicat, Midoriya no it's hard to decide, does that mean Aizawa sensei goes easy on you running on no sleep, no comment Insomnicat, he actually pushes me more I think bad explosion child, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 bad explosion child, don't think I forgot bad explosion child, I'm still coming for your week but it's hard to decide, Baku bro please don't running on no sleep, if you destroy any furniture you'll have house arrest as well Bakugu running on no sleep, speaking of which running on no sleep, since you left the dorms you get an extra day Midoriya Midoridead, F incoherent screeching intensifies 7:53 p.m. Insomnicat, oh god I'm never going to hear the end of it running on no sleep, you think that's bad running on no sleep? I give until tomorrow for someone to ask me to adopt them from that running on no sleep, hellish class Michael with a B, but would you deny them Michael with a B, you love them running on no sleep, most of the kids have very capable families looking after them Michael with a B, most. Insomnicat, are any of them Insomnicat, having problems? Insomnicat, I know Todoroki doesn't like his dad running on no sleep, even if they did it's a teacher matter running on no sleep, I've been meaning to speak to Todoroki running on no sleep, that doesn't mean you can accidentally mention something to him, got it Insomnicat, running on no sleep, Hitoshi I mean it running on no sleep, don't Insomnicat. Alright private message, Midoriya Izuku and Shinsu Hitoshi 9 p.m. Shinsu Hitoshi. Hey Midoriya Shinsu Hitoshi, does Todoroki Shinsu Hitoshi, or anyone in the class for that matter Shinsu Hitoshi, have family problems? Midoriya Izuku, why do you ask? Shinsu Hitoshi, just something Aizawa mentioned Midoriya Izuku, Midoriya Izuku. Look, I can't say anything Midoriya Izuku, especially in Todoroki's case Midoriya Izuku, it's not really my place to. Shinsu Hitoshi, that makes sense Shinsu Hitoshi, but look Shinsu Hitoshi, I know you and him are real good friends Shinsu Hitoshi, if things get bad for him, maybe ask him to tell Aizawa. Shinsu Hitoshi, or anyone for that matter. Shinsu Hitoshi, Aizawa thinks something is going on Midoriya Izuku, of course Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki's my friend, I won't let him do this by himself Midoriya Izuku, I'm sure he'd appreciate your concern a totally normal class chat 9:09 p.m. It's hard to decide, whoever is making food is literally a god it's hard to decide, it smells so good cello tape, it's probably Bakugu right? It's hard to decide. Nah he went to his room earlier when he made us food remember another one bites the dust, it's the Deka squad. Another one bites the dust, they're all cooking together, it's actually really sweet watching them another one bites the dust, if they didn't manage to get some of the food on themselves emergency exit, it's very important to eat a healthy dinner. Emergency exit, but we had to rush another one bites the dust, sent an image another one bites the dust, look at how sweet they all look. Another one bites the dust. How does Midoriya even get sauce in his hair like that Uravity? It's a talent private message, Kirishima A Hero and Uraraka Okako 9:11 p.m. Uraraka Okako. I bet one corn chip you're over there pining since 𝐔𝐬𝐽 sent the image Kirishima A Hero, Ura A Te A Uraraka Okako. You need to do something Uraraka Okako, ask him out. Uraraka Okako, I don't want to deal with your pining for 3 more months Kirishima A Hero, Astfi, Kirishima A Hero, but I see A.N.T. Uraraka Okako, that's not very manly Kirishima A Hero, Kirishima A Hero, Did you just use my phrase against me 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐾, 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐾, just use your puppy dog eyes 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐾, no one can resist those 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐾. What if he likes you too Kirishima a hero? Suddenly I can't read 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐾, Kirishima 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐾, you useless gay a. Totally normal class chat 6 a.m. It's hard to decide. Okay, but no joke, his hair looks so goddamn fluffy and soft. It's hard to decide. Like, is it wrong for me to just run my hand through it? It's hard to decide. He looks so soft, but he could probably crush me. 𝐿𝐿. Are you okay there, buddy? 𝐿𝐿. Oh, what's this? It's hard to decide. It's hard to decide. Fuck K, it's hard to decide. Wrong chat, it's hard to decide. I'm screeching 𝐿𝐿. It's even worse that he's oblivious. It's hard to decide. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫 shush, emergency exit. I emergency exit. I'm concerned. Do I even want to? No, as a. This just in, Red Sunshine Boy seems to be crushing hard. Bad explosion child. I can't believe you managed to post that in this shitty chat. Bad explosion child. Can't you read portable battery? Don't blame the man. Portable battery. What if he was losing sleep over this? It's hard to decide. I wasn't. It's hard to decide. Denki, I swear I hear you cackling. Wherever you are, portable battery. I'm innocent, I swear. That's so Raven. I get drawn out of my emo brooding for this. That's so Raven. What a mad mess this chat has become. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. So Kiri 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫, anything you wanna confess to 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫, if you know what I mean. It's hard to decide. You need to stop. It's hard to decide. None of you are helping at all. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. Oh really 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫 at 𝐿𝐿. It's hard to decide. Welp, goodbye cruel world. It's hard to decide. It was nice knowing you. It's hard to decide. Has left the chat. 𝐿𝐿. So what did I miss? Baku Squad plus the only good extras 6:10 a.m. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. Or Kiri come back. It's hard to decide. Nope, it's hard to decide. Not happening. It's hard to decide. I'm suffering. It's hard to decide. I'll have to avoid him forever now. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. That's almost impossible. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. We're in the same class. It's hard to decide. You're right, it's hard to decide. Hey Denki, it's hard to decide. Can you fry me please? Portable battery, and miss out on this drama. Portable battery. I'm good. It's hard to decide. Hanta. Baku bro. I'll even ask Mina. Just it's hard to decide. Someone, it's hard to decide. Help 𝐿𝐿. No can do. Suddenly I can't move as you. Yeah bro, you're on your own I think. Earplug. Honestly, if you stopped your pining but for 3 seconds, it's hard to decide. 𝐿𝐿, it's hard to decide. Pelia se bad explosion child. If I help bad explosion child, will you stop? It's hard to decide. Yes, it's hard to decide. I'll accept my fate. Bad explosion child. Alright 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. Bakugu, don't actually hurt him. You'll ruin the fun. It's hard to decide. No, this is good. It's hard to decide. It's hard to decide. YT, no, it's hard to decide. Help me earplug. Kirishima is screaming portable battery. Bakugu picked him UP portable battery. He's carrying him to the elevator. Portable battery. WAIT 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. Hold up, I'm coming 6:30 a.m. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. That was 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. Perfect. It's hard to decide. You're all cruel. You know that it's hard to decide. Would I break anything if I were to jump off the balcony? 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. It's only the second floor. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. Maybe. It'd depend how you land. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫. Can we like 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫? Have some context. 𝐿𝐿. Bakugu carried Kirishima to Midoriya's room. 𝐿𝐿. And I kinda helped by taping the door shut. 𝐿𝐿. Whoops 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. Deku made the mistake of sneaking out for his morning run and leaving his door ajar. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. This is the perfect gift for him. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. Maybe I should go and make him come back. It's hard to decide. How about you don't? It's hard to decide. And help me instead. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫. I mean I could 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫, but I don't really want to. It's hard to decide. Bakugu is a thing. Traitor. Bad explosion child. I can't put up with your thing pining shitty hair. Bad explosion child. You wanted help. Bad explosion child. So I locked you in the shitty nerd's room. Bad explosion child. Be thing grateful. It's hard to decide. But he has all might everywhere. It's hard to decide. It's like his just. It's hard to decide. Staring at Emmy. It's hard to decide. Everywhere. Bad explosion child. Tough thing luck. A totally normal class chat 6:58 a.m. Midoriya. Guys, Midoriya. Why did I just have to rip tape off my door? Midoriya. Why is Kirishima in my room? 7 a.m. Izuku didn't know what he did to deserve everything happening all at once. The hero in training had just wanted to sneak out of the dorms without Aizawa-sensei noticing and take his morning jog, which had gone well. But what hadn't gone well was when he arrived back at the dorms, the chat blowing up in activity and tape on his door. It looked suspiciously like Zero's tape. Easily ripping it off the door so he could get access to his room, he opened his door only to discover a mess of a person with red, spiky hair. 𝐂𝐸𝐸𝐵. Izuku had taken the time to type into the chat, expecting a response on why the other teen was here, but now everyone seemed to keep quiet. Kirishima included. He looked at him with a somewhat blank expression, before jumping and giving a slight grin, one that Izuku would peg to border on nervous. Midoriya, bro, sorry about all this. None of it was my idea, really. Bakugo dumped me in here for who knows what reason. The redhead gave a nervous chuckle. I figured he'd never want to step foot near your room. Zero decided to help him lock me in here, I guess. Why? Izuku wasn't allowing his face to turn red at the scene. Kirishima, in his All Might-themed room, and oh my god, it was embarrassing. I guess it was a dare. Yeah, a dare. Kirishima trailed off, and Izuku noticed that his gaze was now on his phone, his face turning red, getting closer and closer to the shade of his hair. That is when the one-for-all user made a decision. Darting forward, it didn't take much for him to yank the phone from his friend's hands. He knew that the self-proclaimed Baku Squad had a chat of sorts, much like the Deku Squad too, except that particular chat was silent along with the main class chat. Surely they had planned this. Hey, wait. Izuku ignored Kirishima's futile attempts to take the phone back, quickly climbing atop his desk and using an arm to keep him at distance. He was lucky that Kirishima had been looking at the chat and hadn't managed to lock his phone on time. But not so lucky to not see what the Baku Squad had been talking about. Izuku's face quickly flushed in color, his wide green gaze darting to where Kirishima was, his face equally as red. Kirishima. Izuku barely managed to get his name out, before fumbling and quickly handing his phone back, nearly dropping it in the process. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken your phone without permission. No, it's fine. Kirishima finally spoke, quickly putting his phone away. It was probably time for me to say something, anyway. He put on a sharp-toothed grin to try and help hide his nerves. Man, Uraraka and the others don't let up, do they? He tried making the mood a bit light, and it certainly did help. Izuku managed to get a good, quiet chuckle out of it, before allowing himself to look at Kirishima. So, they locked you in here because of that? Yeah. Kirishima raised a hand to scratch the back of his head. I understand if this is all weird and stuff. Not a very manly way to confess or anything. He said, I guess I should just come out and say it. I've liked you for a while now. I think a few months. I don't really remember when it started. He trailed off, biting back the lump growing in his throat. Uraraka seemed to catch on right away and, well, she's been hounding me about it ever since. Izuku kept quiet, unsure of what to say to all of this. After all, his own emotions were a huge mess. But he did feel something stir in his chest as he listened to Kirishima speak, something he would often feel whenever he was in the company of the redhead. Feelings he had never thought to act upon. You're a real strong classmate, you know. Kirishima continued. Not in just your quirk, but who you are as a person, too. You're one of the students who pull the rest of us together and drive to help us all improve every day. And I mean it when I say you've probably improved the most out of all of us. Sure, I didn't know you before you. And all. But all those times that Bakugo always gets so riled, he always tries to throw a chunk of the blame at you. Kirishima continued, not allowing the freckled teen to make a remark. He'd go on and on about how you were useless or worth nothing and even weak. But I don't see any of that in you. Sure, you were reserved when we first met. Overwhelmed even, and you couldn't control your quirk at all. But you drove yourself out of that and look at where you are. That takes some determination. It's admirable. And I know I'm not the only one who thinks that. I guess my feelings just expanded from that. You've always been someone within reach, someone who wants to become a hero despite the odds. Izuku was stunned, speechless by everything Kirishima had dumped on him that he hadn't noticed the slight moisture gathering in his eyes. Kirishima, I don't know what to say. I've really admired you for who you are, Midoriya. You may be what others call a nerd, but you're far from it. Honestly, you could probably bench press a car if you wanted to. Kirishima left out how totally ripped the other would likely look while doing it. Now wasn't the time. I know you probably don't really feel the same, right? After all, you're pretty up there while dash. Don't say that. Izuku quickly waved his hands about, causing Kirishima to look towards him as he climbed off his desk. You're an admirable person too, Kirishima. You're as valid as I am, if that's the case. He was clearly flustered, but continued. You're really outgoing and managed to bring out the best in someone like Kaken. The whole class seems to really like you, almost like you automatically pull us all together in a way, you know. He mumbled for a moment. And I guess your feelings are recuperated if I understand what you were trying to tell me. Although I think for me it's only been a more recent development. And there was the weird feeling in Izuku's stomach again. Warmth, he welcomed it. However, on the other hand, Izuku had failed to notice how close the other hero in training was, and his face flushed harder. Kirishima seemed to notice. Sorry Midori-Izuku. Kirishima was a bit taken aback, looking at the other with wide eyes. Hey. See, call me Izuku, okay. Izuku gave a smile at that. We could. Give this a try. If you want. We don't have to. It clicked in Kirishima's head, and his worries seemed to wash away as he finally gave a full-hearted but soft grin of his own. All right, you have to call me a hero, then Baku Squad plus the only good extras 7-11 AM another one bites the dust, sent an image another one bites the dust, look. At these good boys. Cuddling, Uravity, Uravity, I'm crying real tears that's Uravity, so precious portable battery, is it official then? Portable battery, demon that looks soft as hell it's hard to decide. I think I have a boyfriend now. It's hard to decide, so soft, Uravity, think. Uravity, boy I think it's a solid yes it's hard to decide, but what if I mess up ppvjek? It's hard to decide, it's YA boy Deku it's hard to decide, yes we're dating it's hard to decide, catch these hands Uraraka Uravity, Shredged Uravity, it's illegal to be that cute bad explosion child, or I thought this would help bad explosion child. Now I have to deal with this in our own chat what the F Uravity at it's hard to decide if you hurt Deku I'll break you. It's hard to decide, Asheb goodbye A. Totally normal class chat 8:25 AM small worm, as a small worm, heartwarming. It is to see you all bonding. Small worm, I know for a fact none of you have left for homeroom yet small worm, Aizawa has already told me that if you're late he's got a good punishment in mind it's hard to decide. F but him so warm here running on no sleep. You have 5 minutes it's hard to decide, GOODBYE it's hard to decide, I'm not even ready F Baku Squad, plus the only good extras 8:30 AM it's hard to decide has added Midoridead to the chat Midoridead, hey Kaken, love bad explosion child, haha bad explosion. Child, I think the F not bad explosion child has kicked Midoridead from the chat bad explosion child, F you shitty hair bad explosion child. Deku might be your thing boyfriend but he gets no passes bad explosion child, he better watch himself even more it's hard to decide. It's hard to decide, as if he wasn't already a target Baku bro a totally normal class chat 5:30 PM Uravity, it was oddly quiet in class today Uravity, Bakugo didn't need to explode anyone surprisingly Shoto, his main target is on house arrest Shoto, he knows no one else will deal with his attitude bad explosion child, F you healthy bad explosion child. You wanna fight right now? Bad explosion child. I'm thing waiting dumbass Shoto, I mean I could Shoto, but it's too much effort Shoto, besides I'd much rather not get house arrest Shoto, classes were actually interesting today Midoridead, oh did you guys learn about any other heroes in different countries? Uravity, some of them were really cool. Uravity, there was one who kinda had a quirk like Todoroki. Shoto, literally the only similarity is the fire Shoto, anyone could have fire-related quirks Uravity, Sheshich Froppy, his hero name is the Spitter Froppy, some sort of fire-breathing quirk it's hard to decide, I can always give you my notes if you want to write them down Izuku. Midoridead, Ashfeb heck yes emergency exit, Kirishima. He's on house arrest, we cannot give him our notes. It's hard to decide, I mean it's hard to decide. What if he were to accidentally find them emergency exit, emergency exit, there's no stopping you is there it's hard to decide, nope it's hard to decide, sorry class pres emergency exit, How are we the next generation of heroes running on no sleep? I ask myself that every day. 6:44 p.m. 𝐿𝐿. Okay, but honestly, 3 out of 5 actual Baku squad members are in relationships. 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐽. 𝐼𝐵 𝐒𝐿𝐽. Although it's honestly no surprise no one wants to deal with Bakugo in that way. Bad explosion child. FUWK. Bakugo seems more angry today. WK. His explosions are a lot louder as it. He's angry because Kiri tried to add Midori to our group chat. Bad explosion child. Shitty nerd somehow thinks he can mess with me. Bad explosion child. I think F no WK. You're trying too hard sweetie. Portable battery. Portable battery, and there goes his phone. Portable battery, rip in pieces. Creati. Why do you all insist on antagonizing Bakugo? Portable battery, it's fun. As you. Also he wouldn't actually hurt us that badly as you. Okay, maybe that's a lie. Please no, I am 𝐿𝐽. Portable battery. I should probably go help her as you. You're next, you shitty extra portable battery. You maybe not 𝐿𝐴𝐵. Is it so hard to let a man sleep in peace? Cake Daddy, it's nearly 7. 𝐿𝐴𝐵. Your point being Cake Daddy. Understandable. Have a nice day, Cake Daddy. Guess I'll have to give all these cat-shaped treats to Aizawa Sensei. 𝐿𝐴𝐵. 𝐿𝐴𝐵. SNM 10 p.m. That's so Raven. So that's so Raven. Bakugo almost set my room on fire. That's so Raven. The darkness is forever ruined. IPOM. How? That's so Raven. Kaminari thought the darkness and void would protect him from Bakugo. That's so Raven. He was wrong. Midori dead. Kaken is probably stronger than the void itself. This nightmare of a school. 10:25 p.m. running on no sleep. You're paying for all the dorm damages this time. Yagi small worm running on no sleep. Bakugo blew up at least 2 rooms, if not including his own, while chasing Kaminari. Running on no sleep. I expect you to pay for all the damaged possessions. Small worm. Why do I have to pay for everything? Running on no sleep. It's like 99% likely your son's fault. Bakugo is like this today. Small worm. Isn't Bakugo always blowing everything up? Michael with AB. I'd like to think the listener has improved a bit. Small worm. Also young Midoriya isn't my son. Michael with AB. Oh yeah, Michael with AB. Totally not your son. Michael with AB. Could have fooled everyone. Sadistic sleeper. Sorry Yagi, but no one believes you. Sadistic sleeper. Every staff member knows the truth. You should stop hiding it. Michael with AB. Even if he isn't your son. Michael with AB. Which he totally is. Michael with AB. I bet you have papers sitting around somewhere. Small worm. He has a good mother to look after him. Small worm. No papers of any kind here. Running on no sleep. Running on no sleep. Beach. Why you lying? A totally normal class chat. 11:12 p.m. running on no sleep. Changed small worm's name to tall might. Running on no sleep. Changed Midoridead's name to small might. Tall might. Oh tall might. Aizawa, I trusted you. Small might. Oh no small might. Oh no WHY. A totally normal class chat. 5:01 a.m. Shoto. You can't deny it anymore. Midoriya Shoto. Everyone agrees that you're all might's love child. Small might. But him not. Small might. Why would I lie? Small might. Ask Kaken, he'll tell you the same. Bad explosion child. As much as I don't want to take part. Bad explosion child. I've never seen or heard of your dad before. Bad explosion child. It could be a total mystery. Shoto. Perfect for the retired number 1 hero. Small might. Kaken Froppy. To be fair, Yagi Sensei spends a lot of time with you. Creati. You've eaten lunch with him too, haven't you? Creati. You both also seem to know each other before UA. That's so Raven. Your room is like a shrine towards him. Kakashi. Not to mention that you both act very similar. Small might. But he's not my dad. Small might. We look nothing alike. 𝐿𝐴𝐵. I dunno dude. 𝐿𝐴𝐵. You could have just gotten lucky in the looks department to look so much like your mom. Small might. I came here to have a good time. Small might. And am honestly feeling so attacked right now. Small might. In my own home. Small might. I dedicate myself to praising All Might, and this is the thanks I get. SMH earplug. Don't keep denying it. Earplug. Don't think we don't have photos. Small might. Oh, another one bites the dust. Midori, you know I have likely a lot of blackmail that would really help with this theory. Another one bites the dust. I'm sure Todoroki would have a use for it. Small might. Oh no. Small might. 𝐔𝐻𝐿 please. Portable battery. Honestly. All Might would say yes to you when it comes to almost anything. Portable battery. You could probably murder us and get away with it. Shoto. All Might voice. That's my boy. Small might. 𝐴𝐻𝐿. Michael with AB. Oh listeners, you think Midoriya is bad. Michael with AB. Imagine what we have against dear old retired number 1 Tall Might. Yamada. Tall Might. Yamada no sadistic sleeper. He has the cutest photos of Midoriya on his phone. Sadistic sleeper. He also often calls him 𝐒𝐿𝐵 in person rather than Midoriya. Sadistic sleeper. He's so fond of him. 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Stop running on no sleep. Their training is really just them going for ice cream or something of the sort. Running on no sleep. Sent an image. 𝐒𝐿𝐵. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, how did you even get that small might? It's such a clear image. 2 WTF Shoto. See, you're totally a secret love child. Shoto, teachers don't do this regularly with their students. As 𝐆𝐻𝐼. Okay.
But Midori looks totally too cute in that photo as 𝐔𝐬. Anyone else want to sacrifice any more pureness? Emergency exit. Has sent 10 plus images. Small might. Ida, how did you get those? Small might. 𝐼 emergency exit. Emergency exit. No comment. 𝐒𝐿𝐵. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 has left the chat running on no sleep. Has added 𝐒𝐿𝐵 to the chat running on no sleep. If I can't escape from this hellish chat running on no sleep, you have to suffer with me. 𝐼𝐵. If he's not your dad, you two clearly have that bond. Midoriya 𝐼𝐵. Even the more oblivious ones see that WK. They do indeed shine very brightly. Anima, /Omega. It's hard to decide. Small might. Oh, not you two. It's hard to decide. But they're right. Cake Daddy. We've never even heard about this supposed actual dad. Cake Daddy. And if Bakugo is right, then you've never met him, right? 𝐿𝐵. Honestly, everyone is against you, it seems. 𝐿𝐵. Your quirk is also pretty similar to Yaga-sensei's. Small might. Friendship ended with all of you. It's hard to decide. Small might. Relationship machine broke. Small might. Katsuden is all I need. Shoto. So you'll even discard All Might. Shoto. Can he be my dad then? Small might. Shoto. Shoto. Oh Shoto. Wait, I can hear you running. Stop. 𝐿𝐵. Since when did Midoriya have a temper that's low-key explodo kill like bad explosion child? F off you purple prick. Shoto. It's okay, he's just trying to smother me with my pillow. Shoto. He's fighting for sensei's honor. Running on no sleep. Yagi, go stop your son. 𝐿𝐵. 𝐿𝐵. Okay 𝐿𝐵. You know what 𝐿𝐵. I'm gonna stop trying to convince you all otherwise. 𝐿𝐵. Can't believe I've been betrayed by my own students and colleagues. Shoto. For anyone wondering, Shoto, he totally came and just Shoto picked Midoriya up before somewhat carrying him out. Shoto, totally a love child. 2:37 p.m. Small might. You're made Yaga-sensei take my phone off me. Small might. And you're all in class, so I have no one to talk to. Small might. But, for he records. Small might. The school is hiring a therapist of sorts and everyone needs to take at least one session. Sadistic sleeper. I know Shota is going to make several of you schedule multiple. Sadistic sleeper. Have fun kiddo. Small might. Great. 4:59 p.m. Small might. Is it too late to leave myself in a ditch? Small might. Not being in class is so boring. 𝐿𝐵. I'm pretty sure the entire class will prevent that. My boy. Small might. Darn. Private message. Midoriya Izuku and Todoroki Shoto. 5:11 p.m. Todoroki Shoto. Midoriya, do you think I could come to your dorm room? Midoriya Izuku. Yeah. Is something up? Todoroki Shoto. You could say that. Todoroki Shoto. Just Todoroki Shoto. Endeavor tried to call me Midoriya Izuku. I thought you were starting to understand him a little more and give him somewhat of a chance to be a decent hero. Todoroki Shoto. I know Todoroki Shoto, but I just felt really off when he tried calling Todoroki Shoto. I didn't answer. Todoroki Shoto. I just need to get away and I don't know where else to go. Midoriya Izuku. I'll get the snacks and something to watch before you get here. Midoriya Izuku. I'll also make sure to tell a hero to keep out for now. Midoriya Izuku. I'm always here for support if you need me. Midoriya Izuku. Maybe you can talk to me about it more when you get here. Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki Shoto. Thanks Midoriya. I need it. Todoroki Shoto. You're a good friend. 5:20 p.m. So, what's up? Shoto had entered Izuku's room, confronted with the fact that his friend had indeed gotten snacks set up on the bed, and was seemingly waiting for him to join. The dual quirk user gently closed the door behind him, ensuring that no one would pass by and try to peek in. None of his other classmates knew the full extent of his problems with Endeavor, not like Izuku did, and that was only because he insisted on helping him with his problems all the time. Izuku was waiting for an answer as Shoto joined him on the bed, giving a slight shrug. Endeavor stuff, I guess. He managed to get out, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Luckily, it was one of the only things in this room that wasn't All Might themed. Well, you said that he tried to call you. You said he's been trying to be better, right? Izuku questioned, offering the other student something to eat as they spoke. But I guess after everything he put you and your mother through, It'd be impossible to just simply forgive and forget. 𝐿𝐿 nodded, although he kept silent, allowing Izuku to continue. Ever since his fight last year with that 𝐿𝐵 high-end they were calling it, I think. But ever since then, even I've noticed his change. He paused, before shaking his head. Although that still doesn't make him all right in my book. Yeah. He's come a long way from who he used to be. 𝐿𝐿 murmured quietly, allowing the thoughts of the old endeavor flash through his mind. He had to suppress a shudder. He's been leaving flowers for my mother. And according to Fuyumi, the doctors might soon let him actually visit her face to face, when she feels more up to it. We've all seen him start to change since that fight. But you don't know if you're ready for that yet. Izuku allowed his gaze to sweep over the posters hanging up over his room, before allowing himself to look at 𝐿𝐿 once more. That's understandable. You had to deal with what he did for years. I still don't feel safe around him, even now. But at the same time, I don't absolutely hate him anymore, not like I used to. Although my resentment is still there. He doesn't deserve you, or any of your family, for giving him. Izuku said. But willing to try is what makes you human, I guess. It makes you better in a sense, willing to look past it all. It's going to take a lot of time though. I feel like he'll still try to force me to become number one, to force myself down his path. Part of me feels like I should forget and hate him, that I shouldn't care about what he does. But I also care for him since we're family, and since our relationship has improved. To a degree. 𝐿𝐿 gave a big sigh. I don't want him to have control over me anymore. But
I don't want to force him completely out. Izuku was muttering to himself since 𝐿𝐿 had finished, leaving the other teen to watch quietly, still unsure how he could exactly break him out of it without startling him too much, but apparently he didn't need to, as Izuku jumped to his feet. I've got an idea that might work. He had declared, his green eyes settling once more on 𝐿𝐿. What if your care wasn't left in his hands, Todoroki? 𝐿𝐿 stared at him as if he'd grown another head. I don't think I'm following. What if, legally, you were signed under someone else, that someone else being your guardian, and you in their custody? Izuku clarified, stepping towards his desk. So you wouldn't have to fear Endeavor. You could decide to do things for yourself freely, without having to fear someone like him. He then went to dig his phone out of his pocket. It doesn't happen a lot freely. Usually there are court cases and a lot of money would be wasted. But if you express the fact that this is what's best for you, maybe Endeavor would allow it. I don't know if he would dash. Well, we could get some of the teachers here to vouch for you. The one for all user waved his hands about frantically as he spoke. We could get Yagi-sensei to say something. Even he can't deny the retired symbol of peace, right? 𝐿𝐿 was speechless, gaping at his friend like a goldfish before swallowing the lump in his throat. Why? Who would even? You're my friend Todoroki, of course I'd help in any way I could. And I know you don't feel safe with him all the time. Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder. You don't have to do this, especially since we are in the dorms. Aizawa-sensei is like a guardian while we're here anyways. It'd not like you see him much. But I figured something like this would help you put your mind at peace. And as for who? Maybe one of the teachers. Izuku mumbled a bit to himself. Or you could ask a parent, someone you're close to, maybe. 𝐿𝐿 studied Izuku's freckled face, noticing that it looked as if he wanted to say more, however, he kept quiet. This information was a bit to take in, if he was being honest. Would I have to change my name? As far as I know, you wouldn't have to unless you really wanted to. Almost like adoptions. Izuku said. All it really is someone being stated as your main carer until you're of age. Silence fell between the two of them, and seemed to go on for what seemed like hours, before 𝐿𝐿 finally spoke. I think I need to talk with my Endeavor, then. He stated, getting up on his feet. Could I, do the call in here? Izuku was nodding, and already making his way to the door, pausing briefly before he exited. Do you want me to let any of the teachers know you're considering it? All he got was a nod in return, before leaving 𝐿𝐿 to call the hero. I swear I'll help you in any way I can. Todoroki. It hadn't taken 𝐿𝐼 long at all. Izuku likes to think. Time felt as if it had passed in an instant, although he was sure it had felt like hours for his friend. In reality, checking the time, it had roughly been about 30 minutes since he had left the dual quirk user to contact his father. He had also gone to Aizawa Sensei of all the teachers, surprising. Not that he didn't trust someone like Toshinori, who had been his first choice, but he didn't want his mentor going and trying to stir something up with the current number 1 hero. And he knew he would, no matter how much the retired pro would deny it. Maybe Shoto was right. Toshinori certainly had the overprotective father instincts. Aizawa did too, for certain. After all, the Erasure hero had gone up against many villains to protect the class on several occasions. But Izuku also knew that he was more professional with this sort of thing. Even if he too would like to rip Endeavor a new one for any previous harm on a student, he wouldn't. Aizawa had been understanding. Or as understanding as he could get. It was hard to tell when your teacher always looked dead tired. But he had told Izuku to send Shoto to him once he had decided, and he fully intended on doing so. Hand on the doorknob, Izuku was prepared to turn it and open the door back to his room, only pausing when he heard a noise from within, one that he heard often from himself, being the crybaby he was. But he was unsure if he had ever heard Shoto sob before. Part of him wanted to throw the door open and comfort his friend. Surely this was HOD on him. But at the same time, he knew this was something Shoto had to do himself. Izuku also didn't want to interrupt him, soon hearing a voice from within. I can't. I think it'd be better for me this way. Shoto was a teen who showed little emotion around most other students, so hearing his voice break as he spoke those words was a new experience for Izuku. Something he would never wish upon his fellow hero in training. The silence seemed to draw on, but Izuku remained silent from his post outside, his hands clutching slightly at the sides of his shirt. Shoto could pull through this. He knew his friend was strong enough. He'd just be sure to be there as support, no matter what he chose. I think I already have someone in mind. Not like I can bother Fuyumi with it. A friend is talking to a teacher about it. He should be able to get the paperwork here and ready just for you to assign. Izuku was glad his friend had considered it. And what surprised him is that Endeavor was actually following through. Perhaps he had listened to his son's plight, and considered to do what was best for him in a time such as this. But that did raise a question. Who exactly did Shoto Todoroki have in mind to have his care placed into? Izuku didn't have the chance to ponder, as the door opened to reveal a red-eyed and tired-looking Shoto, his phone in his left hand. He didn't seem the least bit surprised that the one-for-all user had been waiting, or that he possibly heard anything. Thanks. Izuku only nodded, going to rest a hand on his shoulder. So you decided to give it a try. Aizawa Sensei is waiting for whenever you're ready. He should be able to make a few calls and get the paperwork. Since he'll be doing it through the school, hopefully it'll go through a lot quicker than usual. Shoto nodded, lifting his free hand to wipe his eyes before turning and walking down the hall, Izuku watching. The teen paused before reaching the elevator, pressing the button to open the doors. Do you think your mother would sign it, Midoriya? Wait. What? Izuku had spluttered on air. That was not the answer he had been expecting. Luckily for them, 𝐿𝐼 had already met his friends a few times, the Deka squad even more than he'd like to admit. His mother adored them all as if they were her own, anyway. I mean. Maybe. It was a weak response, but it had brought a light smile to the other's face as he stepped into the elevator. Izuku had meant it as a joke of sorts, that's how he had seen it. Too bad it was the complete opposite. 8:29 a.m. Are you sure this is something you fully want to go through with, Todoroki? The dual-haired teen cast a neutral gaze on his teacher, Aizawa Sensei, who was seated in front of him. The two had made their way to Nezu's office the next day, telling the rest of Class 2A where they would be and allowing Present MIC to start his English lesson early for the day. Neither knew how long this would take to get the paperwork dealt with. They were only waiting on one last individual to arrive, the one who would help this process move a lot easier for Todoroki. Yes, Sensei. Father eventually saw for himself that it would be better for me this way. Shoto answered, allowing his hands to cross loosely over his lap. He said he would be by sometime today for the paperwork he needs to sign. And Yagi will call Detective Tsukochi along, as well as some others of the police. Aizawa added, looking at his student. You won't be forced to speak with your father if you don't wish to, while he's here. No reply came from Shoto, and the student didn't realize that his teacher had gotten to his feet and made his way over, crouching in front of the teen and placing a hand on his shoulder. You deserve to feel safe, Shoto. Shoto's heterochromatic eyes met Aizawa's own dark ones, and he gave a stiff nod. Thank you, sensei. Both individuals looked up with the office door opened, Aizawa standing properly to welcome her inside, Shoto looking relieved that she had come along, despite knowing it had been likely, considering that her son was very much like her. Thank you for coming, Ms. Midoriya. A totally normal class chat 6:01 p.m. Shoto, so I have a new parental guardian. I guess Shoto, that's nice Uravity. Is that why you were missing from class all day? Uravity, did something happen? Shoto, my father and I came to an agreement. Shoto, he believes that for the sake of my health and education that I'm legally under someone else's care. Shoto, it hasn't been finalized yet, but it should be in effect soon. Emergency exit. I'm glad everything went smoothly for you, Todoroki. Portable battery, your dad her portable battery, anything to do with why Midoriya kept making passive-aggressive comments about him. Small Might, how could you out me like this? Kaminari. Shoto, I won't say he's wrong running on no sleep. I was going to make this an announcement during homeroom tomorrow, but I'll put this here as well. Running on no sleep. If anyone here has problems, if it be family or not, please let one of us know. Running on no sleep. As your teachers, it's in our best interest to make sure you all feel safe. Shoto, I'm now under the legal care of Midoriya's mother. Shoto, but since I'm not getting a last name change, you can all still call me Todoroki. Bad Explosion Child. I'll call you whatever I want. Isehot. Shoto, Shoto, perhaps I am not the only one with problems at home. Bad Explosion Child. I'll thing end you. Isehot. Shoto, sure you will. Bakugu. Shoto, sure. Running on no sleep. I don't want any of you starting fights. Running on no sleep. If you want to fight, save it for any sparring sessions. Running on no sleep. The two of you will just destroy everything. Emergency exit. I will not allow either of you to possibly harm your classmates. If you must fight, please do so outside. Small Might, and there goes Ida, getting a Kaken explosion very close to the face. Small Might, do I need to go get Recovery Girl? Shoto, he's fine. Shoto, besides, I think Recovery Girl is gonna lose it if you try to take one step inside the infirmary, even if it isn't for you. Small Might, just because it's true doesn't mean you should say it. 9:59 p.m. Shoto at Small Might. Shoto, if your mother is, by law, my guardian parent. Shoto, does that mean All Might is too, since is obviously your dad? Small Might, Todoroki. Small Might, Yuki, it's hard to decide. You broke him. Todoroki, it's hard to decide. He's lying on the floor sobbing. It's hard to decide. What do I do? Bad Explosion Child, let me throw him out a window. It's hard to decide. No, a totally normal class chat 2:33 a.m. Small Might, I'm off house arrest finally. Small Might, now I'll finally be able to take notes on all the overseas heroes everyone is learning about. Small Might, I really want to know more about the Spitter. Apparently he's an underground pro like Aizawa sensei. Small Might, so none of his personal information is really out anywhere. Running on no sleep. Midoriya, I swear to All Might, go to sleep. Running on no sleep, or you'll be on more house arrest. Running on no sleep. Don't test me. Small Might, suddenly I can't read. Running on no sleep. Midway 6:29 a.m. That's so Raven. I just like to say that's so Raven, before anyone screams at me. That's so Raven. My bad. WK, Tokoyami Nani the F. That's so Raven. Dark Shadow sometimes likes to screech early in the morning. That's so Raven. I think this time Midoriya joined in Insomnicat. So did I. Insomnicat, this class is so wild. Insomnicat, I already love it. Bad Explosion Child, too bad the feeling isn't neutral. Insomnicat, well I guess it's even worse that no one listens to a child with a trigger temper. Bad Explosion Child, running on no sleep, can't we have one normal morning with nothing or no one being exploded? Asuzu, that's too much to ask of us sensei. Asuzu, besides, if Bakugo wasn't exploding anything it wouldn't be normal. Running on no sleep, I hate it that you're right. 11:05 a.m. another one bites the dust. I can't believe he just got off house arrest. Another one bites the dust. And Midoriya is already in trouble again. Cake Daddy, that and the walls to both Class 2A and 2B have been destroyed. Cake Daddy, what even happened? Cello Tape, Doesn't 2B have a guy with a copy 𝐭𝐴 tape? Apparently he copied Midoriya's. 𝐿𝐼𝐶, 𝐂𝐸𝐽 isn't the sharpest tool in the shed portable battery. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 wheezing earplug. Monoma is 𝐂𝐸𝐽. How did we not see this before now? Earplug. But wait, so he copied Midoriya's and just let it off inside. 𝐿𝐼𝐶, apparently he was sprouting something about his quirk not being that hard to control 𝐿𝐼𝐶, and that he'd be a natural 𝐿𝐼𝐶, so being the idiot he is 𝐿𝐼𝐶, he let off a punch 𝐿𝐼𝐶, and it kinda broke all the windows and almost every wall, and we all almost went flying because of him. Shoto, his arms looked destroyed. Shoto, boneless. 𝐒𝐸𝐽𝐽. Is Deku going to get in trouble? 𝐻𝐸𝐽, but it isn't his fault. All Might, worry not, Nezu just wanted to talk to him. All Might, I however cannot say if young Monoma will get punished or not. Bad explosion child. 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽 can go rot. Bad explosion child. So can Deku. Shoto, why do most of your comebacks revolve around Midoriya? Shoto, sounds like someone might be just a tad jealous. Bad explosion child. F off. 𝐼𝐶 5:47 p.m. Small Might. Good news is that him not getting in trouble. Small Might. Bad news is that 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽 isn't he either. 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐽. Honestly, he had it coming. 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐽, he needs to stop being so hostile towards us. 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐽, he doesn't see how much work we put into this. 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐽, especially you with your quirk. Emergency exit. It is a relief that you no longer break your bones every time you use it. Emergency exit. Seeing what happened to Monoma was surprising. What you had to deal with. 𝐼𝐵. Speaking of dealing with that quirk, 𝐼𝐵, did your bones always break when you were a child? Kakashi, I have to agree. How did you not lose your arms? Creati, I can't imagine having to deal with all those broken bones as a young child. Small Might, well, I was a late bloomer. Small Might, I guess my quirk was too much for my body. Small Might, it didn't come in until just before the entrance exam. Small Might, that's why I had such a huge drawback. Froppy, so before that you couldn't use your quirk. Small Might, pretty much. Small Might, essentially I was quirkless until then. Small Might, everyone thought I was bad explosion child. He was a shitty nobody. It's hard to decide. Baku bro, it's hard to decide. Did you go after him for not having his quirk? Bad explosion child, so what if I did? Bad explosion child, doesn't really matter. Small Might, doesn't matter. Small Might, that's rich coming from you. Small Might, you always did think you were better than everyone else. Bad explosion child, excuse me. Bad explosion child, when did you grow a pair? Deku. Small Might, I didn't. Small Might, I just grew up unlike someone I could name. Bad explosion child, you know what? Bad explosion child, you're real pathetic. Emergency exit, I think we should all just calm down. Emergency exit, no need to get hostile. Small Might, I can't help it when it's the one person who made me feel worse than worthless for most of my life. Small Might, kinda hard to ignore that and not be angry. Small Might, especially since that one person was my only friend and wouldn't let anyone else get close enough. Bad explosion child. Ha. Bad explosion child, as if we were ever friends. All Might, young Ida is right. Perhaps the two of you can talk without in person with a teacher to mediate. Small Might, right? Kaken didn't have friends. Small Might, he treats everyone poorly. Small Might, no one would want you as a proper friend. Small Might, are you even capable of anything other than anger? Small Might, or do you always want to murder someone or something? Bad explosion child, it's better than being a little quirkless shitrag like you. Deku. Bad explosion child, you might have a quirk now, but you're still the same shitty crybaby you've always been. Bad explosion child, it's a surprise you've got friends. They must be as worthless as you. It's hard to decide. Bakugo. Bad explosion child, you should have just taken my advice from third year high school. Deku. Bad explosion child, because I can make your life much more of a living hell. Bad explosion child, you don't think deserve anything, you little sht. Small Might, Small Might has left the chat. 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐽, Bakugo. What the f? Shoto, Bakugo. Shoto, what advice was he talking about? Bad explosion child, doesn't concern you. 𝐼𝐶 running on no sleep. Bakugo, what advice did you give Midoriya running on no sleep? That wasn't a normal outburst. Running on no sleep, don't think you'll just walk away from this one. Bad explosion child. Bad explosion child, before his quirk showed I told him to take a dive off the school roof if he wanted a quirk so badly. Bad explosion child. The happy 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐽, emergency exit. 𝐿𝐼𝐶, Shoto, it's hard to decide. Bakugo. What the f? A totally normal class chat. 6 p.m. Bad explosion child, Deku needed to learn his place. Bad explosion child, I don't see what the problem is. 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐽, don't see the problem. 𝐻𝐸𝐽�, don't see the problem. 𝐻𝐸𝐽�, You know, so many of Deku's habits make so much sense. 𝐻𝐸𝐺, and I thought you were such an but to him before. Bad explosion child. Excuse me, emergency exit. This is deplorable behavior Bakugo. Emergency exit. This isn't how a future pro hero would treat anyone, weak or not. Froppy, he did seem rather frightened of Bakugo when we started last year Froppy, now. Everything is just piecing itself together Shoto, you honestly can't think that anything you said was right Shoto, and you've been telling him this type of stuff for most of the time you've known each other. Shoto, that's abuse Bakugo, I'd know Shoto, you've done this for most of his life bad explosion child, get off. My back you FS bad explosion child, of course you'd be on Deku's side portable battery. Honestly Bakugo portable battery, I'm not the smartest but even I know that it's wrong Creati, I think we're all completely speechless. Bad explosion child, he was a fin weakling, thinking he could be a hero. Insomnicat, newsflash, Explodo boy Insomnicat, he's saved more people than you Insomnicat, that automatically makes him a better hero than you bad explosion child. You absolute shitrag bad explosion child. You better hope I don't come over there and explode your face off 𝐻𝐸𝐺, it's behavior like that. 𝐻𝐸𝐺, a hero doesn't act like that. It's hard to decide. I knew you were brash Bakugo it's hard to decide. But this. It's hard to decide. It's hard to decide. I can't do this it's hard to decide has left the chat this nightmare of a school 6:03 p.m. running on no sleep. Yagi I know what you're planning running on no sleep. Don't try going for Midoriya running on no sleep, leave him alone for now Michael with AB, Shota. Michael with AB, wouldn't it be safer to make sure Midoriya wasn't planning to do anything? Running on no sleep, he's a problem child, but I doubt he could do anything without someone seeing him running on no sleep. We'll deal with him tomorrow running on no sleep. I think for now he needs to be surrounded by people who appreciate him and won't hound him running on no sleep. He has his friends and Kirishima, the kid isn't stupid running on no sleep. They'll stop him from doing anything All Might. Can we afford to wait until tomorrow All Might? Things could get worse running on no sleep. They could, but if you go and ask him all these questions you'll just overwhelm him running on no sleep. That's the last thing he needs right now sadistic sleeper. I knew Bakugo had an attitude sadistic sleeper, but I didn't think his relationship with Midoriya was that bad All Might. It's distressing running on no sleep. I know you want to comfort him but you can do that tomorrow running on no sleep. As for Bakugo, I will need to bring this to Nezu's attention running on no sleep. Tonight, the two should just be left to gather their thoughts on what happened running on no sleep. No doubt Midoriya has his friends worrying around him running on no sleep, and I'll make sure to keep extra watch tonight in case he, or Bakugo, attempt something sadistic sleeper. I agree with Shota sadistic sleeper. It's upsetting, to say the least, that something like this slipped past us sadistic sleeper, but we won't be helping by surrounding the kid right now sadistic sleeper. He'll be alright, Yagi All Might, alright, fine road work ahead. Yeah I sure hope it does Deku Squad 6:31 p.m. 𝐻𝐸𝐺 at Small Might are you okay Deku? 𝐻𝐸𝐺, do you need any of us to come to you? Small Might, eyes here Small Might, so's Shoto and Shinsu 𝐻𝐸𝐺. I hope you don't believe a word of what Bakugo said Deku 𝐻𝐸𝐺, he's so wrong Small Might, I mean Small Might, not entirely WK, non, Bakugo is just being a beach WK, everyone here thinks you're a wonderful, aspiring hero WK, one who shines brighter than the rest of us Kakashi. Shinsu wasn't lying when he said you've saved more people Kakashi, you're always throwing yourself into other people's problems to help them Kakashi, you want to save them, even if they don't want to be saved that's so Raven, even when we wish to be left behind, you come through that's so Raven, like how you came up with the plan to save me from Dark Shadow, last year during the training camp that's so Raven, I wanted you to go ahead and save Bakugo yourselves that's so Raven, but you're the one who came up with how to save me too, Midoriya emergency exit. You don't give yourself enough credit for the things you do Midoriya. Emergency exit. I've told myself that I need to protect you, but even when you're in the middle of everything, you manage to protect yourself and everyone around you. Emergency exit, but you take too much onto your shoulders, and we want to help you. Small Might, guys. Froppy, I'm sure Kirishima could go on and on about you without having to send any messages, but you're one of the brightest, bubbly people in the class Froppy. You're one of the people who bring the rest of us together, despite always somehow getting in the middle of every major thing that happens Froppy. we all appreciate you, it doesn't matter what Bakugu says Small Might, I don't think I could ever follow through with that advice he gave me Small Might. I'll admit, sure, it crossed my mind. When he said it, he had been bullying me for most of my life and I thought I had finally hit the bottom Small Might, but I couldn't do that to my mom, and my dream to be a hero was too strong Insomnicat, but that also means it still didn't hurt, right? Small Might, yeah it hurt a lot Small Might, still does, even after everything he's done Shoto, that's understandable Shoto, but no matter what happens now, we'll all be standing with you, our entire class Shoto, you won't need to shoulder this alone Shoto. I'm sure Aizawa and Yagi-sensei will also be there for you Shoto, and your mom, never forget that it's hard to decide, no one deserves to go through that, Aizu it's hard to decide. I can see you about to start crying it's hard to decide, but everyone here loves and supports you it's hard to decide, and I'm sorry I didn't notice more about what happened between you and Bakugu Uravity, it must be hard for you too Kirishima Uravity, you two were close it's hard to decide, yeah well it's hard to decide. I don't know how I'll be able to look at him anymore it's hard to decide, even if it wasn't recent. To think Bakugu would swoop that low and instigate suicide. Uravity, well, you're welcome to join us when we go talk to him Small Might, guys. Insomnicat, let us do this, Midoriya Insomnicat, we all know you've gotten better at standing up for yourself emergency exit, but we're doing this, Midoriya emergency exit, as your friends. We can't just sit idly by and let Bakugu get away with this, even if the teachers are gonna talk to him too Small Might. I don't know what to say Uravity, you don't need to say anything. Deku. Love Uravity, we're here for you Uravity, that's what the Deku squad is for Small Might, thanks guys, love 7:05 AM Bakugu should have figured that he wouldn't be getting away lightly, not after what he pulled with Midoriya. He should have figured that Deku's little squad would ruin his day for him. He should have. But sometimes Katsuki Bakugu didn't use his head, despite being one of the smartest kids in class. He hadn't done much, just woken up in the morning, like always, and remembered the night previously, and what had transpired. He knew that the teachers, likely Aizawa, would come collect him at some point to speak. He wasn't stupid enough to think he'd get away freely. But that didn't mean he was looking forward to it. The explosive teen had gone downstairs, intending on grabbing some water and heading back up to his dorm, not wanting to stay around any extras that were awake, which honestly was uncommon. Most of his classmates would stay in their own rooms for another hour or so. That was their regular schedule, anyway, from what he knew. Bakugu had seen a small gathering in the common room upon exiting the elevator, and quietly had made his way to the kitchen, not wanting the temptation of exploding anyone this early in the morning. But it seemed as if fate wasn't on his side. He had ignored the angry glares sent his way as he grabbed a glass and filled it with water from the tap, and had ignored the sound of angry footsteps, all up until they came from behind. Bakugu set down his glass before turning. F off you shitty dash. He wasn't able to finish his sentence as Uraraka, round face, as he called her, socked him right in the jaw. It certainly took him by surprise, causing his to stumble back into the support of one of the benches. The brown-haired girl glared up at him with what he assumed to be a pit of pure hatred. What the F? Bakugu hissed, holding a hand to his jaw and ready to retaliate, only just managing to rein his fist back. You got something to say, huh? He ignored the scrambling of classmates coming to find out what happened, with the zero-gravity user narrowing her eyes even further, a hint of hurt showing in her gaze. You're a real PP, you know that, Bakugu. What did Deku ever do to deserve those words? What the F does it matter to you, round face? Oh wait, it doesn't. Bakugu snaps, but Uraraka jabs a finger on his chest. He's my best friend, of course it matters. He doesn't deserve to have someone like you talking down on him. She spits back. Suddenly, even more of Deku's squad have gathered to back her up, Ida and Todoroki, Shinsu and Tsuyu, even the more unknown members like Ima, Yorozu, and even Tokoyami and Shoji had tagged along, all having varying expressions set on their faces. Oh, so this is an intervention, is it? Bakugu snarks. Want me to regret what I said? Well, tough SHT, you bunch of extras. Perhaps a part of his did regret throwing those words, not that he would admit it. Your behavior is deplorable. Ida insists, chopping the air with his hand movements. You can't talk to a fellow classmate like that. You always seem to pick on him the most. We might know what went between the two of you before UA. But know that we will no longer stand by. Todoroki had spoken up, his gaze holding a coldness that had once been directed to his father. Perhaps we should have stepped in last year. But now we do. Bakugo, you can't tell us that what you said isn't wrong. Yorozu seems to be the least angry of the group, but was still firm in her tone. No person ever deserves that said to them. He was a quirkless, weak little SHT. You can't stand there when you barely even know the wimp. Bakugo snarls, and Shinsu, who had a hand calmly resting on the back of his neck, rose an eyebrow. Was he weak, or perhaps was he stronger than you, and you wanted to put him down? The purple-haired teen drawled. You have an superiority complex, Bakugo. But newsflash, you aren't the strongest nor the best. You weren't even a good hero before this. He mutters. Midoriya always on-upped you in everything, didn't he? You were scared, so you wanted to put him down. Shut up, shitrag. Bakugo hisses, eyes darting between the group. Some decide to keep quiet during the exchange, but it didn't make their expressions any less harmful. The tension was tight enough to slice through with a warm butter knife. You don't know a demon thing dash, we know enough by the way you treat him. Tsuyu chips in. Sure, he can protect himself. But as his, we let this go on too far. You haven't only hurt him, but us, too. Bakugo only snarls, picking up his glass before shouldering his way through the group, none of them attempting to stop him just yet. And I give no fs about that, you can rot for all I care. He snaps. Deku would have been doing everyone a favor if he just listened. The sound of a fist against flesh and shattering glass was heard next. Bakugo sprawled on the ground, wheezing and a hand held to his neck. Ida's glasses flashed, his fist raised and a snarl etched on his face. The only thing holding his back was Todoroki, who saw it coming a bit earlier than the rest. A throat punch. Whoa Ida, calm down. It was the shock that escaped the rest of the squad, turning their attention to the class president as he glared at Bakugo. He's already been close to death enough times without you wishing it upon him. Ida hissed in a strained voice. I won't let you insult someone who I consider to be close like a brother to me, Bakugo. The explosive quirked user didn't stay around, only glaring in his direction and biting back an insult before he clambered to his feet and left, not sparing a second glance at the group. Coming down from his room had been a mistake. Getting back was no better, he had bumped into Kirishima on the way. The redhead spared him no smile, no fist bump, not even a cheerful hello. For once, his gaze was cold as he stared at Bakugo, causing the blonde's breath to catch in his throat. No friendly words were exchanged, only a glare which unwilling broke something inside of Bakugo. Kirishima he didn't listen, only staring at the ground before walking off, ignoring him. Bakugo was hopeless as he stared at his retreating back, no doubt going back to Midoriya. He'd fed up, hadn't he? 1:30 p.m., so, I'm sure you both know why we're all gathered here. Katsuki had to resist the temptation of rolling his eyes at the principal's chipper voice. He didn't want to be here, although left with no choice. That DMN nerd was seated in a separate chair beside him, twiddling with his hands absent-mindedly while their sensei stood by the principal's desk, looking as if he could drop dead for a few months. The blonde saw no issue with what had transpired between him and the other teen. He knew well that Deku wasn't stupid to actually consider his advice of all things. He acknowledged the other as strong, although he'd never openly admit it. Perhaps that's what set him off about Deku among other things. Perhaps that's why Katsuki had the need to always try and belittle or beat him down. I'm sure you're both well aware of what happened was wrong. Aizawa's voice broke through the teen's thoughts, turning his gaze back to their homeroom teacher. Especially when it comes to you, Bakugo. Katsuki gave a snort at that, tilting his head up slightly as if he didn't have a care in the world. Maybe, maybe not, he mutters. I don't see why it matters now, sensei. It happened in the past, where it should stay. Aizawa could only sigh and pinch the bridge of his nose, before looking towards Nezu, who gestured slightly with a paw. Perhaps it was in the past, Bakugo. But that doesn't mean it doesn't affect the present, or the future. The white creature insists, lifting up a cup of tea. While the saying goes, action speaks louder than words, Perhaps the opposite is also true, in certain cases. Regardless, you are right to say that this happened in the past. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 adds before either of the students can speak. But that also doesn't mean we can't do anything about it now, especially if you know what you did was wrong. He paused, before turning his attention to Midoriya. Now, we already have a punishment in mind for Bakugo here. But several of the teachers and myself have decided that, if you feel up to it, you should tell us as much as you can about Bakugo's behavior regarding yourself. He says, this will help us understand the situation more. Of course, that is why I insisted that only Aizawa and myself listen, as to not overwhelm you with more teachers. Midoriya figured that he would be able to get out of it, not wanting to expose how weak he had once been. But he was glad it was only 𝐒𝐻𝐿 and Aizawa. They both knew of his connection to All Might, as well as his quirk, just like Bakugo. He wouldn't have to lie about anything. So he told them about how he and Bakugo had once been friends, perhaps something close when they were young. But things changed when Bakugo's quirk manifested, and his own didn't, when Bakugo was considered to be in a higher class than his own. Being quirkless in its own wasn't bad, but when the teasing and name-calling turned physical as they grew older, it began to feel like a never-ending cycle of being beat down again and again. Quirks created injury upon injury, many of which Izuku learned to hide from his mother as time went on. He was looked at like the plague, many not wanting to catch his quirklessness. Any who did try to befriend the boy. It was often left up to Bakugo and his friends to beat them down themselves, to make them see how wrong they were. To make them see how worthless Deku was. Like he was nothing. Hearing it come from the mouth of the other student, Bakugo tells himself that he hardly remembers half the things that occurred, that he wasn't as bad as Deku made him out to be. But as he told the principal and their teacher more and more, he begins to doubt himself, doubt that he wasn't really that bad. Why did it sound so much worse coming out of someone else? Why did he sound so much like a villain? Tense silence fell once Izuku had finished his story, ending it off with the fight the two had the previous year, when All Might had retired, likely to try and convey that Katsuki wasn't as bad as before. That his emotions must have just gotten the better of him. Katsuki swore he heard Aizawa swear under his breath about the problem children, his eyes closed in thought. But it seemed he was going to allow for 𝐒𝐻𝐿 to speak first. I do believe that someone should have intervened much earlier, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said, placing his cup down. This is an extremely big issue. But not one that we at you can't handle. Bakugo will be getting an according punishment for this, one that Aizawa here has already discussed with his parents. Katsuki sharply met the principal's gaze, about to growl out a response before Aizawa gave him a look that reminded him of a dark storm brewing. He bit his tongue, biding his time. Midoriya, I do believe this is all you'll be needed for. You'll be required to attend counseling lessons with Hound Dog weekly, preferably after classes on Mondays. I'd also prefer that you speak to a teacher outside of class issues at least once a week as well. Tell them how your day is, any troubles you might be having, things like that. I'd suggest Yagi for this, given how close the two of you are as being mentor and protege. Katsuki noticed that Aizawa didn't look the least surprised, so he must know about the shared quirk, then. Ah. All right. Midoriya rose from his chair when it was clear he was dismissed, although 𝐒𝐻𝐿 spoke up once more. Now off you go. If I remember correctly, the very same Yagi came and got permission for you and your friends to go off campus for the day. He'll be scouting you, of course. I believe young 𝐒𝐿 will also be tagging along. Izuku brightened up at that, while Aizawa sent a questioning gaze towards the principal. That was the first time he had heard of this. Although he didn't voice the question until the green-haired student had left the room, leaving just the three of them. I heard what happened between young Midoriya's friends and Bakugo earlier. I figured it would give them all a chance to cool down. Several heroes will be on standby in case something happens, although seeing as most of them have their provisional licenses, I doubt they'll come across anything they can't handle. The principal provided, before he looked back at Bakugo. Another silence washed over them. Now, Bakugo. I'll inform you first off that you will not be expelled despite previous behavior. Many students had been left off for less. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 swished his tea with a spoon thoughtfully. But Aizawa here is certain that despite that, you still have much potential. That's right, We both also know you have improved in leaps since attending UA. It would be damaging to yourself if I were to expel you, no matter how much trouble you might cause. Aizawa sighs. I believed that it would help with your personality as well as your quirk. And it has. But not at the rate it should. Now with all this that has come up with Midoriya, I'm not sure if you two should be kept in the same class. He gazed quickly to Nezu, before looking back at his student. Now Bakugo, I want to ask you a question. Does a hero look down on the weak, on people who need help? Ha! No. Katsuki snorts, but seemed to realize where his teacher was going. So why did you act like that towards Midoriya, who at the time, was a boy who wanted to be your friend? The effort was quirkless. Katsuki snaps, his hands warming up. It's nothing new for them. Besides, I knew Deku wouldn't really listen to me. The DMN idiot is stubborn like that, he doesn't do what is told. He grovels. That doesn't matter. Aizawa continues. Think of it this way, you want to be number one. But does a hero instigate suicide? Is that something any of us here would do? Is that something that All Might would do? Katsuki faltered, but his teacher continued, tired as ever. Heroes don't act like that. I'm honestly surprised that Midoriya wasn't steered onto the wrong path with everything he went through. It certainly explains a lot of his behavior from last year, as well as yours, now that we know what really happened between the two of you. I believe that it's unhealthy to let it continue during class, and so you will both be removed from each other's company. The underground pro sighed, closing his eyes before leaning back. You've been moved down to general studies. Katsuki nearly popped a vein at that. What the F? You can't do that. I clearly just did. Aizawa shakes his head. Look, Bakugo. I'm not doubting you, you're an extremely skilled student, and one of the students in my class closest to a decent pro. But this needs to change, you can't be rewarded for your attitude and past actions. You need to see what you've done is wrong. If you see things from a more outside perspective, perhaps you will understand more. It'll also give you time to reflect and think on yourself. Katsuki was speechless. His hero career. All because of that demon Deku. You'll have chances to be allowed back into the hero course, the earliest being the next sports festival. Nezu added in. But we'll have to see improvements from you before we decide on that. You'll be required to do weekly counseling sessions every Tuesday and Friday after classes. You'll also have to make progress with Midoriya in a form of an apology of sorts. While it won't fix your relationship, it'll put you both well on the path. He then smiles. You'll also have to tell your parents on exactly why you got moved down. We didn't tell them as we didn't have the full story, and I'm sure they are quite curious. Not to worry, Midoriya's mother will also know of what transpired, and will help you deal with any backlash as best we can. I can help you move your belongings to the general studies dorms whenever you need me to, but you'll be required to be fully moved there by the end of the weekend. Any teacher can butts you. I'm sure I don't need to tell you twice, but I know about you knowing the secret that Midoriya and Yagi know. We'd much prefer if it stayed that way, despite how you might be feeling. Katsuki knew there was no way to fight back, no way to make them see. He had to accept this, he had no choice, unless he wanted to leave the school. But he couldn't. He accepts his fate quietly. 2:03 p.m. A totally normal class chat running on no sleep has kicked bad explosion child running on no sleep. Right you little sh just running on no sleep. I'm only saying this once since I really just want to take a fin nap for the rest of the day running on no sleep. Bakugo was demoted to general studies for now, and will be required to go to therapy as will Midoriya running on no sleep. Until he can prove his changed and until he can at least start on the path of apologizing, and acting how a hero should running on no sleep, he won't be allowed back, and no one will be taking his seat for now running on no sleep. Despite this, any of you who wish to keep in contact with him are allowed running on no sleep. He still has potential, and I don't want any of you holding this over him. Got it? Michael with AB has changed running on no sleeps to Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. Michael with AB, oh Aizawa. More like Daidazawa, Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. Hisashi am about this close to beating your but Michael with AB, we're in the same room. Michael with AB, your fingers are touching. Aizawa. More like Daidazawa, exactly. Michael with AB, 𝐒𝐻 insomnicat. oh my fing god he fing dead insomnicat, and Bakubitch is Bakugon portable battery, isn't being moved down a bit portable battery, harsh. Portable battery, I might be a bit biased since I was close to Bakugo along with some others. Portable battery, not that he didn't do something terrible. Portable battery, but I dunno as SHI2, I mean, same. As of you, sure, he was a huge PP froppy, it was probably for the sake of Bakugo getting a different viewpoint froppy, maybe not being around Midoriya and the rest of us will clear his mind a bit and he'll be able to think more on what he did froppy, also he'll have to work harder to get back in froppy. If anything, I think it's justified IPOM, maybe if he's for once able to take a step back IPOM, he can comprehend the severity of it and come to terms with it on his own IPOM. Besides, there's no reason you guys part of his group can still be friends cello tape. You're right cello tape. I think it's gonna be a lot harder for Kiri though Shoto, honestly. To be expected Shoto. Speaking of which Shoto has added it's hard to decide and small mic to the chat Shoto. It'd probably do you both good to read up at what Aizawa sensei said Shoto, and before you argue Izuku Shoto, he deserves it cello tape, first name basis. Shoto, after last night we decided to Shoto, especially since I'm under his mother's care. Shoto, it feels right for me in a way Shoto, the whole Deku squad is low-key doing it though earplug, where are you guys anyway? It's hard to decide, we all decided to take Aizu out to relax after everything that happened it's hard to decide. I don't think he got a lot of sleep last night it's hard to decide, and we just wanted to spend some time as a group. It's hard to decide, we brought Eri along too, and All Might is keeping watch as Eri is that little girl you guys saved right last year. As tell her the rest of us say hi. It's hard to decide, I will. 2:30 p.m. Can we get some candy apples, Deku? Hee. I don't know if any place sells them around here, eh? The so-called Deku squad had found themselves at Dagobah Municipal Beach Park, the place where Izuku had trained for 10 grueling months to get his body in shape, to be in the position to receive one for all. He hadn't intended on leading the group here. It just happened. Wow, so you really cleared this whole place up. It'd appealing. Ochako exclaimed, skipping slightly ahead of the group with a grin on her face. Who would want to dirty it in the first place? Kiro, sometimes people don't exactly care about the environment. But you did a good job, Izuku. Tsuyu spoke to the other greenhead, causing his cheeks to flush slightly in embarrassment. It wasn't too much trouble. A small lie, most of it had been hell, after all. After all, imagine how much more trash would be here if I hadn't. A lot more people are finally coming here to enjoy it, too. The group chatted among themselves, going off in pairs to admire the sea or to see if they could find any treasures, which also included making sure Tokoyami didn't find anything too shiny for his hoard. Izuku didn't wander too far from Toshinori, content to just sit about and admire the view while also keeping an eye on Eri as the child wriggled her toes in the sand. Something she had never experienced before. It got his mind off what had happened the previous day. But once Toshinori sat beside him, he knew it wouldn't be like that for long. Are you alright, my boy? It was a simple sentence, a question he should be able to answer. But Izuku's mind went blank. Was he alright? I don't know. It seemed as if Toshinori was waiting for Izuku to continue, so he did. I mean, I know what Kaken did was wrong, and maybe he does deserve to not be a hero. But part of me thinks that he's changed since coming to you. Since he's made friends with a hero and the others. He'd deny it, but they brought out the best in him, I suppose. Izuku said. It hurts what he said, and I don't think I could forget it for a long time, especially since he seemed to actually mean it. I thought we could be on the track to becoming friends. He trailed off, before sighing. Is it bad that I want to be his friend still, even after everything? That I want to forgive him despite what he's done? According to EI, he kinda helped him out. I don't want their friendship to be ruined because of me. I think it makes you very much a human. Toshinori said, lifting a hand to rest it gently in his black and green hair. You're a very forgiving person, Izuku. I think it's in your nature that you wish to forgive him, even if others believe that he doesn't deserve it. You've seen his growth the most since out of everyone, you've known him the longest. While I don't believe his actions were right, not by a long shot, I believe Bakugo still has a chance to redeem himself. Hopefully he takes that chance. The retired hero lifted his gaze to the sky. I think that deep down, a part of him still wishes to be your friend, and to be on better terms. It just depends on him to act on it. And those two, I'm sure, can sort through their own problems, my boy. No need to blame yourself. Toshinori didn't have to look back at his apprentice to see the tears starting to gather in his eyes, forever the sensitive hero in training. He only gave a chuckle. Come on, what did I tell you about those leaky eyes? You'll get dehydrated. A wet laugh escaped the teen, the two not noticing that the rest of the students were watching from a distance. A knowing glint entered the eyes of a certain half-and-half teen. Pay up, all of you. I told you he was Izuku's dad. I told you it wasn't like that, Shoto. 7:13 p.m. Shoto. The beach was nice, Shoto. Also Shoto, sent an image, Shoto, a dad comforting his crying son, Shoto. Pay up, beach is another one bites the dust. Ah, too cute, small mite. Shoto, you traitor, small mite. I thought we were supposed to stick together. Tall mite, Midoriya isn't my son. Shoto, could have fooled us, Shoto. You called him by his first name after all, Tall mite. Tall mite, F small mite. Do you really want to play this game, Shoto, small mite? 𝐬𝐬𝐽, it's okay, Deku. We won't tell anyone he's your dad. Emergency exit. I must say, seeing such fatherly affection is a good thing. Emergency exit. Nothing to be ashamed of. That's so Raven. The darkest depths of my empty soul were brightened for the mere moments I experienced that moment, Insomnicat. What's the worst you can do, small mite, Insomnicat? Move all our belongings a few inches this time, small mite. Small mite, that isn't the only photo that was taken at the beach, small mite. Don't think any of you are slick, small mite. Cake daddy, ominous. Shoto, sent an image, Shoto. Soft Izuku with Eri, Shoto. Try me, beach, small mite. Sent an image, small mite, eyeing. Hitoshi's assets I see, Shoto, are what the F's UK, small mite. Sent an image, small mite. You aren't slick, lover boy, Shoto. I have so much regret he can see this, Shoto. Goodbye world, 𝐬𝐬𝐽. I can't believe you killed him, Deku. / small mite, sent an image, 𝐬𝐬𝐽. How did you cat of me and TSU mid sneeze, small mite? Wouldn't you like the no, small mite? Sent an image, small mite, my last one to share. For now, Creati, emergency exit, Izuku, emergency exit. Had it not been for the laws of this land, I would have slaughtered you, small mite. I will embrace this fate with open arms, tenure, small mite. Everyone saw you go off and sit by the water with Momo, small mite. It's a very peaceful photo, it's hard to decide. Shotobro is still broken, it's hard to decide. Aizu, why Shoto? My gay heart can't handle this, Shoto. At least he went and passed out to nap when we got back, small mite. Fun. Fact, small mite, he's been lurking in the chat, Shoto. Arfwishin Izuku, Shoto. He KNOWS, Shoto. I can't do this, small mite. Then perish, small mite. Or you know, small mite, come talk to him like a regular person, Shoto. Biabi, I'm gonna go jump off a building, Insomnicat. I'll come catch you, Shoto. Hey, small mite, sent an image, small mite. Shoto isn't the only one, Insomnicat. 𝐼ZUKU, this nightmare of a school, 8 p.m. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. These kids are going to be the thing end of me, Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Midoriya went and not only killed Todoroki but Hitoshi too. Michael with AB, someone is concerned for his kiddos. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. You stop that right now, Tall Mite. Surely it mustn't be that bad in the dorms. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. I can hear Todoroki and Hitoshi near screaming, Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, help Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Midoriya is just laughing the little essay, Tall Mite. At least he's cheered up. Sadistic sleeper. I bet you're laughing on the inside too, Shota. The real you never gives up the chance to see some suffering, Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. The real me wants to sleep for an entire month, Tall Mite. Tall Mite, Aizawa, that's a coma, Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Sounds festive. A totally normal class chat, 8 p.m. as he. I can't believe Midori killed both of them. Portable battery. Of portable battery. Rest in peace, my dudes. IPOM. I get that it's very stressing for the both of you, but please stop, IPOM. It's too late for yelling, small mite. Actually, I didn't think it'd get this extreme, small mite. Whoops, small mite. But honestly, just talk your feelings out like men, small mite. At Shoto, at Insomnicat, it's hard to decide. I mean, can you really talk? It's hard to decide. We would have skirted around each other still if I hadn't been trapped in your nightmare of a room, small mite. Excuse you. My room is perfect, it's hard to decide. It's literally just All Might staring at you in every direction, it's hard to decide. I love you but that ISF unnerving Small Might. Why do you hurt me in this way Small Might? I'm wounded Small Might. I can't get up, it's hard to decide. It's hard to decide. Then perish Small Might. Attacked by my own boyfriend, I can't believe you've done this Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. Problem child, please make Todoroki and Shinsu shut up Small Might. But you're the teacher here. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. Yes, but do you really think I want to get up Aizawa? More like Dedazawa. Also you were the one who caused this Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. Although I suppose giving you house arrest again won't hurt. Small Might, 8:57 p.m. It's hard to decide. Look at how cute they are just snoozing. It's hard to decide. Image sent earplug. Did my Doria low-key just collapse on top of them? Another one bites the dust. Cute. So are Todoroki and Shinsu together. I need the gossip, it's hard to decide. I guess. It's hard to decide. Aizu must have talked to them and fallen asleep or something, it's hard to decide. He was pretty tired after all. Kakashi. Oh yeah, I think they are. Kakashi, if them sleeping like that doesn't say enough. WK, thank God 2 more oblivious people can finally stop pining. Uravity, Izuku isn't here to say it, so I will. Uravity, but I don't think you can talk. Yuga. WK, you stop that right now. Uravity, emergency exit. Ochako, please don't emergency exit. Can we have 1 hour where you don't provoke one another? Emergency exit. Just 1 hour is all I ask. Uravity, I'd say sorry but I'd be lying. Emergency exit. This family is a thing nightmare. Emergency exit. Also having them fall asleep in each other's dorms shouldn't be a regular occurrence. It's hard to decide. Either I swear to God if you try to move or wake them up I will yeet you out the window. Tall Might, do not throw any students. Kirishima. That is very dangerous. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. Plus it means a lot of paperwork for me and you're all already bothersome enough, so please, don't. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. Also I want you all up bright and early tomorrow. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. Nezu decided that he'd plan a surprise having to do with foreign heroes, so he wants both this class and 2B to be up early. That's so Raven. Class 2B is involved too. Sensei, I don't think any of us can deal with Monoma that early in the morning. That's so Raven. Regardless, does this mean I can screech at 4 in the morning to wake everyone up? Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. As long as it doesn't wake me up. Portable battery. Since when do you screech? Tokoyami. That's so Raven. Kaminari, if you haven't noticed, him literally part thing bird. That's so Raven. Also seeing you all suffer will warm my dark, soulless heart. That's so Raven. Even if only for a moment. Kakashi, demon who hurt you. That's so Raven. It all started when I was born. Cello tape. Okay, I think that's enough for tonight. Cello tape. I might not be able to see him but I'm like 99% sure Aizawa sensei is ready to deck us if we don't shut up. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. You would be correct, you heathen. Michael with a B. Shota, this nightmare of a school. 12:09 a.m. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa has added we been new and God's Life Nectar to the chat. God's Life Nectar. Oh no, what is this? Michael with a B. Rude. Michael with a B. It's our teacher chat. Since we're having the other heroes come in to help teach the hero classes, we thought it'd be better to just add you all here. Michael with a B. Seeing as you teach class B. God's Life Nectar. Fair. God's Life Nectar. But why is Nezu here? Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. Because when I don't want to deal with you he'll have to. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. He would also like to watch the madness unfold, knowing him. Sadistic sleeper. He's a SDST and a cryptid sadistic sleeper. Don't let his cute appearance fool you. Vlad. God's Life Nectar. God's Life Nectar. He can't be that bad. We been new. God's Life Nectar. That was only a smiley face and I already feel as if it's ominous. God's Life Nectar. Please stop. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. At Tall Might, have you gone and picked up the other heroes from the airport? Tall Might, we're on our way back with the SRT. I still think this was a bit much. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. Yeah, tell that to the villains. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. You're as bad as the problem child when it comes to getting their attention. We been new. With Shigaraki and the rest of the League of Villains out there, we just need to be prepared is all. Yagi, we been new. Even with the 5 American pros, they still don't know the full extent to what is really going on. We been new. Once you arrive, make sure to bring them to my office. I'll explain everything there before you all have to prepare the second-year classes for the day. We been new. Also feel free to add them now. Aizawa, you already have their contact information. Please make sure the rest of you get along. Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐴izawa has added Spectacle, the Spitter, 𝐂𝐴Rose and 2 others to the chat. Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐴izawa. Right, I can't be fed changing our users back, so for you American teachers we'll just state who's here. Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐴izawa. Obviously Eraserhead, but we also have present MIC, Midnight, Vlad King, All Might who is with you all at the moment, and Nezu, the principal 𝐂𝐴Rose. The others are all asleep, but pro hero 𝐂𝐴Rose. Spectacle and the Spitter are both underground heroes like you, Eraserhead. While the Ticking Mask and Mistmaker are both fairly new to the pro hero industry. Sadistic Sleeper. OSD, you're in like the top 10 in America, aren't you? Nice 𝐂𝐴Rose, yep. My quirk is just plant manipulation. Not very great when it comes to fighting back against villains 𝐂𝐴Rose, but it's great for setting up traps or capturing villains to arrest them, as well as rescuing civilians 𝐂𝐴Rose. I'm the highest ranking rescue hero in America 𝐂𝐴Rose, and I can speak for the rest of my colleagues when I say we're glad to be helping you. We be new, and we're glad to have you. Yagi did say that he picked out a pretty decent team to help us teach the students, although you'll mostly be working with the second years, seeing as the third years have internships to worry about. God's life nectar, why do we have heroes from America coming in? Couldn't we just get Japanese heroes in if we needed them? We be new. We could, you're very right. We be new, but having heroes that are unknown to even us, I believe, will help the students get comfortable with the unknown. We be new. When they become pros, you never know what might occur, who they have to work with or where. We be new. American heroes also function differently to us. Yagi and I both decided that having them come to us would provide the students with much needed experience. 𝐂𝐴Rose, I've been hearing that your current second years have been having a tough time with villains, especially last year. We be new. Aizawa and I will explain more once you all arrive, but you are right. Especially Class A, they've been in the limelight of the villains, and that's why I decided to go ahead with this project. We be new. The villains also won't know what to expect when it comes to 5 new American pros, so they might be more hesitant to make a move anytime soon. 𝐂𝐴Rose, I also assume that having 2 underground pros who they won't be able to find information on will also be more tricky for them. Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐴izawa, as well as having someone from the top 10 in America. The villains have been getting more bold since last year. We're hoping this holds them off at least for a little bit. Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐴izawa. The kids need a break from the constant villain encounters. It's not good for their health. Michael with AB. Someone is worried for their kiddos. Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐴izawa. Hisashi, it might be past midnight, but do not test me. Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐴izawa. I will come over there so fast you'll be screaming that you'd never said a word. Michael with AB. I wouldn't mind that. Michael with AB. Degree. Sadistic Sleeper. I can't believe Hisashi is dead. 𝐂𝐴Rose, does this always happen? Sadistic Sleeper. Oh, always Sadistic Sleeper. You'll get used to it. 4:30 AM. I'm dead. A whine from Zero, as Class 2 are awaited for the so-called surprise. Someone crush me and dump me in a ditch, please. Your fault for not waking up on time. Ashido prods his side with a grin, although it looked like she too was tired. Tokumi had to go in there and wake you himself. I didn't think he'd actually screech like a bird right in my ear. Izuku ignored the friendly but tired bickering going on between his classmates, focusing on the upcoming Ground Gamma, where they'd be meeting up with Aizawa and the other class, as well. The teenager had spent much of the previous hour thinking of what this surprise would be. Perhaps it connected to their classes somehow. Why else would they need to be at the training hours this early? I can see Class 2 be up ahead, let's go on quickly. Ida called out loudly while moving his hands in a chopping motion. No need to make them wait any longer. We're wasting valuable time. The loud voice of their class president snapped many students to hurry up, a few throwing him looks to calm down, although that was something that many of the class had come to discover was impossible. Especially when it came to something concerning school. It didn't take them long to make their way inside the building, greeting the other class as they went along. Monoma looked as if he wanted to hold it over them that Class B had made it first, but Awase and Kendo both seemed to be keeping a close eye on him, preventing him from doing it unscathed. Izuku was sure that he nor his classmates were up for the copy quirk user's attitude at the moment, anyway. Took you all long enough to make it. Aizawa drawled, letting his eyes sweep tiredly over the 39 students. all in various states of awareness. It appears as if a few things have been delayed. No matter, Vlad King and I have decided that both classes can use this time to warm up for what is going to happen. You're free to work alone or in pairs. As long as you don't destroy the building somehow. Many of the students began to chatter among themselves. What could possibly need them to warm up this early? What was even delayed? I'm getting a weird sense of déjà vu. Izuku shudders for no reason at the thought, before turning to Todoroki and Ida, who had both approached him. Oh well, suppose he could use the time to work even more on One for All. 6:13 a.m. Izuku knew something fishy was going on, especially when 5 new people came into Gym Gamma, followed by Toshinori, present MIC, and Midnight, an air of wariness among them. Many of the students noticed their arrival, and stopped what they were doing. Aizawa simply gestured towards the 5 people with a sigh. This is the surprise Nezu had in store for you all. We managed to bring along 5 heroes from America to help you out with a wide variety of things. They'll mostly be here for your hero classes, but can also take part in other areas, with permission from the other you. Teachers. The Erasure hero explains. They'll be helping you all expand your skills with not only your quirks, but with teamwork and other ways to deal with villains, as they use other techniques in America. Their system is also vastly different, and they are hoping to pass these things on to you, given how the League of Villains is moving. Several students, including Izuku, perked up at that. Foreign heroes. If the Greenette wasn't mistaken, and he wasn't, he was sure he remembered researching some of these very same heroes, given from their costumes. Well, we've got no time to waste. I'll start by introducing myself. A woman with green eyes and brown blonde hair spoke up first, a toothy grin making its way on her face. Her Japanese was near flawless, only having a heavy American accent. I'm Pro-Hero Chlororose, otherwise known as Rowan Elder. Feel free to call me by either of those, she insists. My quirk is plant manipulation. I'm able to increase and decrease a plant's growth rate, as well as control their movements to an extent. This works much better in tip-top weather. Her costume seemed to show that off nicely, multiple plants attached to her costume and hair. It seemed as if they didn't need to be in the ground for her quirk to work. I'm also ranked as America's 7th current hero, showing that you don't need to be all about strength and fighting villains to make your way to the top. The others then got to introducing themselves. The first was one of the new pros, the Ticking Mask, who seemed to be mute and talking in sign. She introduced her name as being Patty Honeyset, and her quirk being Time Flow, a quirk that enabled her to speed up or slow down time, or with a great strain, could also completely stop or reverse time as well. Her costume didn't enhance her quirk at all, but she did have goggles on which she stated kept data in them much like a computer, as well as covering her eyes, as they'd give off signs of her quirk activating. If Izuku had to compare her costume to another student's, he'd say it reminded him a bit of Monoma's. After all, both quirks didn't need a costume to enhance them, they just looked good. Mist MSTR was next, known as Osborne Noel. At first glance, his green cat-slitted eyes gave off that perhaps he had a quirk related to the felines themselves, but given his name, it was far from that. The other new pro of the 5, he had the ability to turn his body to mist at will, able to pass through any solid object and avoid most hits. His costume was crafted with his DNA, much like Mirio's, a previous you. A student, or Hagakyu's newest costume upgrade. There wasn't much to the young man, he was quiet and calculating. But his gaze seemed to be watching the students like they were prey. The last 2 were quiet. Although Izuku felt as if they were watching him, for whatever reason. When they didn't introduce themselves, Rowan did it for them, introducing the 2 as a duo of underground pro heroes. They weren't told the real identities of the 2. Which was rather suspicious, but even the teachers left it alone. The first was Spectacle, a woman with a quirk of distortion, able to mess up any of the 5 senses and even the nerves of those within a certain range of her, and if she put enough energy into it, she could mess around with them enough to make them pass out. Her appearance, much like Osborne's, was a bit more unique. Dark scales were scattered along her pale skin, and she seemingly had claws instead of nails. Her hair was long and dark, and she didn't seem to have pupils, just plain white eyes. Finally, it was the other underground pro, the Spitter. A man with a fire-breathing quirk, a range much like Todoroki's, from what Izuku had researched. He stayed out of the spotlight much like Aizawa, but unlike the Erasure hero, there were no photos of his actual face. He wore a mask, one that had a mouthpiece that could disconnect, but it also had tubes that trailed from what Izuku presumed to be his mouth, and connected to devices on his hands. Probably to give him more range with using his quirk. The tubes redirect his fire breath to shoot from his hands. Izuku found it to be a pity that he hadn't brought his notebook along. But something about this man stood out to him. Even if all he could see was his bright, orange-gold eyes and the top of his curly reddish-brown and black hair. How strange. I've never seen him before I started my research, I'm sure. Hey, how come we don't get to know who they really are? A student, Monoma, regrettable, questioned the other heroes. It was the spitter who snorted, smoke trailing out from the sides of his mask. Don't trust us, kid. We're underground heroes, we keep as much of our identities out as we can. His voice sounded scratchy and worn as he spoke, probably due to the fact he had fire breath. But his accent, unlike the others, didn't really sound American. It sounded much like the rest of them, Japanese. Yet we have Aizawa-sensei. If you're going to be teaching us at all, I think we have a right to know. Monoma sneers. Besides, this isn't America. Surely you have no enemies within you. Walls. He's right. Aizawa lifted his gaze to the two unnamed heroes. Not that I don't trust you, and I'm sure we could just go get the paperwork Yagi here got for Nezu. I know for sure that those have both your names on them, otherwise you wouldn't be here. No need, I brought them along, actually. Although I'll admit, I passed over most of their personal details. Toshinori dug out 2 sheets from somewhere. Since they like their privacy as much as you do, Aizawa, I decided to give them the benefit of the doubt. The blonde skeleton man passed the papers to his fellow teacher, who quickly scanned his tired eyes down the paper, only to stop when he had reached the personal information of none other than the spitter. It turns out, as the students were to find out, that the spitter was once a Japanese businessman who moved to America to help provide for his family, one who he never contacted again. He had left a wife and young son at the young age of 2. A son that had grown, that had moved on to make his mark in the world, and in UA. A man none other than Hisoshi Midoriya. Oh, Aizawa was absolutely going to beat the SHT out of Toshinori when this was over. Hisoshi too. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, huffing a groan before he shoved the papers back into Toshinori's hands, the blonde giving him a confused look. I'll deal with you later. Maybe you should actually read all the information instead of just choosing blindly based on their skill. Toshinori managed to splutter at that before the tired teacher turned to his students. Right, you all continue with what you were doing. He then gazed towards Midoriya. Midoriya, you need to come with you. You too, he directed the last part towards Hisoshi, not having yet actually voicing his identity. Not here. His student was confused, whilst the other hero gained a somber look in his eyes, turning towards the other American pros. You continue with what we were assigned to do. I'm sure All Might here can fill the students here out on any identity issues concerning myself and you, Spectacle. The woman in question narrowed her eyes slightly, but only gave a stiff nod as confirmation. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku's questioning tone of voice didn't drag anything new out of the teacher, so when he started to head out of the building, followed by the other underground pro the spitter, he had no choice but to follow. It didn't set his unwariness at ease however. Honestly, you'd think for someone so smart that Yagi would choose to at least warn me before doing this. There's no way he didn't read the names, or that Nezu didn't. Shota leads the way out of Gym Gamma, leaving behind the curious stares of several students. I wondered why Midoriya never mentioned his father. But the papers did say he hasn't been back in Japan for years. I'd be surprised if he recognized him at this rate. The Erasure teacher came to a stop, turning to face both of the Midoriyas. All right, I know you're curious, Midoriya. He gave his student a look to stop him from the questions bubbling in Izuku's throat, but Spitter here is the one who has to answer you. I'm sure he knows why. The other underground pro gave him something Shota assumed to be a glare. I don't think I need to answer anything, Eraserhead. And this certainly doesn't concern you it concerns my student, who since is living within dorms under my care, does concern me. He cut Hisoshi off, leveling a glare of his own. Especially since this might be something that could affect his training and grades if he were to find out later, in means that neither of us would appreciate. He idly began to scratch gentle at the scar resting under his eye. Or you could leave, go back to America. But according to 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝑢, when you accepted the placement, you seemed terribly excited to be helping at one of the best hero schools in the world. You probably assumed you'd be working with the third years and could avoid this. I'm not going to have my students' performance hindered by your hiding or lies, spitter. Aizawa then shoved his hands in his pockets, huffing slightly. If you don't tell him, then I will. And I won't punish him if he happens to act unreasonably, if it comes to that. He watched as a few different emotions passed through Hisoshi's gaze, before the underground hero snorted. Fine. Have it your way, Eraserhead. What's going on? Izuku felt as if he had been left out of the loop, out of something important. Why did any of this concern him? He watched as the spitter then began to detach the mask from his face, seemingly taking his time. It wasn't under the mask was fully removed, and Izuku could fully see the man's face that a sense of something familiar washed over him. Mom. Why is Dad never here? It had been a fair day, a day that children should be spending outside and roughhousing with their friends. However, Izuku was no such child, for today at least. The 9-year-old was content relaxing on the couch with his mother in their apartment, updating his profile for Crimson Riot in one of his hero notebooks. It had been a sudden question, out of the blue, and nothing recently had brought it on, but the boy had always been curious, only having faint memories of a freckled, reddish-brown and black-haired male in early life. Everything else escaped his young mind, unable to hold on to those memories. Inko tensed slightly, giving her child a look to see that he hadn't looked up from his notebook, not until he noticed she hadn't answered. It was then that she forced a smile on her face, one to reassure her son. Hisoshi is very busy, dear. He works in America. He just hasn't had the time to visit, that's all. She went and patted his cheek lovingly. But you have some of the same features as him, you know. You're pretty much an exact copy, except green. She jokes to lighten the mood, and causing Izuku to giggle slightly. If you ever miss him. I know I have some photos laying around here somewhere. It had been years since Izuku had looked at those photos, long giving up on the idea of a constant father within his life. But he remembered, despite the images at the time being blurry and not recent. The same golden eyes. The same freckles. The same curly reddish and black hair. The same man. A bored look adorning his older features. As if he'd prefer not to be here. Dad. Hisoshi figured they'd just leave it at that, secret out. Perhaps catch up, although he didn't overly care, not anymore. He didn't account for the fist flying to meet his face. Or for his nose to crunch and break under the pressure of the head-on hit. Honestly, Kirishima was worried. No, he knew Izuku could take care of himself, and he knew if worse came to worse, Aizawa-sensei would be there to make sure nothing happened, not that something would happen. But that American hero. The underground pro. He seemed suspicious. And the redhead couldn't justify why. Since the spitter had left with their teacher and Izuku, the rest of the students had been split into groups and assigned to a pro. He, along with a few others, were assigned to the other American hero they didn't know anything about, Spectacle. In all honesty, she was scary, and her quirk manipulation made it difficult to land a solid hit on her, a quirk that with enough concentration can control other quirks around the user to an extension. Villains who relied too much on their quirks would be in trouble when facing her, he was sure. A loud yelp of pain caused several students to stop, including Kirishima, who glanced towards the doors of Gym Gamma as it opened, Izuku making his way in as the angry voice of the spitter followed him. Do you have no control over your students? That brat broke my nose. Their teacher's voice was quiet, but as Kirishima made his way to Izuku, he could hear him over the whispers of the other students. Usually Midoriya would be in trouble, but seeing as he didn't use his quirk and as I said, he had good reason, Mr. Midoriya, I'm afraid we can't give him too much of a punishment. You're just enjoying this, aren't you? Mr. Midoriya. Kirishima glanced at his boyfriend to see his set expression, firm and unwavering in all but his eyes, which was a storm of several emotions. His dad. What's even going on? Izuku, sensing that the redhead had questions, merely shook his head. I'll explain to you and the others later. Or maybe Aizawa-sensei will, who knows? He stated. Don't worry though, I'm not hurt or anything, or in trouble. I think. Kirishima wanted to question him more. He knew Izuku would often carry too much on his shoulders instead of confiding in others. But seeing that Izuku's face left no room for argument, he'd just have to wait. Why could their class never get a break? A totally normal class chat 12:04 p.m. It's hard to decide has changed the chat name to class 2 can't get a break. It's hard to decide. This isn't even to try and explain what happened earlier. It's hard to decide. I just want to rest Shoto, I mean. Same worm. Am I using that right? It's hard to decide. Yes, it's hard to decide. Also, do you have any clue what this was about? Mr. Midoriya earlier. Shoto, I honestly have no clue. Shoto, there can be more than one Midoriya surname, right? Earplug. But if Midoriya didn't know the spitter, why did he punch him? Earplug. There wouldn't be a reason to if he didn't know him. Cello tape. And not only did Midoriya seem tense, cello tape, but even Aizawa-sensei seemed a bit more dead than usual. Azatu. There is only one way to find out. Azatu at Small Might, what happened earlier, man? You all good? Small Might, I guess. Small Might, I dunno how to feel. Insomnicat. You knew the spitter, didn't you? Insomnicat. We don't want to pressure you. But everyone here is rather curious. Small Might, he's my dad. As I found out. Small Might, I broke his nose. I guess it's hard to decide. Are you sure you're alright? You don't need to tell us and ruin break for you. Small Might, it's better to say it sooner rather than later. So cello tape, but why break his nose? Did something happen? Small Might, well, apart from the fact he didn't leave just me, but my mother, and never bothered to contact or help us at all. Small Might, I'd say a lot happened. WK, pardon my French. WK, but F. Small Might, F indeed. Small Might, he didn't think he'd run into me while he was here. He knew I was attending you. That's so Raven. So, if we threw him into the void, I can safely say it'd spit him right back out. Shoto, does Inko know his back? Small Might, I asked Aizawa-sensei to tell her. Small Might, she said that Hisoshi would be going to our apartment to discuss. Small Might, their marriage. I think. Small Might, might see if I can go after school. Small Might, I can't trust him with mom portable battery. If he hurts Mama Midoriya, I don't think he'd have to just worry about you. Portable battery. I've only met her once and she's literally the sweetest mother. No offense to anyone else. Creati, no matter what happens, we'll all support you. Emergency exit, indeed. And if I happen to turn a blind eye when something violence-inducing happens, don't blame me. Uravity, Tenya, you're not supposed to support that. Uravity, but I agree. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Midoriya, you can go home after classes are done for the day. I'll be driving you. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Todoroki, you're also free to come along, seeing as you are under his mother's care. Shoto, I want to. Shoto, but I think it'll be better for both Izuku and his mother if it was just them dealing with the family matter, and not have any of us try to intrude. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Good. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Now go the F back to class. You gremlins. Portable battery. Imhurt. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. And I'm ready to give you dentention. Kaminari. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Portable battery. Yeah, no F that this nightmare of a school. 12:30 p.m. Tall Might, I really messed up, didn't I? Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, and you only just noticed. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, what caused you to even invite him? Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, both you and Nezu knew. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, there was no way the principal didn't. We be knew. You would be right. Tall Might, I figured that the opposite would happen. I noticed that young Izuku never did talk about his father. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, and your first thought. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, was to find his information and invite him along. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, without asking Midoriya about him at all. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, it's no surprise he lashed out the spitter. Fu. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, I see that you're feeling better, apparently. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, your son and wife will be expecting you at their apartment. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, Izuku will be there after his classes. I suggest you go now. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, and don't try anything. The spitter, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, I'll get present MIC or midnight or some capable teacher stationed nearby Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐻𝐸𝐻, so don't go trying anything Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐻𝐸𝐻, you seem like the type of hero to do some petty revenge Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐻𝐸𝐻, but I don't really think you could be considered that much of a hero. The spitter, you really think him Fing frightened. Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐻𝐸𝐻, your attitude is probably how Bakugo's was Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐻𝐸𝐻, if not, worse considering you're supposed to be an adult All Might. I don't think it's wise to argue in the chat. Surely we can try to put this behind us. Aizawa. Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐻𝐸𝐻, just know I have a close eye on you, Hisoshi Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐻𝐸𝐻, and don't think I'm done with you Yagi Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐻𝐸𝐻, now if you excuse me, I have a class to teach so they can be proper heroes. Michael with a B, F Michael with a B, that could have gone better. Private message. Midoriya Izuku and Midoriya Inko 4:21 p.m. Midoriya Izuku. Hey mom, Aizawa sensei and I are right around the corner on the way home. Midoriya Inko, oh sweetie you didn't have to. Midoriya Inko, Hisoshi is being. Midoriya Inko, somewhat civil. Midoriya Izuku, I know, but I want to be there for you. Midoriya Izuku, you didn't deserve him leaving us. Midoriya Izuku, you deserve so much better than him and I don't want him to try telling you otherwise. Midoriya Inko, Izuku you're making me cry. Midoriya Izuku, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 I'm sorry. Midoriya Izuku, we're here now, I'll be heading up. Midoriya Izuku, love you mom, love. Midoriya Inko, love you too sweetie, love. 4:33 p.m. Remember, if you start to think he's acting suspicious, call someone up, preferably present MIC as he the closest. Aizawa sensei, I doubt he'd try anything here. He's a pro after all. Shota only snorts, keeping his eye on the problem child. That's not the point. Besides, you're a problem child. If he doesn't cause anything, you're bound to attract trouble like you always do. Izuku couldn't deny that, not after the countless villain attacks that had happened during their time at UA, and how he had been in the middle of the vast majority of them. He did seem to be a villain magnet in his own right. I'll come pick you up just before curfew, so just make sure you don't break anything. I haven't broken any of my bones in months. Izuku insisted. And who's to say I was talking about your own bones? Don't go breaking his, either. I won't be able to make such an easy excuse, Midoriya. The one-for-all user could only huff as he saw his sensei off, before turning back to the apartment complex where he had grown up. In all honesty, he hadn't been home in a while. It was hard to get out of UA with the security system they now had. After all, they were all about protecting the students. But something seemed off. The other apartments, as he made his way up, seemed empty. He knew a few of the neighbors were almost always home. Had something changed? Perhaps they were all out. But that couldn't be a coincidence. Right. A shout snapped the teen out of his thoughts as he arrived in front of the apartment, and seeing as the door was already unlocked for his arrival, he made his way in, a bit loud, so his mother and probably Hisoshi knew he was here. Silence met his entrance. Both of his parents, if he could even call Hisoshi that, were sitting at the dinner table, Hisoshi sporting a bright red handmark on his cheek. So that must have been the shout. He also had bandages over his nose from the earlier incident. Recovery girl must have only healed it a little and decided he could deal with the rest. And the shout must have been him. Did mom slap him? It was only when his eyes left the bright handmark on his father's face that he noticed two more things. One, there was someone else seated next to his father with a cold, calculating gaze watching him expectantly, vaguely familiar. The other is that both Hisoshi and the other figure, which his brain supplied had been the other underground pro, Spectacle, were out of their hero outfits. Izuku said nothing to the two of them after that, seeing as his mother invited him to sit in the seat beside her, and going to do as she said, greeting her as he did. No matter how much tension was in the air, seeing his mother unhurt and with a steely resolve in her eyes got him to smile earnestly. I told you that you didn't need to come, Izuku. Izuku only goes to grab his mother's hand, bluntly ignoring the two guests. I know. But I think it'll be much fairer since he brought along someone, too. Even when this is supposed to be a family matter. For such a brat you sure have a mouth on you, here. Spectacle scowls, her eyes narrowing. I don't think a child should be involved in something they clearly don't know. I'm not really much of a child, and besides, I'm sure this is much easier than dealing with villains and their threats to kill us. Izuku retorts in what seemed to be a friendly tone, but had a thin layer of being more passive-aggressive. Izuku. Inko reprimands him gently, before turning her gaze to Hisoshi. Now that he wasn't wearing his hero gear, Izuku could see the vast similarities he shared with his father. If he didn't feel inner anger towards him, he'd admit that the only difference was that Izuku had green hairs and eyes, instead of Hisoshi's color. When Hisoshi began to speak, Izuku only tightened his grip on his mother's hand gently, a reassuring force for her. He knew his mother often wore her emotions on her sleeve. After all, that is where he got it from. Even with the strong look in her eyes, he knew it would be easy for Hisoshi to break it down, especially since he was married to her. They had history together that he didn't wish to ask for. He mostly blocked out their talk, only chiming in when he felt that Hisoshi was getting a bit too loud by making snarky remarks. Izuku felt as if something was wrong. He swore that something smelt different. But he was cut off from thinking about it further when Hisoshi got to his feet and slammed his fists on the table, a snarl crossing his features. Izuku visibly tensed his shoulders while Inko's gaze wavered slightly. I never even wanted to come back here. Hisoshi spat, gaze as intense as an inferno. If it weren't for this brat, you wouldn't even know I was back, and I could have happily avoided this. Inko's eyes watered slightly, but then she narrowed them. Izuku isn't a brat, Hisoshi, he's your son. She hissed. Just because you apparently have a new family doesn't mean you can disregard him in that way. Here. Another family. Made sense, Izuku figured. After all, Hisoshi and Spectacle had been introduced as a pair. Maybe it was with her. I disowned him as soon as I left Japan. Neither of you were worth my time. You still aren't. Hisoshi snarked, teeth clicking. Then why are you here? Inko's voice took on a tone that Izuku was sure he hadn't heard from her before, at least, not directly. It wasn't Hisoshi who spoke next, but Spectacle. I suggest you lower that hostility, Ms. Midoriya. I barely think you can blame Hisoshi but she can. He left us. Izuku spoke up at that, wincing when the pro-hero turned her cold gaze to him. He's a horrible father. In all honesty, I'd say he contends to an extent with Endeavor, who is actually trying to change and become better not only for himself, but his family. But. I'm right here. Hisoshi spits, while Spectacle also gets to her feet with a deepening scowl. I bet you're just considered to be his trophy wife, with a personality probably as bad as his. No wonder it's you two who are together. You can't fool us. Izuku sneers, causing silence to fall for a moment before things got even louder. How dare you? UA really knows how to pick out the worst for heroes. Spectacle snarls. First it was that blonde kid, Bakugo, right? Now you. If that school is allowing people like this to become heroes, then I don't think our help is needed. Clearly you're all going down the gutter. UA happens to be one of the best schools around. Izuku states, now rising to his feet to meet the glares of both pros, his mother watching with a worried look on her face. I'm sorry that we have to accommodate people like you within our walls. You don't deserve to step foot inside there. You don't act like heroes at all. Izuku hadn't meant to raise his voice, hadn't mean to sound so hostile or angry as he stated that, but it was true. His father may have been his hero, once. But his reasoning for leaving, because they weren't worth it, made him as bad as some villains, even. You're not worth the title of being a hero. You might as well go resign. I'm sure no one would mind to lose you too if this is how you always act. He shouldn't expected Hisoshi to snap, for his temper to flare up at the context of his child defying him. He should have questioned the weird smell, which he would find out later was caused by a gas leak within the apartment. All it took was a few sparks that flew from Hisoshi's mouth as he roared his denials. Before everything went up in flames. Class 2 can't get a break 7:05 p.m. That's so Raven. Would it be wrong of me to say that I am worried about Izuku? That's so Raven. He's been quiet since he left. That's so Raven. Surely he would have updated us. Kakashi, it does seem like it's a family matter. Maybe he just doesn't want the company right now. It's hard to decide. I tried calling him, his phone goes straight to voicemail. It's hard to decide. What if something happened to him? Emergency exit, don't panic, Kirishima. I'm sure Izuku is fine. Froppy, he's strong. But I feel off too. It's hard to decide. If Spitter hurts Aizu, I'll hit him in the face myself with a hardened fist. Several times. Ipom, maybe you guys are just overreacting a bit. Ipom, I mean, the Spitter is a hero. Ipom, he wouldn't do anything like that, would he? Shoto, speaking from experience, not all heroes are as they seem. Shoto. I'm worried too. Anima. Curfew is soon, we'll ask. Then another one bites the dust, he speaks. Another one bites the dust. But yeah, he'll be back soon. Another one bites the dust. Maybe some of you can go with Aizawa-sensei when he goes to get him. Uravity, yeah. Uravity at Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Can we come when you go to get Izuku? Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, no Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Yagi and I are leaving campus, all of you stay in your dorms. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa, and don't watch the TV. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Got it. Insomnicat, did something happen? Insomnicat, Dad. Aizawa. More like Diedazawa. Todoroki, meet me out front of the dorms now. Shoto. Shoto, alright. Earplug, SHT, is something wrong? What happened? It's hard to decide, Aizawa-sensei. It's hard to decide, did something happen to Aizu? It's hard to decide, why won't you answer us? Now on Japan Live, it appears that an apartment complex has been set ablaze in Musutafu. Sources say that most occupants were out at the time, but it appears there has been at least one casualty and two with serious, if not almost fatal injuries. Passerbys state they saw a man who appears to be the assailant run from the scene. The police and heroes are now on his trail, and will be back with more once we have more details. Back to you, Kobayashi, for the weather. 6:30 p.m. Shota should have known something would happen. To be fair, he had suspected it, felt as if the tension was too high in the area to just be any sort of discussion. Seeing how Hisoshi acted, he should have realized that it was likely for punches to be thrown. But this was much worse. He had been enjoying himself at a cafe by UA, relaxing until it would be time for him to go pick up Midoriya. There was no point in him going back to deal with the constant questioning of his class right now. But he should have realized that the silence was too good to be true. His phone rung. His husband. Had something happened? He let it ring thrice before answering the phone, probably a little too quick for his own taste. Hisashi, is something the matter? He heard the voice hero breathing on the other side of the phone, and something that sounded like crackling in the background. His stomach dropped. Was it a villain? You gotta get here, Shota. Hisashi was out of breath. That much was evident. The apartment. The whole complex caught on fire. What? It happened maybe an hour and a bit ago. Hisashi's breath seemed to be slowing, gaining back oxygen from when he had presumably ran. I called up some heroes. Backdraft got here pretty quick to take the fire out. I was chasing after the spitter, otherwise I would have called sooner. What about Midoriya? What happened? Shota held the worry from leaking too much into his voice. That was his student. And the voice on the other end went deathly quiet. I lost Hisashi, so I decided to head back, told some heroes his appearance. The police and paramedics were there. It's bad, Shota. Hisashi murmured. It's really bad. Aizawa got to his feet, ready to head out of the cafe and get his gear. Just sitting here. Where was Hisashi heading? I'll go look. No, Shota. Hisashi's tone stopped the Erasure hero, listening closely. They took Midoriya to the hospital. His wounds. There were so many burns. They don't know if he'll make it. He said. There's already one casualty. They don't even think it was the fire that killed her, and that Hisashi just finished her off before leaving. Her body was barely recognizable. Shota held his breath, his eyes turning steely. Hisashi. Who was it? Spectacle, the other American pro, was there too. Hisashi continued. Her burns are pretty bad too. But the paramedics think she'll be fine, seeing as her scales protected certain areas of her body. Shota knew where this was going. And for once, he didn't want his husband to say it, He didn't want to hear it. He had failed his student once again. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya didn't make it. She died at the scene. F 7:10 p.m. Shoto was at a total loss to what was going on, climbing into his teacher's car as both Aizawa-sensei and Yagi-sensei had told him to. What was wrong? When he had first exited the dorms, Aizawa's face was unusually shut off and void of any emotion. He always seemed to look dead, but now. It was strange, something was wrong. Yagi was a lot easy to come to the same conclusion. The retired hero had a face painted with guilt and sorrow, and was pale. His eyes didn't hold the same light. This couldn't just concern him, could it? Was it about Izuku? Thinking of his friend, and technically, in a sense, his brother, made his stomach churn. Everything felt wrong when it came to thinking about where he had gone. Several of his classmates had felt the same, too, if the class chat was anything to go by. Sure, Izuku was strong. But he was known for jumping in without thinking. Shoto knew that firsthand, after all. He didn't know where they were going, and it sent the dual quirk user into more unease. Aizawa-sensei. Not now, I'll explain when we get there. His voice was hard, leaving no room for argument, and Shoto fell silent. Maybe if he asked Yagi. No, his homeroom teacher would cut in before he could say anything. And besides, it looked as if the blonde was barely paying attention anyway. Lost in his own thoughts. The car drive felt as if it went on for an eternity, and Shoto was snapped out of his own drowning thoughts as they came to a stop, a car door opening and closing as Aizawa quietly got out of the car. Shoto peered out of the window. The hospital. What? Shoto barely paid attention as he dragged himself out of his teacher's car, and following the two of them into the building. The smell of bleach, cleanliness and anesthetic filled his nose, the dull beeping of machines filled his ears, dispersing the silence between the trio until he tried to speak again. Why are we here, Aizawa-sensei? Midoriya, was the simple answer that the Erasure hero went with at first, sighing. He then continued, he's been injured. Badly. It didn't register into the teen's brain at first, but his teacher went on. Seeing as you are under his mother's care, I decided to bring you along. Aizawa stated. And I couldn't bring along the whole class, that's why I didn't tell them. Shoto could only gape, his mouth opening and closing for a few moments, no sound coming out. Injured badly. How bad was it? If he had to be in the hospital. Just what had happened at his apartment. It seemed as if he had spoken aloud without meaning to, since Yagi-sensei was the one who answered those questions. Young Midoriya was burned, their apartment complex caught completely on fire. His voice was quiet, guilty. It appears there must have been a gas leak. Hisoshi, well, the spitter, probably lost control of his quirk. Fire paired with gas. Well, I'm sure you can guess the outcome, young Todoroki. He could, everything must have caught on fire in an instant. Wait, the entire apartment. That means it wasn't just Izuku who was hurt, right? What about 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲? Both teachers refused to meet his eyes. Shoto hadn't yet wanted to call her his mother yet, but he still held her in a respect of the same level. She had treated him much like she treated Izuku, and he had appreciated it so much. She would have been in the fire, too. Todoroki. I'm sorry. Shoto faced his student, his eyes now holding concern, a heavy weight. She died before paramedics arrived. It was too much for her. Shoto felt as if the air had been punched out of him. No way. I know you were listed under her care. And I know this must be a shock for you. Aizawa's voice was surprisingly soft as he went to rest a hand on his student's shoulder. I don't know what will happen now. But I swear I won't let you go back under Endeavor's care. I can promise you that much. He wouldn't fail Todoroki, he couldn't. It's all right to cry. Shoto wasn't sure who had said it. But that's exactly what he did. He wasn't loud like Izuku, he was silent, only having tears fill his eyes. He cried for the loss of a mother, the loss of some normal family. He cried for Izuku. For himself. Neither noticed Yagi as he stepped away, leaving Aizawa to comfort the student. The blonde didn't say a word. Private message, Midoriya Izuku and Yagi Toshinori 7:23 p.m. Yagi Toshinori, I'm so sorry Izuku Yagi Toshinori, This is all my fault, if I hadn't invited him. Yagi Toshinori. I'm so sorry Yagi Toshinori. I hope you'll be able to forgive me. Love and patience, symbol of love. It had taken a while for Todoroki's tears to stop and subside, but Shota didn't leave his student, not when he needed something to ground him. He knew Todoroki was emotionally constipated when compared to the rest of the class, but it gave him more the reason to be by his side. Death wasn't easy on anyone, especially a teenager who had a positive relationship with said person. I'm fine now. Todoroki finally spoke up, wiping his face absent-mindedly with his sleeve before looking at his sensei, eyes not wavering. Why did you bring me here, exactly? I'm sure it wasn't just because of the news. Seeing as you're listed under being a family member of Midoriya's, I'm hoping that once the doctors are done setting him up in a room and doing all they can, we can send you in with him. It's likely he'll only be open to immediate family, which you're included in that. Shota states, his hand staying on the shoulder of his student. I don't think he should be left alone. And while I know it might be hard for you, I know if I had left you at the dorms, the rest of your classmates would be swarming you with questions. Do you plan on explaining what happened? Shota gives a nod, eyes shifting around the hospital waiting room, and spotting Yagi a bit away on a chair, phone in hand. What was he doing? Once we have word about the conditions of Midoriya and Spectacle, I'll head back to you. And alert Nezu and the rest of the staff about what happened. I'm hoping to leave explaining it to your classmates until tomorrow morning. He paused for a moment before giving a huff. I'm also going to head out at some point and try to see if I can help in the search for the spitter. I'd prefer him being found sooner rather than later. Knowing your friends, they might try to take part in the investigation. Like how a group of us went to save Bakugo last year. Todoroki remarks quietly. But seeing how closer everyone is now, you know they won't stand down, even if you warn them. Especially since they all have their provisional licenses. The man clad in black finally removed his hand from Todoroki's shoulder. And that's another reason why you're here, because I know you'll want to join despite not having your license. Being here will give you something better and not as dangerous to do. He snorts. Todoroki seems as if he wants to say something more, but at the approaching sound of footsteps of tiles, both of them turn their heads while Yagi gets up from his seat quickly, a doctor heading towards them. I assume you're all here for the 2 patients that came in due to the blaze in the apartment complex. Yes, one of them is a student from UA. Aizawa gives the doctor a quick look over. The other is a pro hero from America, under contract with the school. Ah yes, Spectacle, or Vera Smalls, as we found out her details. The doctor looks at their clipboard, nodding slightly. She was the least injured of the 2, which we speculate to be due to her scales being able to hold of the worst of the damage. Recovery Girl came in a little while ago and managed to heal some of the worst burns. She should be awake within the next day or so at the soonest, but it shouldn't take more than a week. She's expected to make a full recovery. Shota would have to note that down later, they could get someone in here to question the other pro once she was awake, seeing as she was close to Hisoshi. What about young Izuku? Yagi spoke up, and Aizawa didn't miss how the retired hero fidgeted with his hands rather nervously. Midoriya Izuku. Let's see. The doctor flipped a few pages on the clipboard, scanning it quickly. Extensive 2nd degree and some 3rd degree burns, mostly. Everywhere from the torso down was affected. 1st degree burns were located on the neck and his face also has 2nd degree burns. They pause, allowing the information to sink it. He's rather lucky. While we also had Recovery Girl take a look at him, we do have a nurse whose quirk is well suited for 3rd degree burns. They managed to, for now, heal the majority of the burns on his face, which shouldn't scar all that badly. We'll keep a close eye on him, and they intend on making daily visits to try and lessen his other burns. They'll focus on his arms and legs next to try and lessen any chance of his mobility being affected. I see. Yagi murmured. He'd have to thank Recovery Girl later, lest she didn't find him first. His body went through a lot more than Ms. Smalls did, so we'll have to be careful when he starts to gain consciousness. But at the moment, we have him on some pretty strong painkillers. He should be out for at least a week if nothing goes wrong. Recovery will be slower for him, and he may have to get skin grafts concerning the 3rd degree burns, depending on how they heal, but we'd like to say for now that he is stable. The tension in the air dispersed itself, and Todoroki was the one to sigh quietly in relief. Shota took this as a chance to speak up. Could we see him? Only immediate family. Todoroki Shoto here was listed under his mother's care, it's all in official paperwork. Shota cuts in. And seeing as Midoriya's mother is deceased, once we capture the assailant, it's likely Midoriya's care will be placed under either myself or Yagi Toshinori. Or rather, the retired All Might. That caused the doctor to splutter, nearly dropping their clipboard. All Might. They looked like a deer caught in headlights. I mean, he looked familiar, I should have realized from the news last year. So can we see him? Oh, of course. The doctor was caught out of their muttering by Aizawa once again, turning to lead the way. I'll take you to his room. Neither of the trio hesitated to follow. This nightmare of a school 209 AM. The ticking mask. We heard about the blaze that happened and how one of the Hero Corps students was involved. The ticking mask. Is everything alright? Aizawa. More like Deadazawa, considering I have a man to strangle. No, Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Spitter didn't only cause the death of his wife, but he severely injured his own child and another pro-sadistic sleeper. Be careful, Shota, your dad is showing Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Shut, Mr. Emmerstone, and Patty and I are free to come help search for Hisoshi if you still haven't found him. Mr. Emmerstone, I can't believe he'd do something so drastic like this. Chlororose, I've already tried to contact him. I think he must have gotten rid of his phone. The line won't connect. Chlororose. Do they think the kid and Vera will survive? Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Both of them should recover. Spectacle wasn't as badly hurt and should wake up by week's end at the latest. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Midoriya should hopefully be fine too, as long as nothing happens during his recovery. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Yagi and another student are with him now and watching. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. I'm out searching for Hisoshi along with a few other heroes. Chlororose, Osborne and I will come along and lend any help we can. Both our quirks should be able to help, especially if we manage to find him. Chlororose, I also know you won't want to hear this from us, but none of us knew Hisoshi had a kid. If we had, maybe we would have looked out and been more careful. We're sorry we allowed this to happen. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. It's not your fault. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. It's Hisoshi's and his alone. He has a lot to answer for. We been new. Have you told your class yet? Aizawa. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Tomorrow. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. I probably won't be able to sleep anyway, so I'll be looking for him until classes start. Might give them the day off depending on how they react. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. I'll give any updates if something happens. We been new, of course. We been new. In case he tries to make his way close to Yue, however unlikely it is, I'll keep an eye on the security feed. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Thanks. 8:25 AM. Alright everyone, settle down. To say that the class was concerned was an understatement for a select few. Aizawa really wasn't up for dealing with a class of 17 students, even if it was just for homeroom. Especially after he had gained no sleep the night before. He was too tired to deal with this, and he sighed. I know you're all concerned about Midoriya, and I'm sure some of you have noticed that Todoroki isn't among you today. Whispers broke out, with several students turning to look where the dual-hair student usually sat, to see that he was indeed not in class that day. Aizawa should have expected students to speak up, and for Kirishima to be one of the first to speak up. What happened yesterday, sensei? Why aren't Izuku and Todoroki here? If you all quiet down, you'll find out. Aizawa snaps, activating his quirk and watching as all the students fell into a stunned silence. He couldn't let his emotions get in the way when he spoke to his students, not now. The Erasure hero side. He told them everything that had happened, how Hisoshi had escaped from the hero's grasp for the moment. Why Midoriya and Todoroki were gone. There was only a moment of tense silence before the uproar. Class 2 can't get a break. 5:05 PM. Shoto, the chat is unnaturally quiet. Shoto, I assume you all know what happened. It's hard to decide. Hisoshi better hope that I never see him in person. Uravity, Shoto. You're with Izuku, right? Shoto, yeah Shoto, and before you ask Shoto, He hasn't woken up. The doctors say his body needs to heal before they try waking him up. Emergency exit. Would it be too much to request a visit? Shoto, they won't let anyone in Shoto. Aizawa-sensei barely got them to let the three of us in Shoto, and that's only because he used Yagi-sensei's identity to our advantage. Kakashi, Yagi-sensei is there. Shoto, yeah Shoto, his. Quiet Shoto, I think he feels guilty. Shoto, his just. Watching Izuku. Shoto, I've tried to talk to him but it's difficult. Froppy, it's going to be itchy on all of us. Froppy, it's also going to be itchy on Izuku when he wakes up and finds out about his mother. Insomnicat, Hisoshi deserves to burn in hell. Insomnicat, have the teachers discusses new guardianship for you. Shoto, I'm probably going to become Aizawa-sensei's ward, seeing as I'm still at UA. Shoto, and they all know I won't want to go back under Endeavor's care. That's so Raven, so is it safe to say the same will happen to Izuku? Shoto, well that's more difficult. Shoto, they have to capture Hisoshi first. Shoto, and if for whatever reason he's not found guilty. Shoto, he'll mostly be placed under him unless UA decides to fight for Izuku to be put under a teacher. Azazu, that's bullshit. Azu, I'd say we should all go out and search for Hisoshi. Azazu, but sensei threatened us with expulsion. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, for good reason. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, not only will you all be driven by your emotions. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, but Hisoshi is an underground pro-hero. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, he can be dangerous if he wants to portable battery, but he hurt Midoriya, and we have our licenses. Isn't that enough? Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, no, don't go doing anything stupid. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, especially you, Kirishima. It's hard to decide, but he hurt Aizu. He could have killed him, he already killed his mom. It's hard to decide, he deserves worse than whatever punishment the police will give him. Creati, I hate to admit it, but we can't meddle this time. Creati, we got lucky when saving Bakugo. Creati, we have seen what happens when you go out fighting for vengeance. Tenya has already shown how anger and revenge are a terrible thing to let take control. Creati, you could end up making a mistake that you'll regret. Creati, or you could do something that will mean Hisoshi does walk free. Creati, we need to sit back and let the pros handle it. It's hard to decide. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, you can, and you will. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, Kirishima, you're a strong student but you could get yourself or someone else hurt. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, you kids aren't even allowed outside of UA at the moment. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, let us deal with this. All Might, for now, if it helps, why not make get well cards for young Izuku? All Might, I think, whenever he wakes up, he'd surely appreciate them. Uravity, but Kirishima's right. We feel helpless like this. All Might, Izuku is strong, he will make it. All Might, remember that he is safe and that he will come back. All Might, he's in good hands, none of you kids need to worry. All Might, it could have turned out worse, but it didn't. Don't try doing something you'll regret for the rest of your careers as future heroes. All Might, Izuku wouldn't want any of you to, not even for his sake. It's hard to decide. It's hard to decide. I suppose you're right, it's hard to decide. Hisoshi is a real shitty father. It's hard to decide. He doesn't deserve Izuku, he never did. It's hard to decide. But if making a get well card will be any better, I'm going to make the best thing card ever. Another one bites the dust. We should all go down to the common room and work on them together. Creati, I can make all the materials we need. Portable battery, yeah. Portable battery, operation make Midoriya feel better is a go. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, just don't make too much mess, brats. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, Ida, please watch them. Emergency exit, emergency exit, suddenly I can't read for the well-being of my best friend. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, well. Aizawa, more like Daidazawa, I tried 4:01 AM 3 days since the incident. Toshinori didn't have the heart to leave Izuku's bedside, the boy's heart monitor beeping dully beside them. The guilt was like a raging storm within the retired hero, a guilt he hadn't expressed to the others, although he was fairly certain that Aizawa, at the very least, had picked up on it. This was all his fault. If he had just questioned his student about his father, when he had found Hisoshi's file among many capable heroes to invite. If he had just confided in him, told him what he was going to suggest. If he had just decided to think before he acted. Then his protégé wouldn't be lying in a hospital bed. He wouldn't be covered in bandages, in burns. He wouldn't have been hurt, almost killed by his own father. He would still have his mother. He was supposed to be a teacher, a mentor. He was supposed to stand by Izuku's side and help him grow. He had failed. He'd betrayed his student. He'd broken the promise he made to 𝐭𝐽 the previous year. He was supposed to watch Izuku, do what was best for him. He failed. Some hero he was. He wasn't a hero at all. Not at this rate. Not with what had happened. What would Nana say if she saw this? You've screwed up, Toshinori. The blonde rubbed at his face with a sigh. All his fault. Izuku shouldn't be here in this hospital. He was only here because of him. Symbol of peace. What symbol can't even do what's best for their students? Toshinori now turned his head to look towards the other side of the room to where a second bed was laid out, Todoroki in a deep slumber, bags under his eyes. It had taken much convincing to get the student to rest, especially since he refused to go back to the dorms. I didn't only fail Izuku, but young Todoroki, too, he glumly thought. The dual quirk user had been happy. And now that was just another thing ruined. Toshinori didn't know how these kids could keep moving forward. Izuku doesn't know that his mother's dead. As far as the previous #1 hero knew, Izuku didn't have any other family. 𝐭𝐽 was estranged from her parents, an only child. Hisoshi, due to being an underground pro-hero, left his parents out of his details. He had also taken 𝐭𝐽's last name as opposed to his own. His parents' identities would be much harder to locate. The kid had his friends. He had his classmates, the school. But now he had no family to rely on. No one. Lost in his thoughts, Toshinori had almost missed the twitch. Almost. But he had felt Izuku's bandaged hand tense under his own, jolting the blonde to look at the teenager. The only part of Izuku not bandaged was the majority of his face, and he could only watch with wide eyes and a lump in his throat as the kid fought to open his eyes. Izuku! Dull green eyes finally opened, hazy and cloudy with what Toshinori assumed to be pain and weariness. His eyebrows furrowed, as if trying to think. Toshi. His voice was scratchy, and Toshinori quickly went to hush his student. Don't worry, Izuku, you're in the hospital. You're fine. He leaned over to press the call nurse button several times, dismissing his own fraying thoughts. You're safe, don't worry. Where? What? Mom. Toshinori's heart dropped as he heard Izuku murmur and mumble for his mother, his confusion.
Swarming his thoughts. He must not remember just yet. Not surprising, seeing as he just woke up. The hero in training tried to move, but only gained a sound of pain ripping itself from his throat. Izuku, you need to stay down. Toshinori gently pressed a hand to his student's shoulder to keep him from moving, ignoring the fact that Todoroki had gotten up at some point and joined them, eyes wide. Everything is fine. You need to go back to sleep. I know everything hurts, but I need you to rest. 𝐿𝐿𝐺𝐻𝐿. Another painful sound escaped the hurting teen, and now Todoroki leaned over, pressing a cooled hand to his forehead. The heart monitor began to pick up. He's panicking. And he's heating up. He might have a fever. Todoroki said, voice barely above a whisper. This was the last thing Izuku needed. The greenette tried to say more, eyes now wide and full of fear and pain and hurt, but that was when nurses burst into the room in a frenzy, one of them stating that he should be nowhere near conscious in this state. A shudder passed through Izuku's body, causing him to tremble. One nurse gently pulled Todoroki and Toshinori back as the other two administered something to Izuku's fore. The trembling died down, and as Izuku's eyes fluttered shut, the nurses all breathed in relief. Upon the looks of the two guests, the nurse who pulled them aside could only sigh. We feared this would happen. Due to the burns he sustained at the incident, he was out right away. His body and brain didn't have a chance to fully react to what was going on, which caused his reaction here. She said. Due to the trauma. He might have still thought he was there instead of in a hospital, safe. Everything else hasn't caught up yet, and still think that he's in danger of burning and dying. Toshinori let his gaze wander to the boy, and the nurse gave the two a saddened look. With this fever developing, We'll have to watch him more closely. It's the last thing he needs to deal with. We gave him stronger pain medication, and hopefully something stronger to keep him asleep. It's far too early for him. She murmurs. If anything else happens, press the button. We won't be very far. With that they left, the two occupants standing in silence for what seemed like hours. Todoroki was the one who broke the silence. But it was not what Toshinori had hoped for. I should have gone, when it was offered to me. His voice broke towards the end, and while Toshinori couldn't see his face, he was sure it was full of guilt. If I had gone, maybe he wouldn't be here. Maybe 𝐭𝐽𝐾 would be. He thinks he could have saved Izuku and 𝐭𝐽𝐾. He feels just as guilty as I do. Toshinori realized with a pang, taking in the appearance of his student with sad eyes. He didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve to think like that. For the second time since the death of Midoriya, 𝐭𝐽𝐾 and Izuku's injuries, Todoroki cried. And if Toshinori swept the boy up in a hug, whispering that it wasn't his fault into his ears until he was sure of it, well, he wouldn't tell anyone. Private message, Yagi Toshinori and 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿 7:07 AM. Yagi Toshinori. Have you found anything out with the case? Any clues? 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. Toshinori. You know I'm not supposed to tell you 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. You aren't a pro hero anymore. And I know you 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. You're gonna try something, Yagi Toshinori. Yagi Toshinori. I won't. I just need to know 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. I have a feeling you're lying 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿, but I know you won't drop it, so 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. We believe that the gas leak that happened within the Midoriya apartment was intentional and done during the stay of Ms. Midoriya and the two pro heroes, so it's very likely one of them caused it. As what was already known, it also wasn't the fire or burns that killed Ms. Midoriya, but several knife wounds. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. We can't prove if it was Hisoshi or not until he's captured for questioning or he brings himself in, and his hero status will give leverage to him. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. They'll think he accidentally activated his quirk out of self-defense or something along those lines. Yagi Toshinori. We can't let him get away with this. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. When he comes in, I will do my best to ensure that doesn't happen. You just have to worry about the kid 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. This is going to be as HRD on him as it is on you, probably even more so. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. He doesn't need you off trying to play hero and getting hurt, Yagi Toshinori, but I feel so helpless just sitting here, Yagi Toshinori. He wouldn't even be in the hospital if it wasn't for me, Yagi Toshinori. He would still have his mother, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say that you aren't part of the blame, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. From what I understand, you meddled in a family matter that didn't concern you, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. But you can't just blame yourself, if that's what you're doing, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. Nezu knew, Aizawa knew, even Midoriya himself knew 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. You can't blame one person when there were so many people who had a part, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. All you can do is move past your mistakes and make it better, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. Besides, I doubt Midoriya will be angry at you for long. He'll need you there to lean on more, Yagi Toshinori. You're right, I know, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. Look, I'll drop by the hospital later, and we can talk more face-to-face, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. I need to go check up on Spectacle anyway. They say she's woken up, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. I want to question her as soon as possible, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. Something about this all just feels off, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 𝐿. Like we're missing something. PMTH. I thought I told you to kill the brat. Now, Shigaraki, calm down. The blue-haired villain was sure there was a taunting tone to the other over the phone, causing him to seethe in rage. I paid you to kill him. What happened? Back out last minute, did you? No, I simply took initiative. The other replies, voice bored as if they weren't talking to the current leader of the League of Villains. Sure, you wanted that Midoriya dead. But why not break him first?
Him. Killing his mother will do the job, once he wakes up. How did you have time to kill the mother but not him? Killing a hero student would crumble the hero society, that's what we're aiming for. Yes, I know. But think about it, what will hurt the hero's reputation more? The fact that they didn't save a student, or the fact that because that student is training to be a hero, their entire family is in danger or killed? Shigaraki paused at that, thinking. I'm interested, go on. If you want citizens to stop trusting the heroes, you need to strike fear into them. Sure, killing kids who will grow up to fight you is fine, you break their families. But if you target the families of heroes and those in training, a lot more is at risk. Kids get orphaned, and if they're not of age, most get sent into foster care and pulled out of hero school since there is no one to support them. The students will feel as if they failed, and some might even want to give up on being heroes altogether. They pause, before adding more. This results in less heroes graduating in the first place. It also means parents will try much harder to deter their children from the hero path for their safety. A win-win, is it not? Here. Now that you put it that way. I knew you would see things my way. Sensei did say you would take. Convincing. But it's good to see we're on the same page. They chuckle. And don't worry, I still plan on cutting down Midoriya Izuku. But it would be much more fun to see him break first, wouldn't it? Shigaraki doesn't respond, not needing to as their contact hung up. The man then placed his phone down, shoving his hands into his hoodie pockets. Dabi, Toga. His two associates, sitting across the room, turned their bored gazes to him, seeing the terrifying smile on their leader's face, his red eyes content and crazy. Prepare yourselves. Soon, it'll be time to start tearing down the so-called Society of Heroes before long. We won't let this chance get away from us. Not this time. And twice, he now spoke to the cloning villain, a smirk everlasting. Inform our mole of a friend within you. A's hero course that our next move will take place soon. Those brats won't know what hit them. You got it, boss. No way. 6 p.m. So, what do we have here, Katsuki? The blonde in question gave a quiet snort, his eyes lifting to meet that of the therapist he was required to meet every week. He didn't know her real name, or even her hero name. All he knew was that she had some sort of empath quirk, one she hadn't used on him yet. None of your business, he snapped. And I told you not to call me by my first name. The hero didn't seem offended, she only gave a smirk and went to ruffle his hair, causing him to bristle. Oh, Katsuki's gonna go give a card to someone, is he? I said it doesn't concern you. Ah. Is it for Midoriya, by any chance? When he failed to reply, she gave a knowing smile, eyes lighting up, changing from a neutral orange to a bright yellow. Looks like someone does care, she chortles. I don't care about the nerd, he grumbles. Although he doesn't say much more to deny it, clutching a card in his palms, his therapist noticed he seemed to be taking care not to explode it then and there. Then what is it for? Katsuki opened his mouth at that to retort, however he seemed to pause and think about what words to use. I don't care about him dash, we both know that's a lie to an extent, Katsuki. But the others? Well, Ashido, Kaminari and Zero. Told me what happened. Not to mention I saw it on the news. He bites out. And before you go picking on it, yeah, I used their names, so what? So they asked you to make the card. She moves on from what he had picked out, seeing her patient pause before shaking his head with a scowl. Now look, I don't like Deku. But his mom was pretty great. He tells her. And no one deserves to go through it, not even shitty Deku. Who would have guessed his shitty dad would come back? He then stuffs the card into his pocket and crosses his arms. Besides, I've been thinking. His tone seemed more quiet and not as aggressive. I hate the SHT, but he doesn't deserve it. Anyways, this is a step forward, right? The therapist watches his closes, before letting out a laugh and going to clap his shoulder firmly, nearly causing the teenager to stumble. Look at that. 2 lessons in and you're already learning a little more compassion. Shut the F up. Bakugo seethes, eyes narrowing as she continues to chuckle, letting him go. Well, Katsuki, if you want Midoriya to get that, you should hurry along. I hear Aizawa is going to the hospital tonight. She then winks. And you don't want him to extend your punishment if you're caught so far from the general study dorms. I know that old lady. F off. He stomps away to the dorms, not turning his head as she hollers after him that she wasn't that old, not really. Yes, perhaps not everything changing was for the worst this past week. 8:45 p.m. Before you ask, no, there is no sign of Hisoshi as of yet. That was the first thing Aizawa said when he strode into the room of his student, a pile of something in one hand, something Toshinori couldn't make out. He didn't need to ask, as the underground pro walked to the bedside table beside Midoriya's bed and placed what seemed to be cards down, scoffing lightly. All of Class 2A made him individual get-well cards. As you can tell, some of them went overboard. He mutters, which seems to be true. One had much too glitter, getting itself everywhere, while another seemed to be frayed at the edges, as if it had been electrocuted once or twice. The one on top was covered in sketches and doodles, and judging by the block letters, it was easy to tell who that had come from. They even surprised me and got some students from outside their class to make some. Aizawa adds. Hatsumi from the support course, as well as a few other friends he had made in general studies and the business course. And one who I doubt any of us expected. He didn't need to say more. Toshinori had an inkling of who it could possibly be. Izuku is lucky to have them by his side. The retired pro says instead, biting back a slightly amused grin when Aizawa rolls his eyes. Perhaps, but they are ready to beat down with Hisoshi if he ever shows his face near him. I already had to talk them down from trying to track him. He then gives his co-worker a critical stare. And stop calling him by his first name, we can't be playing favorites. Toshinori's face turns a shade of red at that, fighting back a cough of BLT. They don't seem to mind that I call him that. You're already acting like his dad. Although, I suppose, you have been for a long time. Todoroki had finally spoken up from where he was sitting on the spare bed. When the two teachers looked towards him, a knowing glint returned to his eyes. Izuku is totally your secret love child. Hisoshi can't be his dad anymore. Aizawa got a knowing grin on his face while Toshinori went to deny such things, the student ignoring him. I don't mean in the BLD relation type of way. But the connection you two have, it's always been much closer than just a normal teacher and student. What other excuse would there be? Todoroki states. Besides, I know that even after Hisoshi came back, only you held that position in his eyes. Kind of like the relationship I had with 𝐒𝐽. Except, in a way, I think she replaces Endeavor more than my actual mom. Besides, I don't want Hisoshi as my dad either. One dumpster fire is enough. We'll find him, Aizawa says. And we'll get this put on him, so he can't escape with no punishment, even as a hero. The other two silently nod in agreement, before the Erasure hero speaks again. Speaking of no escape, both of you will be heading back to the U.A. dorms for tonight, at the very least. And you, Todoroki, will be starting your normal classes again tomorrow. Both teacher and student went to protest, but Aizawa gave them a glare that silenced the two of them. Todoroki, your provisional license exam is coming up soon, and if you keep missing classes you can go, he states. And I know both of you are worried about Midoriya, but I'll stay here, and Hisashi is on the way, too. What if something happens? Then I'll call you, Yagi. Aizawa doesn't miss a beat. Both of you haven't been getting as much sleep as you should be. How are you going to be able to help him when he wakes up if you're too exhausted to keep your eyes open? He then shakes his head. And while your grades are good enough to miss a few days, Todoroki, you can't neglect that, not now. You can still visit, but you need to go to class and return to normality. And you both need decent sleep. The Erasure hero then tugged on his capture weapon that he wore. Or I could toss both of you out. Either way, you're both leaving this room and going back to U.A. for tonight at the very least. Both of their protesting died down, and Aizawa just nodded. Good. You can come back in the morning, Yagi, if you at least get a decent 8 hours sleep. Todoroki, I best not see you try to escape your classes tomorrow, or I will give you house arrest and be done with it, understood? Both of them nodded, and while it became a bit of an extra task to get them both to actually leave, soon Aizawa was the only one standing within his student's hospital room. Honestly. The hero went and sat in the vacant seat beside his student's bed, pondering. He had heard that Midoriya had woken up, and how his body had reacted, that the nurses were doing all they could. What a problem child you are, he says to the unconscious teenager, no real bite in his words. He was worried, too. But of course he would be, this is his student. It would be the same for any of them. He, unlike Yagi, doesn't show blatant favoritism towards any particular student. He, admittedly, cared for them all equally. Shota. He was careful not to pinch the bridge of his nose as his loud husband burst into the room. Maybe he should have just left him at the dorms, too. Fire, pain, terror. Screaming, forgot where he was. Where was he? What had happened? Burnt flesh is all he could smell. Flames licked at his ankles. Who was he again? Crying. The glint on a blade within the harsh flames. BLD laughter. Who? Was someone hurting? Why couldn't he move? Why couldn't he see? Do anything? Izuku. Everything released at once, throwing him into the chaos. What? Izuku. There it was again. Static filled his ears. He moved his hands to cover them, willing them to leave. Pain, as if it was splitting him apart. It's all right, sweetheart. Gentle, soft hands covered his own. The static, the screams, everything fell silent. Quiet, except for a voice that spoke clearly, as if he wasn't trying to block it out. It hurts, I know. But people are waiting for you. He opened his mouth, only for no words to tumble out. He lifted his head. Green eyes looked at him, bright and full of life, of love. Why? Everything will be fine. Trust me. The woman lifted her hands, gently brushing them through his hair. A motherly touch. I need you to wake up. As if a spell had broken, he moved his hands to meet hers, to hold onto that feeling. His vision faded, beginning to darken. He spoke only a single word. Mom. He wanted to say more, but she hushed him, cradling his head. His eyes closed. I'll always be here, Izuku. Dull pain, no more fire. No more screaming. No burnt flesh. Nothingness. Silence. Izuku awoke. 1:53 a.m. Mom. Izuku's eyes fluttered open to be met with almost complete darkness, the only source of light coming from the window, the moon shining down from beyond. As well as the heart monitor beside his bed. Wait, heart monitor. The teen panicked slightly, letting his gaze drift about the room rather quickly, trying to figure out where he was. This didn't seem like the infirmary at UA, and if there was a heart monitor and other various things connected to him. Calm down. It must be the hospital. Wonder what bones I broke this time to be here. Izuku pondered what had occurred before everything had turned black, but for the moment, his memory was kinda fuzzy. He remembered going home to the apartment he grew up with because his father had decided to show his face again, only to support his mother, who had needed it. That other hero, Spectacle, had been there too. They had been arguing. But apart from that, as much as he tried to think, which hurt, he couldn't figure it out. Wonder why they didn't keep me at you. His throat was painful and his voice scratchy, probably from the fact that he hadn't spoken in who knows how long. Midoriya. If he had been able to, not yet wanting to risk sitting up, Izuku would have jumped out of his skin, literally. Whipping his head towards where he assumed the door to the room was, he saw a figure up on his feet, watching the student carefully, and while it was hard to make out who it was with his eyes, with limited light and the fact his eyesight itself seemed a bit blurry, he recognized the voice anywhere, having been a subject to hearing it for the past year. Aizawa-sensei. He was correct, and the Erasure hero stepped closer, nearly hesitantly before speaking once more. How do you feel? Herr Mizuku hadn't given himself much thought, before he eventually wiggled his fingers, nearly wincing at the slight pain he felt. Apart from a bit of pain. Fine, I think. He murmured. My head hurts though. I can't remember what happened. He was brought out of his soon-to-be mumbling when his teacher placed a hand on his forehead, before scoffing slightly. Lucky. You had a fever, you've had it for almost 2 weeks now. He states. Must have come out of it sometime yesterday. 2 weeks. Izuku murmured, the words not registering until he blinked a few more times. Wait, 2 weeks. I've been here for yes, you've been unconscious for 2 weeks. Aizawa cut in. You woke up once or twice, in extreme amounts of pain. But recently they've put you on the strongest pain medications that they can afford to put on someone like you. That would explain the dull throb of, well, everything. Izuku murmured, and his teacher only gives a nod before seating himself in the empty chair. You're lucky, problem child. Your classmates have all been worried. Aizawa mutters. Do you remember what happened? Not really. Izuku admits. I remember going home after classes, because of Dad. He and Mom were arguing. Everything after that gets all kind of fuzzy. He makes effort to sit up, which works, but when the blanket falls off his torso, he looks down and nearly gapes. While he was wearing some casual clothes when did they get on him, he was sure he was wearing his uniform before, underneath the clothes seemed to be more of interest of him. Bandages, which seemed to cover his entire chest, and when he looked closer, his arms and legs too. Lifting his head towards his homeroom teacher, he only had one question worth asking. What happened to me? Aizawa had a thoughtful look on his face, as if he was thinking carefully about his next words. Maybe you should rest a little more. I remember Mom last time I was awake, where is she? He rarely ever cut his teacher off. But he needed to know. He knew Aizawa would just refuse to answer if he could. But he wouldn't withhold information about his own mother. Aizawa could only give him a calculating stare, before exhaling and giving up. The boy would find out, and having him find out sooner rather than later would give him more time to cope, he hoped. So he told him. He told him of the fire, how the incident was a combination of both a gas leak and Hisoshi's quirk malfunctioning. He told him of Hisoshi escaping from the flames, how present MIC had tried to respond immediately, calling in heroes who could get the remaining 3 out of the apartment. He explained how Izuku himself and the other hero, Spectacle, had been retrieved with burns covering their bodies, Izuku turning out much worse than the other, to the point where the doctors at first weren't sure he was going to make it. He explained how Chio, Recovery Girl, and another nurse were using their quirks to the best of their abilities on him, how he would likely need 1 or 2 skin grafts in a few weeks' time anyway. No mention of his mother was made, not until Izuku voiced his concern once again. Midoriya, there is no way to make this sound any easier, he finally sighs, and Aizawa places a hand on his student's shoulder. A lump begins to grow in Izuku's throat. Your mother. I'm sorry, she died before medics got to the scene. And his whole world came crashing down. He hardly recognized the pain-filled shriek that escaped his throat as being his own. Class 2 can't get a break. 11:03 a.m. Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. Figured you would all want to know Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. But Midoriya woke up last night, his fever gone and he seems to mostly be alright physically. It's hard to decide. That means we can visit him. Please don't try to stop him. He has been very worried and he just wants to cuddle Midoriya again. We should make it a class visit. And ask him if he liked the cards. Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. None of you are visiting for the time being. Uravity, why? I thought it would be alright once he woke up. All Might, did you tell him about his mother? Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. Yes, he reacted terribly, to be expected. Aizawa. More like Daidazawa, his panicking and haywire emotions activated his quirk. Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. Luckily I was there to shut it off, but I couldn't get the kid to calm down and the doctors, for some reason, didn't want to administer more medicine into him for the moment. All Might, probably worried since he's been on so much since the incident. Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. Probably, but I tried to calm him down, didn't work. Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. We had to let it go on until he passed out. He kept blaming himself for not being able to get her or Spectacle out of there. Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. I don't deal well with extremely emotional children. All Might, I'll try to be there as soon as I can. Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. He'll probably do better with you. Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. But please try not to sneak any of the children in Shoto, not even me. Aizawa. More like Daidazawa. No, the paperwork might still be getting approved, but technically you're my ward now. It's hard to decide. When will we be able to see him then? It's hard to decide. This is bullshit, he needs us. Emergency exit. As much as I'd like to agree, please think of how he is feeling right now. Emergency exit. He just found out that his mother is dead. He needs some time to at least process it before we all swamp him. All Might, I know Recovery Girl wanted to check him out once he was awake, give him some last healing before he could be moved back to UA. All Might, I'm sure that if she deems him well enough, you'll get the chance to see him within the next day or two. Froppy, I don't know if it's good or bad that he missed his mother's funeral. Froppy, I'm saddened that I didn't get to talk to her much. She seemed like a very wonderful mother. Creati, I understand that they couldn't hold it off. And it was rather nice of Yagi-sensei to pay for all the expenses. Kakashi, We just need to remember, we need to remain strong for Izuku once he comes back. Kakashi, we can't treat him like glass after this. Sadistic sleeper, look at you kids go. Acting more like heroes as the days go. Aizawa. More like Didazo. Nemirai, I might need you on standby in case my Doria wakes up and starts again. Sadistic sleeper. Don't worry, Hisashi and I will come along with Yagi. Tall Might, we'll be on our way in a few minutes. Aizawa. More like Didazawa. This class will be the death of me. 11:29 a.m. He hasn't woken back up yet. Aizawa could only pinch the bridge of his nose at Toshinori's question. No, he's still out. Nurses think it's the best for now, anyway. He then turned to face the open door, looking at the three who had arrived. He woke up just past midnight. Are you sure you didn't just spring too much on him at once? Midnight questioned, only for Shota to shake his head. I couldn't water it down. And I couldn't not tell him, there was no one else here. The Erasure hero states. He was worried. It could have been a worse reaction if we waited until someone like Yagi or one of his friends could tell him. It was Hisashi who nodded, and when he spoke, for once kept his voice quiet. The listener's gonna be dealing with a lot, he said. It'll probably be better for only Yagi to be here when he wakes up, otherwise he might get overwhelmed. Toshinori looked startled at that, and began to protest when Aizawa gave him a glare, eyes glinting red. His quirk wouldn't work on the retired pro hero, but he knew it would work in shutting him up. Out of all of us you have the closest connection to him, Yagi. Besides, don't think you're slick, I know you'll try to avoid him now that he's awake, because you blame yourself for what happened. Toshinori deflated, and Aizawa continued. Chio came in just before you arrived, gave him some last healing and changed his bandages. He'll still be plenty sore, but most of the burns now are either already scarred or just red, which will eventually go away. He tells them. He still has some third-degree burns, but Chio is confident that those can be dealt at you, depending on how he reacts when he wakes up. She said it should be perfectly fine for him to go back to the UA infirmary and continue his recovery within the school. So he'll probably be off training for a few weeks. Toshinori trailed off for a moment, before sighing. I can't really say no, can't I? Nope. Hisashi and Nemirai were having their own conversation quietly, keeping an eye on the student. All of them saw him stir. Aizawa then looked to Hisashi and Nemirai before glancing once more at Toshinori. We'll be outside. If he starts panicking and won't calm down, we'll have Nemirai come in and knock him out. And only when the blonde nodded did he leave. Now only Toshinori remained with his student, the holder of One for All. Izuku. Moem, the kid's voice sounded broken as he opened his eyes, gaze looking over to where his mentor stood. Silence stretched between them for a few moments. Tears began to fill his eyes, and he didn't try to stop them, he couldn't. Aizawa-sensei. He told me. She's really Gon, isn't she? Toshinori didn't have to answer, they both already knew. Izuku couldn't hold back the sobs that ripped themselves out of him, the tears that fell. It wasn't fair. Toshinori barely realized he had moved until he was sitting on the side of Izuku's bed, watching the boy fling himself into the hero, ignoring any sting from his still healing burns. He couldn't stop how his heart broke for his protégé. Only at the beginning of his second year of UA, and he had already been through so much. But he had to be strong. She didn't deserve dash, I know, my boy. Toshinori murmured gently, allowing one arm to curl around the sobbing teen and the other to rest in his hair, hoping to ground him. She didn't, no one deserves that. I'm so sorry. Izuku opened his mouth, despite his tears, likely to tell the retired hero that it wasn't his fault, but he only pulled his student closer to comfort him. If I hadn't invited Hisashi from America, or if I had just simply asked you about your father to know why he wasn't as involved in your life, this wouldn't have happened. I know I can't take the complete blame, Aizawa won't let me. But I'll burden most of it because it hurt you. He sighed. I'm supposed to be your teacher, I'm supposed to guide you into becoming your own hero. But all I managed to do was ruin something precious in your life. I can never apologize enough for how much it's hurt you, but I promise with my own life if I have to that Hisashi won't get away. He'll have to face what he's done, I can at least do that for you. He was worried when Izuku was quiet, but tears only seemed to fall harder down his face as he pressed himself against Toshinori. He was sure he would need to wash this, but he could worry about that later. He wouldn't leave him in his time of need, not now. Right now, his student. No, his son needed him. I'm terribly sorry, everyone. A figure sat alone in their dorm room, eyes dull as they stared down at the contents on their bed, a burner phone for contacting Shigaraki, so it couldn't be traced. A notebook lay beside it, filled with what the person had noticed, students and their quirks, weaknesses, and even any information they could get on the teachers, especially All Might. While their observation skills weren't to the level of a certain green-haired classmate, they made the notes as detailed as they could. They were sure that even with what they had provided, the League would be able to come up with something. They didn't want to do this. They didn't want all of this to be fake. It pained them extremely to see all the friendships they had managed to form during the past year. So many would feel sickened, betrayed. But they had no choice. Their loyalty to the League was their top priority. Despite the pain, despite the truth in their friendships, this would all prove to be a lie. And they'll hate me for it. They wouldn't blame their classmates, teachers, or the school. They would be wanted. A criminal managed to infiltrate UA. But that was all part of the plan. One to bring down UA and start the crumble of hero society. Everything will fall. And they won't be ready. They picked up a final object on their bed, a class photo that had been taken at the end of their first year. Gently, with one finger they traced around the faces of their friends, a wobbly smile taking place. In another life, I'm sure we would have been great friends, without all the lies. Tears silently fell, splashing onto the photo. They didn't hold back. But I have to do it. I have to help take you all down. You won't be prepared. I'm sorry. 7:01 p.m. You know you can't hide here forever, Hisoshi. A groan, followed by a grumble of an answer. I know that, Robin. 2 weeks on the run, and Hisoshi had ended up in an abandoned street, one where he was sure villains and criminals just hid out. Would he be considered one, at this point? He was currently residing within a rundown house, single floor, 2-bedroom building with the walls peeling off and part of the roof caving in. It wasn't the best place. But he was sure not many heroes would suspect him to stay in a place such as this. A laugh sounded through the building, and the fire breather turned his head as a long-legged man stepped out from another room, holding a tray with some cups and a pot full of coffee. I don't really understand it, you know. I mean, I don't keep up with the news all that much. But I've heard it in passing from a few unaware pro-heroes. You put a serious dent into the security surrounding you. And their position in society. It's almost funny. Hisoshi admits, staring as the other man placed the tray down on the slightly cracked glass coffee table. I remember what happened. Almost every detail. But it feels as if it was forced, like someone else was making me do it. It felt kinda fuzzy. The man, Robin, ponders on this for a moment. You sure you didn't get hit with another quirk, man? Hisoshi only snorts. I'm sure I would have realized. Surely. So is that why you ran from the fire? Obviously. Although I'll admit, I panicked. He pauses for a slight moment. I don't even remember activating my quirk. Even out of emotion, it's hard for sparks to emit themselves. Usually others just complain that my breath is hot. So the fire was an accident. Hisoshi nods. Even if I'm hot-headed. I'm a pro-hero. Why would I willingly want to harm others with my quirk? He then sighs. And those things I said to 𝐒𝐭𝐻 and the kid. It was as if the words were being ripped out of my mouth without me wanting to say them. Maybe there is an outsider that caused this, then. Robin states, handing a mug to his companion. Then again, I am just a low-time, petty criminal who robs stores just to get by. Pharmacies. And it's not like you have a choice. You and your sister would be better than dead if you didn't. The underground pro scoffs. True. And because we're from the streets, not a lot of places want to hire us. My quirk isn't exactly useful in everyday jobs. Which was true, the ability to communicate with and understand any bird. But I don't think my crimes can account to an apartment fire that nearly kills two and hides the real suspect of the actual death. 𝐒𝐿 somberly nods. It was a surprise. Even more so that All Might paid for her funeral, from what I heard. Did you go? It was an innocent question, but he gives a slight glare. I almost got caught. I'm sure Eraserhead knew something was going on. But yeah, I did. I kept to the shadows. No matter how much I wished to abandon my life with her, I would never wish death on her, not like that. And the kid? If he's anything like 𝐒𝐿, I don't think he'll come after me. 𝐒𝐿 states. But if he does, well, it'll be hard to convince him otherwise. He was the child I didn't exactly want, after all. From what I heard, he's pretty strong. Isn't he the one who broke your nose without the use of his quirk? And the kid that broke himself during the sports festival last year? Robin gives a wan smile. If I were you, I'd pray to every god that he didn't wish to hunt me down. I wouldn't want to try facing him head-on. Even the best of us can be sidetracked by revenge. You're right. I just wish I could know what was going on. 𝐒𝐿 stops off in a murmur. Everything about what happened just feels wrong. It did when I left the school to go to the apartment. It only stopped once the apartment was up in flames and I was aware of what was going on. And that's when you fled. Robin finished, tilting his head. If you won't hand yourself in, what do you plan on doing? Lying low for a while longer, another week or two, at the very least. 𝐒𝐿 sighed. Then I'll try to make my way back to America. Change my identity, my life. It'll be difficult. But I already hid most of my life as 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya from Plenty there. I can simply do it again under a different name. Well, until then, you can stay here. Robin chirps, grinning. You and my father were great friends. He was deeply saddened when you left Japan all those years ago. And I regret not being here longer. For that, if anything else. Both remain quiet for a few minutes, content with sipping their coffee, until Robin speaks up once more. If you could, would you go back and rewrite your path? I would. I would rewrite everything, and fix all of my mistakes. I can't stop this feeling. Something bigger is going on. Just what happened to me. 7:30 p.m. You found him. Well, not 𝐒𝐿 himself, but we did get a lead from Spectacle. She was finally able to tell us some useful information. The voice on the other end of the phone states, shuffling through some papers. She says that he has connections here to petty criminals, namely one who goes by the name of Robin. She thinks he may have gone to him for shelter. Shota pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs. Robin. Been a while since I've heard about him. Too damn stubborn to let himself get caught. He hasn't made any moves recently, but will be keeping an eye out, his informant states. If 𝐒𝐿 is with him, they might try to strike a deal together to get under the radar and escape. If 𝐒𝐿 leaves Japan before we capture him, we can't arrest him for anything unless he comes back. And he isn't stupid. If he manages to get out of Japan, he won't think twice about coming back. Shota sighs, rubbing his face with his palm before making a groan. I'll get on it tonight. We're currently moving the injured student back to you. Send all the info to my phone, and I'll call if I find anything else. He hangs up, stuffing his phone back into his pocket before he felt the burning gaze of someone watching him. He didn't even have to turn his head to realize who it was. You shouldn't be eavesdropping, Midoriya. I want to help in the investigating and in finding 𝐒𝐿. Aizawa had to suppress himself from wrapping Midoriya up and tossing him to wherever Yagi was, or yelling at the student for how stupid he was being, probably both. I can't let you, Midoriya. But I have my provisional dash. You're still recovering. You nearly died a few weeks ago, or did you forget? Shota talks over him, giving him a level stare. I know why you want to. Because of your mother. You're going down the same path that Ida did with Stain, kid. Various expressions passed over the greenette's face, hurt, anger, sadness, before he resolved himself and gave a steely look back at his homeroom teacher. I need to know why. I need to know why he did it. I need to find him. He might listen to me. He won't. Aizawa cuts in. He didn't before. He wanted nothing to do with you and your mother, as much as I know. Why do you think that's changed? 𝐒𝐬𝐴-sensei, please. Here came the waterworks. I'm not seeking revenge like Ida. Sure, I'm mad, really mad, but Midoriya held back what Aizawa seemed to be a sob, tears filling his gaze. But I need to know why. I need to hear it from him. I need to confront him. Look, you're capable, I'm sure. Aizawa sounds resigned. But you're injured. And I know you won't back down. If I try to stop you, I know you'll figure a way to get out of you. And do it anyway. He doesn't need a vocal answer, the emotions swimming in his student's eyes were answer enough. Rest and recover. If Hisoshi hasn't been found by the time Recovery Girl redeems you well enough to continue your foundational hero studies, I might allow you to help out with the investigation, or find him if we get more leads. Even so, you'll be forbidden from going out on your own. We're not putting you in danger, not so soon. Midoriya goes to protest, but the glare his teacher sends manages to shut him up. Do you understand, problem child? Aizawa questions. You go against any of this, go out on your own or do worse, I will give you a punishment. And if he is found before you've recovered, I'm not being the rules. All right. The Erasure hero knew before asking the question that Midoriya wouldn't miss the chance to take part. Problem child was going to give him a heart attack before the month was up, he was sure of it. Drip, drip, drip. Shigaraki, are you sure your plan is foolproof? Of course it is, the blue-haired man scratched idly at his neck, a scowl on his face, although not seen due to the hand covering his face. After all, you and our other associate helped with all the details. Unless you lied. Of course not, the teen snapped, temper flaring slightly. Even if they were talking back to their boss, they wouldn't back down. At least hero training had taught them something. I'm merely just stating that some things you don't come up with the best of plans. You smug little Shigaraki stopped himself with a growl, eyes narrowed. Anyway, how'd you manage to meet me here? Isn't you in lockdown? Sure it is, but I have my ways, the traitor retorts. I managed to hack into the security system, so any footage between a certain amount of time will be distorted. They won't question it due to the storm beginning to brew. The teachers think everyone is just in their rooms resting. If you say so. If we get caught, just remember that you're the one who will be thrown under the bus. I'm rather confident that I can get myself out of any situation that might occur. They wring their hands together with a scoff. Anyway, several of my classmates won't try attacking me outright. Not after the bonds we have. Even if they do, I know most of their fighting styles and quirks pretty well. Do I have to worry about you turning on us? Remember what happens if you try. I wouldn't, I know what you're capable of if I try. After all, they had been a victim of the villain's quirk before, an injury on their abdomen, always hidden by their uniform or hero costume. Good. And what about that green-haired brat, and All Might? Both should be at you. When you strike, they arrived back on school grounds just before I left. You might want to make a move before Midoriya recovers. It hurt to say that, but why? They weren't friends, their friendship was a lie. Everything during you was a lie. So why did it hurt so much? Good. Shigaraki then sneered, turning and flipping his hood up. Now you might want to scurry along, brat. Don't want to be missing for too long. Twice we'll contact you when we're ready to put our plan into action, understood? Yes, boss. Class 2 can't get a break 8:34 AM portable battery. So that's how I got 3 separate schools to ban me from their school grounds. Earplug. Cammy, what the F you gremlin Uravity, are you? Sure you're sane to do that? Aizawa. More like Didazawa. Kaminari, if I have to see you explain one of your stories ever again, I'm coming over there and grounding your butt. Cello tape. Don't do it, bro. Portable battery. Oh portable battery. Kankawai Kakashi. Oh god, I can already hear the screaming as he literally yeeted himself in through Denki's window as Hey sensei, what the F, that's so Raven. In this world is yeet or be yeeted Ipom. Well, rip Kaminari Ipom, he lived. Well, we're not entirely sure Ipom, but he went out doing what he loved, being a fing idiot insomnicat. Pay F for respect. Earplug. Who would want to respect him though? Another one bites the dust off. Portable battery. Stop telling people I'm dead. Cake daddy. Sometimes I can still hear his voice. He will be missed small might. I come back and one classmate is already dead as 𝐶. Holy SHT Midori, 𝐔𝐬𝐽, Izuku. You're alright. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, we were all so worried. Emergency exit, so that's why none of the teachers were around much last night. Emergency exit. Regardless, I'm extremely glad that you're back, Izuku. Small might, well, I don't think I'm alright considering small might, but I think this is a step forward. WK. Fear not, Izuku Fumikage and I took it upon ourselves to make sure your room stayed neat and tidy. That's so Raven, you mean by leaving him glitter packages everywhere? WK, so he can stay bright in his times of need. That's so Raven. Sure, Jan, it's hard to decide, 𝐼𝐵. It's hard to decide. Where are you, babe? Small might, On my way to dorms. It's hard to decide. Alright, on my way. Small might, wait I can't. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵. Oh my fing god, he fing dead froppy. Holy SHT Shoto. Can confirm, Hito and I saw Kirishima barrel out of the dorms and dive into Izuku Shoto. They're both on the ground. Shoto. Sensei looks like he's done. He's wrapped Kirishima up in his capture weapon now. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Kirishima, we literally just got him back. Don't go breaking him. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. I bet Izuku is crying. 𝐼𝐵. You would be correct. Insomni. Cat. I'm sure Kirishima wasn't the only one to be missing his boyfriend. That's so Raven. If it's too bright for my eyes, I cannot. It's hard to decide. Hi, my name is a hero and I'm carrying my hurt but perfect BF in my arms like the best boyfriend. It's hard to decide. The rest of y'all should get to my level. Insomnicat. But Izuku can carry multiple of us. Insomnicat. Therefore he is superior. It's hard to decide. Demon, you're right, it's hard to decide. Guess I'll settle for second best. It's hard to decide. Anyway, gotta go attend to my best boy earplug. Please, we don't need more PDA than that earplug. And don't think about doing stuff in secret. I can hear you. Small might. Gyro, please, we're only 16. Small might. The teachers are in here. Earplug. OF portable battery. You done fed up now? This school is a nightmare. 12 p.m. Missed MSTR. Chlororose and I managed to single out a small area of where Hisoshi is. Missed MSTR. We wanted to investigate more, but didn't want to risk getting caught and having him run off. 𝐼𝐵. More like 𝐷𝐴𝐷. I can check it out tomorrow with a few other pro heroes. If need be, we be new. Now, 𝐼𝐵. We both know you need rest. You've barely slept these past few weeks with the case. We be new, and I know you want to be one of the ones to bring Hisoshi in, but you need to be in top condition. Tall might. His right, 𝐼𝐵. Tall might. You've been worried too much about Izuku, no matter how much you deny it, like I have. Tall might. You need to rest before trying to face Hisoshi. 𝐼𝐵. More like 𝐷𝐴𝐷. What if he moves while we wait? 𝐼𝐵. More like 𝐷𝐴𝐷. This could be our only chance. Chlororose. If I can be honest, it might be better to wait a week or two before trying to apprehend him. Chlororose. Missed MSTR and I can keep tabs on him. But if we let him think he's safe before trying to apprehend him, it will turn things in our favor. Michael with AB. Anyway, that's not the only thing we need to worry about. 𝐼𝐵. More like 𝐷𝐴𝐷. Don't start this again. Hisashi the ticking mask. Are we missing something here? Sadistic sleeper. MIC here seems to think there's a mole in the school. Michael with AB. There is. How else is all this stuff happening? It can't be just coincidence. God's life nectar. Isn't accusing a traitor a bit extreme? We be new. Usually, I would agree. However, I do believe rather strange happenings have been going on. We be new. As far as I am aware, much more information about the incident with the Midoriyas has been released than we originally put out. We be new. Not only that, but some of the security footage has been tampered with. However, we can't track it back to any individual as of yet. We be new. It's no longer a bad idea to seriously consider there being a mole within the school. And not only that, we be new, but I believe it wasn't only Hisoshi who caused the death of Midoriya Inko. It seems as if there is more to it that we have yet to uncover, but I also believe it wasn't the mole. Someone entirely different. 𝐼𝐵. More like 𝐷𝐴𝐷. What the F? Tall might, but we can't accuse anyone yet. Right. We be new. You are correct. We be new. However, if there is a mole among the students, I believe that it is more than likely to be a student from your class. 𝐼𝐵. More like 𝐷𝐴𝐷. I thought you said you couldn't accuse anyone. We be new, and I can't. But think for a moment. We be new. Only us teachers and your class knew most of what had happened with the Midoriyas. We be new, and I completely trust every teacher at this school. I'm sorry. 𝐼𝐵. More like 𝐷𝐴𝐷. 𝐈𝐧𝐿. More like 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐿. If can't be one of my kids, I'd have noticed we been you know as well as anyone that with the right training, even the biggest secrets can pass right under our noses we been you. Your class completely trusts each other we been you. Wouldn't the mole want to be close to everyone? In order to hurt them in the worst way. 𝐈𝐧𝐿. More like 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐿, 𝐈𝐧𝐿. More like 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐿, 𝐹. Is security all set and updated? Yeah. The system should be able to clock in any information about the device if someone tries to get behind the firewalls. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 inclined his head to look at 𝐈𝐧𝐿. They were currently in a teachers' meeting, and the principal eyed the other teachers carefully. If it's a student, it won't be that difficult to find out. We've also connected it to the students' phones, in case they try to get personal information on anyone. Isn't it an invasion of privacy? Midnight questions softly, and the principal laughs. Only if it's triggered, it won't take any information off the student's phone unless an outside force is trying to get in. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 states cheerfully. However, I am rather intrigued to what these students of ours could be hiding. Are we so sure that this mole is even a student? Denial. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 knew it all too well, and he looked at his former student. While we cannot accuse anyone just yet, 𝐈𝐧𝐿, we also cannot leave anyone out. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 explains. We've already done checks on the teachers here. All that's left is the students and those American pro-heroes. Where are they, anyway? Shouldn't they be here? 𝐶𝐿 questions, warily eyeing the empty seats. As far as I'm aware, 𝐿 and Mr. MSTR are still out keeping tabs on Hisoshi and thinking of a stable plan. He hasn't tried moving for the past 2 weeks since Midoriya came back to you. And they don't want to give him a chance to slip away. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 goes to sit his cup of tea. Spectacle is doing a patrol outside the school, and the ticking mask when with young Midoriya and Kirishima to go to Midoriya Inko's grave. 𝐈𝐧𝐿 can only narrow his eyes slightly. Are we sure neither of them are working for the League? While some of their behavior is more than questionable, we have to remember that the League is based in Japan, they're not from here. Unless they have outside connections. 𝐶𝐿 trails off quietly, as if trying to think. Besides, 2 of the heroes were too young to have gotten involved. I've asked Naomasa to come in and use his quirk for a few questions, but the Hisoshi case is requiring all his attention so we can put him behind bars once he's captured, the retired pro adds. And we still need to find who actually killed Midoriya's mother, since it wasn't due to the fire itself. Present MIC huffs, although looking at the principal, he sees a familiar look take place on his face. I believe that will reveal itself. All the teachers looked as if he had grown a second head, and 𝐒𝐻𝐿 chuckled. All in due time, road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does. Deku Squad 4:30 p.m. has joined the chat. Froppy, what the? Who? 𝐒𝐻𝐿 Alright, what the F? NOONE. ISSAFE. TVISCONG, TNEWLR. ISE emergency exit. I'll be contacting the teachers right away if you don't tell us who you are. OHYOUPORPORHES. GOODLUCK Uravity, leave us the F alone. Uravity, are you part of the villains? We're sick and tired of your bullshit. Kakashi. This is concerning. That's so Raven. It's like the void is trying to swallow us up. Creati. Fumikage, I don't think now is the best time. It's hard to decide. Holy SHT Tokoyami, are you into vor or something? Froppy, nope, read up the chat. It's hard to decide. Okay, I'm sorry, but what the F? IMBS YUHDNOID small might, what do the villains want from us? YUEIWLFLNDTSYMBLOFPE. ACE. WLPISH Shoto, we're heroes, we'll fight for our school. YOUWLFLNDY. OUWLDEFORYOURMISTAKS, ALLFORON. EISMOVING, HEISCMANGFORYOUI. BE. WA has left the chat. Insomnicat. Holy F, what the F, what just happened? Uravity. F, that's so Raven. Kirishima, something's wrong with Izuku, he needs you. That's so Raven. Has panicking, it's hard to decide. I'm coming in a minute. Okay Izuku, hold on. Small might. I can't, it's hard to decide. SHT, I'm coming. Emergency exit. I've informed Aizawa-sensei. He said they're looking into it. Emergency exit. Make sure not to leave Izuku alone. It's hard to decide. I won't. It's hard to decide. Just it's hard to decide. Guys, I think something even bigger is coming. We've got him. Aizawa paused at the tense voice on the other side of the phone, an emotion there that he couldn't place. Got who? Hisoshi, the spitter. 𝐿𝐴 wavered on the other head. Eraserhead, it doesn't look good. Aizawa allowed himself to get up from where he had been resting on his bed within the dorms, going to gather up his gear. What do you mean? What happened? We're heading to you. With him now. Someone attempted to take his life before we could get to him. A sharp intake of breath. He isn't saying anything, something's wrong. Well, that much is obvious. Aizawa huffs, preparing to step out of his room. I'll wait for you by the dash, a loud siren wailed, red lights flashing. It caught Eraserhead a little by surprise, eyes widening as he tried to figure out the cause. Eraserhead, what's going on? They were left unanswered. The teacher was still before he snapped his phone shut, pulling his capture weapon and dashing out of the room, hearing his students start to cause a commotion below. Someone had broken into you. He hung up. 𝐿𝐴 mutters, shoving her mobile back into her pocket before glancing over her shoulder, where Mr. MSTR kept Hisoshi in line, watching the fire breather closely in case he tried anything. But Hisoshi seemed closed off. Then again, an attempt had been made on his life. He was silent, not saying a word. He hadn't even struggled. Silence fell over the three, before Mr. MSTR spoke up, glaring slightly at the underground hero. I can't understand why you did all that. You set that apartment on fire, and now your own son doesn't even have one loving parent. There was anger in his voice. He's covered in burns. A kid like that never deserved it. What kind of hero, what kind of father are you? Careful who you're calling a kid, Osborne. You're only 18 yourself. 𝐿𝐴 says gently, using his name in an attempt to help calm him. But it's true. You can't let your personal feelings get the better of you. 𝐿𝐴 reminds him. You're only a newly graduated hero. I understand that this may feel personal with the kid having such a big drive. But it's not up to us to scold Hisoshi. I know what happened was horrible. Hisoshi finally speaks, his voice quiet. And I know that how I acted towards 𝐿𝐴 and Izuku was wrong. But he came to a stop, the other two heroes looking at him. Did he have more information? The one who killed 𝐿𝐴. We need to get back to UA. She said someone called Sensei had sent her to finish her job. She? 𝐿𝐴 questions, peering closer at the dark-haired man. Who is she, Hisoshi? He opened his mouth, likely to speak. But a yelp rang out as a gunshot sounded, a bullet barely grazing Hisoshi's cheek before whizzing by. The sound of a bullet hitting flesh. Ah! Mistmaker yelped, the bullet embedding itself in his shoulder as he quickly went to grasp at the wound, stumbling back. His eyes were wide in surprise, and now pain. Osborne! 𝐿𝐴 went to go see to him, but as another bullet flew much too close over her head, she stopped and whipped her head around to face the source. Hisoshi looked as if he had seen a ghost. A dark-clothed figure stepped slowly towards the trio, pinged their gun. There was a familiar atmosphere to this individual. Looks like I need to work on my aim, the woman murmured, although there was a certain degree to glee in her voice. Although, if you had spotted me earlier, I'm sure Osborne here could have made himself into mist and not gotten shot at all. What happened to being aware of your surroundings? 𝐿𝐴 lets a grimace take over her features, moving so she was directly in front of both the injured hero and Hisoshi. Who are you, and how do you know his identity? Oh, don't be so surprised, 𝐿𝐴. She steps into the light, and the heroes see a sneer take over her features, eyes alight. I've been so much closer than you could have guessed. Shock and betrayal took over their faces. It was Hisoshi who spoke, as if it pained him to. Vera! Why? Spectacle smirked, turning her gun in her hands as she peered at the heroes. Why don't you come and find out? Tomura did say I had something new to test. Another creature stepped close behind her, snarling and snorting, its big frame causing the heroes to go still. Heroes, meet my 𝐻𝐻𝐽. Sensei, what's going on? What are all these sirens for? Aizawa was met with a barrage of questions once he had reached the common room. It seemed as if the entire class was done here, although he had no time to count. Concern and fright filled their voices, and they stared at their teacher expecting an answer. Someone broke into UA. I'm going to investigate. If anything goes wrong, one of the teachers will contact you. He eyes his more troublesome students. Under no circumstances will you leave the building unless absolutely necessary. Have I made myself clear? But Sensei, I'm aware you all have your licenses, except Todoroki. Shota cuts over Kirishima's frantic voice. I know you want to help, I know you want to be heroes. But we need someone to protect the first years if worse comes to worse. His eyes flash in an attempt to make sure his class took his words seriously. If we need assistance, we'll call on pro heroes and the third years. Do not engage in combat unless your life depends on it. The Erasure hero didn't stay to hear his students protest. He made his way out the building. He was worried about his class, sure, but if it was a bigger threat, he knew they could handle themselves as long as they stayed together. What Ida had sent, with the group chat was concerning to say the least. He had sent forward the information to Nezu. He had told him who he thought the traitor was. He couldn't believe it. He wouldn't. Not until he could question them himself. First, I have to deal with this threat. If this student was the traitor, he would take the fall for it. We're honestly not going to just sit here, right? It was Shinsu who spoke up, his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at his classmates. We can't. It sounds serious. Kirishima nods in agreement, although he could tell that two certain classmates were already against the idea. We need to follow what Aizawa-sensei said. We don't know what danger is out there. What if someone gets hurt because of us? Yorozu tries to convince them otherwise. We have our licenses, sure, but that doesn't mean we can jump in whenever we want. I'm sure the teachers can deal with it. What if it's the League? We can't handle them, even if we're all together. We need to stay where it's safe. Ida adds, I won't let any of you risk your lives. But we've improved too, we can take them on. Kirishima insists. These are real villains. This isn't a game. I'm not staying. Kirishima snaps. I know this isn't a game, but I can't just sit here and do nothing. If I don't act like a hero now, then when will I? He's right, we can't just sit here. It's Izuku who speaks, most of his burns now having covered up and scarred themselves. He still hadn't been cleared to fight. But just like Kirishima, he couldn't sit and do nothing. We've faced the League before. We can't let them get the upper hand. Izuku, you're the only one who shouldn't try to fight. Todoroki tells him, giving him a look. You're still recovering. No. I didn't manage to save my own mother from the fire. The green-haired teen snaps, staring at his classmates even as tears begin to fill his eyes. I didn't save her, even if I'm supposed to be a hero. I couldn't. I'm not going to sit back and let someone else possibly die because I did nothing. You don't have to come along. But I'm not going to stay here. And with that, Izuku leaves the dorms, shutting the door behind him. His class can only watch after him in both shock and silence. Then, one by one, they all followed the one-for-all user. It started with Kirishima, then Todoroki, Shinsu, Tokoyami, Soto, Kaminari. All until only Ida and Yorozu remained. We can't let them go off on their own. Ida murmurs, glancing towards Yorozu. The black-haired girl is silent, before reaching over and grabbing his hand, allowing a reassuring smile to grace her features. Then we go help them. We take part and support them. We make sure none of them get hurt. They hadn't noticed that during that whole exchange with the class. One certain classmate was missing. In hindsight, Izuku shouldn't have rushed out in front of his classmates. He shouldn't have gone alone. Why had he been so stupid? Probably because he was still emotional over his mother. Yeah, let's go with that. Blame it all on that. What? But our sources said you'd still be recovering. Izuku kept his distance from the villain in front of him. Shigaraki didn't even seem that angry. Just what was his deal? But no, this is fine, too. I won't need to hunt you down, after all. Shigaraki speaks to himself, turning his gaze on the teenager. The sooner you're out of the picture, the better for me. Izuku takes a step back, allowing his eyes to narrow. Store. It's not just me, all my classmates are fighting. You won't win, Shigaraki. Oh, really? You speak as if you trust everyone so fully. As if no one did anything wrong. How sad. Shigaraki gives a cold chuckle. I suppose the warning my little friend gave you didn't faze you, then. I had her hack into the system. For such a top school, A is terribly easy to break into. Who? Not all of you heroes are pure. Take Endeavor for example, or even your own father. Shigaraki spits. You heroes place yourselves so highly, yet you're all so dumb and ignorant. You fail to see everything, you ignore the truths. Well, that ends today with the fall of UA. Hero society will crumble, civilians will understand that you can never put your faith in a hero, someone who half-buttes everything, someone who doesn't understand. Izuku could hear footsteps closing in. His classmates called for him, they were close. You won't have a chance, Shigaraki. You speak.
Like you hold something over us. Oh, but I do. Izuku had to scrunch his eyes to try and see better, but, there, the shadows. People were coming forth, coming to stand at their boss's side. He recognized most of them, main members of the league, likely while they had smaller, less dangerous villains try to keep the teachers occupied. There was Darby, the scarred villain with blue fire. Toga, who eyed him rather hungrily. Even two others that Izuku barely knew about, Spinner and Twice. There was another figure, one that Izuku's eyes widened as he spotted the familiar face as they stared at him. His classmate. Eyes missing their usually warmness. Void. Empty. Dark. Izuku felt his heart speed up, he faltered, shaking his head as he slowly backed away. His throat closed itself. No. No way. Okako. The brown-haired teen gave a smile as Izuku seemed rather hesitant to say her name, as if he didn't want to be true. But her smile was far from friendly, it was full of malice. You know, I'm surprised no one figured it out sooner. Although I am convinced that at the very least, Nezu knew. She sighs. And in a school full of heroes. That's pretty bad, not being able to tell a hero from a villain. Izuku wanted to say more. No. She couldn't be the traitor. She had saved him, all the way back at the entrance exam. She'd been his very first friend at UA, a student full of warmth and sunshine. Someone who changed the meaning of Deku, who was very willing to even throw hands with Bakugo and give him a run for his money. His friend. She wasn't supposed to be with the league. Izuku vaguely heard the class catch up, a few casting confusing glances to their turned classmate, until Tsuyu stepped forward. Ocha. What's going on? Why are you with them? She did this of her own choice. She was with us much longer than she was with you little wannabe heroes. Shigaraki sneers, placing a hand on the anti-gravity girl's shoulder, keeping his pinky lifted. All you experienced with her was a lie, all on Sensei's account. Emotions flickered through Uraraka's eyes, and turning his head, Izuku could see the betrayal and hurt take place in Tsuyu's eyes. So you never cared. About me, or any of us? The frog-quirked girl asked, her voice quiet. Izuku's eyes burned as he stared at the one he called his best friend. But he couldn't will himself to cry, not here. No, I didn't. Several gasps were heard from the remainder of the class, and Shigaraki throws his arms forward slightly, a laugh bubbling out. Betrayal, not even the heroes were expecting it. He laughs. How could you you were our friend no way. No freaking way. You must be forcing her to do this. Kirishima forces out, his eyes narrowed. Oh, poor little heroes. We don't force her to do anything. It's all of her free will. It's Darby who speaks up, the scarred villain gives a sneer. She was always a villain. It almost looks as if Uraraka wants to speak against that, but she doesn't. Oh Shigaraki, can I please cut some of these cuties up? Toga purrs, holding her hands to her cheeks and a blush taking over her face. So many of you would look so much prettier all covered in BLD, how about no thanks? 𝐶𝐬𝐴 barely holds back a grimace. None of them wanted to be cut up today. Alright, how about we split you up, try to dodge. That's the only warning they get before a pillar of bright blue flame shoots towards the 18 students. Todoroki barely gets an ice wall up in time to cover him and some of the others, namely Izuku, Kirishima, Kaminari, and 𝐶𝐬𝐴, while the rest scrambled in different directions to get out of its range. Even then the ice was melting, and fast. You better be ready, heroes. Izuku hears Darby's cackle over the roaring of his flames. We'll have to finish dealing with him before going to the others' aid. Izuku's eyes narrows, and he looks at the other four. Hopefully the others don't get caught up against any of the villains themselves. A shriek sounds, and Izuku barely has the time to grab the sleeves of 𝐶𝐬𝐴 and Kaminari before activating One for All, bounding back. Todoroki and Kirishima dive to the side as a mass lands where they all stood moments before. The roaring of flames has died down, and Izuku can hear his other, divided classmates fighting. But that was the least of their problems. SHT, it's a thing 𝐻𝐼𝐺. Kaminari yelps. Of course Darby wouldn't fight them alone. Baku squad plus the only good extras Bad Explosion Child. Oi, what's going on? Bad Explosion Child, I hear sirens, did you guys F something up? Honestly, Katsuki was surprised that he hadn't been removed from the chat. Only that Kirishima and Uraraka had left it. Bad Explosion Child, answer me you pricks, General Studies has been told to lay low. The alarms had been turned off during the dorms, with their homeroom teacher telling them all to gather in the common room and stay there while the teachers dealt with whatever problem was going on. F that. He'd never admit it. But he felt as if something was wrong, as if the others were in danger, maybe. Bad Explosion Child, I swear I'll come to your dorms and kill you if you don't answer. He had been prepared to send more, but inhuman shrieks filled the air, followed by distant yelling. Katsuki paused, before a scowl covered his face and he cursed under his breath. F this. The blonde proclaims, jumping to his feet before heading to the entrance. His classmates stare after him like he's crazy, one or two telling him to stand back and listen to the teachers. You extras can hide here like cowards for all I care. Katsuki roars at them, explosions popping off in one hand as he stuffs his phone away with the other. But I'm not, I'm a hero, F General Studies and what the teachers say. I'm going out there. He spits. No one else calls after him as he leaves, slamming the door behind him. Using his explosions, he propels himself towards where the sound of fighting seems to be occurring, snarling under his breath. All you shitty extras better be alive. Honestly, you can try a bit harder than that, can't you? Hisoshi
huffs under his breath, barely managing to dodge a clawed hand that swipes for his face. He looks towards the creature, 𝐻𝐼𝐺, and inhales, ready to exhale a buildup of flames. However, they die out before managing leaving his throat. It'd be a lot easier if you stopped messing with our quirks, Spectacle. He spits, before allowing his eyes to trail to where Rowan is helping Osborn to his feet, the younger hero wincing in pain. But where's the fun in that, dear? Young Tomura might be interested in your quirks, we wouldn't want to exhaust them. The League. How long have you been on their side? Rowan glares at the hero she would have once called friend. Don't worry, I first joined through Sensei. Or, well, all for one. He gave me a chance, he gave me this quirk. He let me become a hero. Of course, not all heroes only have one goal. She enlightens them. I was part of his branch out in America. We were fairly small. He told me to keep an eye on certain individuals. Hisoshi hissed out a curse as the 𝐻𝐼𝐺 managed to get a hit on him, nearly throwing him into a building, only barely managing to use his flames, which were now back, to repel himself. He heard All Might had gotten a successor. He looked up all he could about the child. Your son, Hisoshi. Spectacle now gives him a look, the 𝐻𝐼𝐺 pausing in its movements as the fire quirk user glares at her. Originally he wanted to use you and your wife as 𝐻𝐼𝐺 to kill the child yourselves. But when Sensei was put in Tartarus, Tomura told me opposite. He wanted me to hurt and break the kid. It was rather quite handy that you have a fire breath quirk. She states simply. Causing it to activate a few sparks with just a little bit of my quirk wasn't that hard. Getting rid of 𝐭𝐽 was easy, she and the kid were already knocked out. I would have killed you then, too, but you fled. Not to mention that I inhaled too much smoke. Scales can only protect you from so much fire. 𝐻𝐸, distracted, turned his head as the 𝐵𝐻𝐸 sped towards him, raising its insanely huge arm to swat him like a bug. But it stopped. It struggled. And hurry up and deal with her, 𝐻𝐸. Rowan spits, and looking at her, 𝐻𝐸 sees that she had long WHPs of manipulated weeds and plants come from the surrounding abandoned houses to wrap around the legs, torso and arm of the creature. I can only hold it for so long. You've teamed up with Spectacle the most. If anyone can deal with her, it's you. Even without your quirk. He was surprised they were trusting him now with this, and he catches her gaze. Osborn was now gone, likely gone back to UA or the closest police station to fetch help. With his mist form, it would make it much easier. He lets an uneasy grin fall on his features, before dashing for Vera. She could cancel his quirk, but they were both advanced in hand to hand. As long as Rowan holds that thing off, I might have a chance at this. Yes, he was a horrible father. A horrible person, and a horrible hero. But when it came to flight or fight, he would fight. When it came against even someone who he perhaps loved. When it came between good or evil. Even with his past mistakes, horrible as they were. He would always choose to be a hero. He would fight, he would stall until backup arrived. That's the least I can do, for every other trouble I've caused. I can't let her get to UA. She can't succeed. Everyone, dodge. The wall of blue flames raced towards the 18 students, and all but the 5 guarded by Todoroki's own ice wall scrambled to get out of the way. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 let out a gasp as she felt the fire singe the sleeves of her clothing, and the invisible girl stumbled, bracing herself with her arms. At least she hadn't been hit head-on. Toru, are you alright? She seemingly raised her head at the concerned voice, seeing it was Ojiro who had made his way to her, tail swishing side to side nervously. Shoji wasn't far behind, and the duply-armed male extended a hand to help her up, which she took gratefully. Oh, I'm fine. Just some singed clothing, luckily. She states, an unseeing but reassuring smile on her face. What about you two? I only have singed clothing as well. Ojiro has a burn on his tail, but we're fine otherwise. Shoji informs her. A yelp breaks out in the air, Kaminari, who shrieks something about a 𝐻𝐸. The 3 turned on their heels, spotting the ice wall and planning to go help, only to be stopped by a familiar figure stepping in their path. Sorry, but I'm going to have to stop you right there. Uraraka states before the brown-haired girl dashes forward, tapping Shoji with a hand and allowing her quirk to activate. Ojiro wastes no time in bounding forth, aiming to slap the girl away with his tail. Uraraka turns on her feet, grasping him by the tail and changing her stance, before throwing him over her shoulder and down to the ground. Shoji! Ojiro! Toru calls in a panic, before the invisible girl dashes forward and aims a kick into Uraraka's side, unknowingly getting her old injury. The gravity quirk user gives off a grimace, flinching back and allowing Toru to aim a punch, which she was barely able to block. How could you, Uraraka? Toru cries, and although they remain unseen by everyone else, the girl did have tears filling her eyes. What happened to everything we've been through? You've betrayed us. I thought we were all friends. You don't understand, the girl snaps, before whipping something out of her pocket that nicked Toru's invisible arm, causing her to gasp. A knife. Are you serious? Having a weapon isn't very fair. Ojiro comes in, slapping his tail across her hands and causing Uraraka to let go due to the force. Uraraka narrowed her eyes slightly, and before the tailed teenager could get himself out of harm's way, her hand brushed over his tail, causing her quirk to take effect on him, too. He was useless with 0 gravity. Hey, put them down. Toru comes in with another barrage of hits, some of which were able to hit their mark, due to her invisibility. But since she was still wearing clothes, her position was easy to make out, and Uraraka went to pin her down, causing her to squirm in her grip. It didn't last very long, and a tongue lashed out and knocked Uraraka off. Tsuyu. The frog teenager came to take place in front of her invisible friend, facing her girlfriend. Could she still call her that? Ocha! Please don't do this. I don't have a choice. But you do. We can help. We can make sure the villains can't hurt you. Tsuyu insists, closing the distance between her and the other girl. No matter how much you try to deny it, the friends you've made here were with real feelings. You still care. Deep down. And I'll never stop caring about you, either. Uraraka stops, as if pondering as Tsuyu goes on. So please, help us. You have to help us fight back the villains. I can't. More emotions passed through Uraraka's eyes, and Toru watched her closely, getting to her feet. Anger. But sadness was present in her once friend's eyes. She stared at her classmates. Okiko, please. The gravity quirk user then hesitates, before she slowly raised her hands, as if to touch her finger pads together to deactivate her quirk. No, bad kitties. You can't play like that. A gleeful giggle sounds. None of the students notice the sound of rushing feet. Tsuyu and Uraraka don't notice the pale, blonde-haired villain rush past them. Toru didn't react in time. Several voices called out her name in horror, but she barely registered them. She felt nothing. Nothing despite the blade embedded in her abdomen. Toga gives off a laugh, slicing the blade through before yanking it out, inspecting the crimson liquid. Wow, didn't think your BLD would be visible unlike the rest of you, Toru-chan, she purrs. Toru tries to speak, but a metallic taste fills her mouth. Tomura-chan said we can't play for very long, you know. But look at you, you're already so much cuter. Her classmates are frozen, horrified. But what's a little more, here? Toga lifts her blade, and Toru barely registers it. A shriek sounds her name, sounding suspiciously like Ojiro. She doesn't feel the blade sink in, and Toru's vision fades to black. SHT, the BLD 𝐔𝐬𝐽 got away. Soto keeps pressure on a knife wound in his calf while telling the others he was with 𝐤𝐸 going to his side to try and cover it in tape. Even if it might hurt to get off, it was better than nothing. Mina can only ground her teeth in annoyance. On the bright side, that only left them with one villain instead of two, which was much easier to deal with. Downside. He had already made a few clones of himself. We're lucky these guys don't need to take much damage. Jiru mutters, sending a heartbeat wave into the ground via her ear jacks, causing the earth to split underneath two that were rushing towards her. And with the 6 of us, hopefully we can corner the villain making them. Or cause him to flee. What a brilliant plan. Man, that stinks. One of the twice comments, slicing his weapon, a measuring tape of sorts. Towards the purple-haired girl, only for Tokoyami to summon Dark Shadow and block it with a screech. Dark Shadow was getting angrier, and while Tokoyami had a better time now handling the beast, it was still difficult and drew a lot of energy during the dark. He was trying to fight with hand-to-hand combat, like he had been training. But that was hard when his classmates, his friends, needed help as well. Come on, is that all you punks got? This madman is truly annoying. Tokoyami mutters under his breath, kicking away one of the clones. No matter how many we take down, more get made. Koda, look out. He calls towards the mostly mute member of their class, who quickly ducks under a kick sent his way. He had managed to call a few birds over, but they didn't do much damage-wise, and there wasn't much else for him to call since most of the other animals around the area had been either scared off by the fighting or were asleep. Don't worry, I'm trying to work on something. Not yet. Jiru informs the bird-headed teenager, coming to his side. For now, you just have to hold them off. I'm going to make sure Soto and 𝐤𝐸 are alright. Tokoyami barely had time to nod before Dark Shadow swiped away a few more clones with an angry croon. He could let Dark Shadow loose and defeat the clones by himself. But he wouldn't allow his companion to take control, not now. This is bad, bad, bad. What are we gonna do? If she was Momo, Midoriya, or even any of the top 5 academics wise in the class, perhaps Kyoko would be able to come up with a plan of action. But she wasn't. Even with all they had gone through in the previous year, even with all the villain attacks. She hesitated. She hesitated and she hated it. Her friends were fighting, and she was standing here and hesitating, not able to do all that much damage. Even Koda was trying his best to help out, and while he was a hard hitter, it wouldn't do much against someone who could keep cloning themselves. Think, Kyoka, think. Her heart rate was increasing, the adrenaline pumping itself through her body. Wait. Oh. That she was sure she could do. Especially with how hard and fast her herd was pumping. Tokoyami. The teen looked towards her rather inquiringly, but he was ready to listen. I need you to have Dark Shadow cover all the clones, and make sure none of them can escape. He looked confused, but by the look she sent his way, one that left no room for argument, he did as she said. Dark Shadow spread out his arms, sweeping up all the clones together before he covered them, much like a dome. Insults sounded from the inside, contradicting one another. But Jiru could care less. All right, everyone cover your ears. Kyoka extended her ear jacks, one plugging into the ground on either side of Dark Shadow before she concentrated. 3, 2, 1. She then let it all go. All her energy, adrenaline, her anger. Her will to save her friends. It raced through her ear jacks, throbbing in pain as she let all the noise go. The sound of victory. Splintering, shattering, the ground underneath Dark Shadow trembled and shook, breaking apart. Yells came out from inside the Shadow Dome.
But no one took notice. Kyoka didn't stop. She poured everything she could, the sound emitting making her cover her own ears at the sheer volume. But she couldn't let go. Not even as black spots invaded her vision. The purple-haired teen had no clue how long she had kept it up for until her eyes rolled to the back of her head and she collapsed where she stood, Koda and Mina racing to her side in a fit of concern. Dark Shadow then retracted itself from its dome, Tokoyami with Zero and Soto looking astonished at the damage left behind. A huge crater was left in the place of the clones, most of the ground having turned into dirt and dust and going down a few meters. No clone was left standing, no villain. Not even a body of Twice. All that remained was several puddles of mud. Ah, so if it isn't you. The one who took down Stain. Spinner fainted to the right as Tenya aimed a roundhouse kick to the reptilian's face, going in for a cheap punch to his side before ducking under some nets Momo had thrown his way. You must be confident not to use your quirk. Momo states, eyes narrowed as she watched the older man. Who says I even have a quirk? Spinner snaps, throwing a few blades in the creation hero's direction, only for her to quickly stumble out of the way. Non, much too confident. AMR cries, firing his laser, only for the target to move out of the way. He couldn't fire it for too long, despite increasing the time he could hold it, he could unwillingly harm a classmate in the dark. You two stay out of this, my fight is with glasses over here. Spinner retaliates, going in to try and land a knockout blow on Yuga. It surely would have worked, too, if Tenya hadn't activated his engines and caught his blonde classmate by the sleeve, running by and pulling him out of harm's way. A fight with just him. Good luck with that. Momo goes to quickly join the two, side by side. If you want to fight one of us, you'll have to fight all of us. Yuga adds with his usual sparkle, and Tenya raises his head to meet the vision of the villain. We are heroes. I don't care if you're a follower of Stain, you will be going down, you sly villain. Heh. Bring it on then, you fake. Tenya, make sure Yuga doesn't get hit for now. Momo declared, stepping back a bit. I have a plan. I just need more preparation time. The engine quirk user was unsure of what she was exactly planning, but he trusted her. Of course, he says, looking then towards his blonde classmate. You keep attacking long range, I'll make sure he doesn't get close enough to get you. They both then scattered as Spinner rushed towards them with swords. You brought about the end of Stain, I will make sure the same happens to you. Spinner declares towards the boy with the glasses, a scowl appearing on his face as he darted towards him once more. You'll have to try better than that, villain. Tenya uses a bit of his quirk to keep out of the sword's reach, allowing Yuga an opportunity to fire his laser at the villain, hitting him in the back with enough force to stun him. He didn't want to go all out with his classmates around. Spinner turned and threw a blade at the blonde boy, and he ducked, rolling a bit out of the way with a huff. He then dashed for the reptilian villain. Yuga wasn't the best at hand-to-hand combat. It was something he was still working on, to try and help with close combat. But his actions caught Spinner by surprise. Tenya then went in for a kick, only for Spinner to snap out of his confusion and grab the faster boy, before going to throw him over his shoulder and slam him into the ground. "I'll admit, you look like you've improved, but not enough." Spinner hisses, taking out a blade and stabbing Tenya's shoulder quickly before he could react, causing a yelp of pain. "You only managed to defeat Stain by pure luck." Tenya only grits his teeth, staring up at Spinner in rage. "I didn't defeat him on my own, and just like then, you'll go out the same way." Spinner, having his back turned, hadn't noticed that Momo was done with whatever she had been creating, and was fitting it onto Yuga over where his laser belt usually was. He hadn't had time to put it back on before they had left the dorms. "Class 2A works together, you villains best remember that." Tenya spits, hissing in pain as the blade digs in deeper. "Unless you take us on in a one-on-one fight, you have no chance. Yuga, now." At Momo's call, the other teen then let off another laser with the new equipment that the creation user had made him. What she had made, however, expanded the power of the laser tremendously, and he had been told to let it off for as long as he could. And he did, the laser hitting Spinner right in the back. There was a shriek, and Tenya forcibly yanked himself away, wincing as the sword twisted before finally releasing his shoulder. Yuga didn't let up after he had escaped. He kept going, and going, and going, until he needed to stop and retch off to the side. Spinner didn't move, unconscious at the very least, but they didn't move to check. Tenya and Momo only sighed in relief. "Ooh, a little help, maybe." Yuga's weak voice took them out of their momentary relief, and they both rushed to check their classmate. "Toru." The invisible girl's body slumped to the ground, and Toga inspected her knife with a giggle, a wide blush covering her cheeks. "Ooh, I wonder how she looks under that invisibility." Uraraka stared in astonishment in her eyes, frozen before she whipped around to face the blonde teenager. "I thought Shigaraki said we'd only be getting rid of the stronger students and All Might." "Oh, Okako-chan, of course he wouldn't tell you everything." Toga informs her. "Besides, I think I wouldn't have been able to go without cutting someone's throat. What a shame all her BLD will be going to waste." Uraraka tapped her fingertips together, releasing her quirk on both Ojiro and Shoji, the two teens rushing to their classmate who was bleeding out. She had no words, and Toga only wrapped an arm around her shoulders with a giggle. "Don't worry about her. You should be more worried that
Tomura-chan might overhear and think you still have lasting feelings for these so-called heroes." She tapped the brunette's cheek lightly with her blade. "And you know exactly what will happen if he suspects you." Tsuyu quietly told Ojiro and Shoji to get the bleeding invisible girl back to safety, and to keep pressure on her wounds before facing the two, the villain and the girl she immensely cared for. "I won't let you hurt anyone else." Her voice wobbled slightly, betraying how she was trying to come off as. "Oh, this'll be fun." Toga purrs. "It's been a while, Zu-chan." Wait, it was especially agreed that she wouldn't get hurt. Uraraka's voice rose slightly in despair, her eyes showing panic, no matter how much she wanted to hide it. "You can't." "Oh, I'm sure Tomura-chan won't mind." Toga snaked her way from Uraraka and lunged at Tsuyu, blade ready to slice her pretty little face, with the frog-quirked girl on the defense. An explosion. "Oi, Vampire Beach. Why not fight me instead?" Toga cried out in surprise when an explosion was aimed at her face, swiftly knocking her back towards Uraraka. Tsuyu and Uraraka were both surprised at the new arrival. "Bibakugu." Katsuki narrowed his eyes, clenching his hands as he popped off small explosions, his eyes never leaving the blonde villain who got to her feet. "I figured you idiots would be up to something. Past-tail guy and 6 arms on my way here." They said the League had shown up. "Oh, Katsuki-chan." Toga wailed in delight, letting off a sharp grin. "It's been so long." "Shut it," the explosion user snaps, before he goes to make quick eye contact with Tsuyu. "Go find Aizawa-sensei. Or any other hero. Whatever they are fighting was to keep them away from the main league. We also have no clue where fuckhands McMike might be. I'll hold this beach off. Looks like Roundface is too distracted to be of any help to any of us." Tsuyu looked between her former classmate and girlfriend, unsure before she took off without another thought, following Bakugu's order without trying to protest. Toga went to try and go after her, but Bakugu blocked her path, an intense sneer on his face. You know, it's been a while since I've let loose. His palms crackle and pop multiple times, and he gets into his stance. Come at me with all you got. You too, Uraraka, if you're really a villain. I'll kill you. You know, this fight is kinda a stalemate. Hisoshi had managed to manhandle the gun off Spectacle, kicking it away from either of their reach, and requiring the two to fight hand-to-hand. Both were exhausted. Hisoshi used the back of his palm to wipe off some sweat that made its way down his face, still watching the hero-turned-villain closely, who looked close to wanting to pass out. Probably quirk overuse. You can't win this battle. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 still has your Nomu pet immobilized. The fire breather told her breathlessly, although he knew that the other hero was still struggling against the hulking beast. He needed this to be done quickly. Spectacle only growls, narrowing her eyes angrily. You should be thanking me. Thanking you. I thought I fully caused my son's mother to be killed, only to realize that I was only an indirect cause. Hisoshi snaps. I ran like a coward when I'm supposed to be a hero. I made so many mistakes and it's because of you and your DMN League. You went and hurt something that wasn't yours to hurt. Hisoshi knew that the end was near. You won't be escaping back to the underground. Unfortunately, you got put against someone who knows all your moves, Spectacle. And not only that. You're more of an idiot than I thought. Spectacle sneers, aiming her gun. Any last words? The bullet will surely hit you before you can dodge. Oh, I sure do, the hero states rather calmly, his face giving off nothing. Duck. What? Spectacle lowered her gun and guard in confusion, only to be startled by a fog passing through the man, racing towards her. Wait. The mist materialized at the last moment, Osborn's fist meeting with her gut, a snarl on his face. Heroes never let their guard down. Guess they didn't teach you that in villain school. The punch had thrown her back since she hadn't been prepared, her skull slamming against the asphalt. If the punch and her exhaustion hadn't knocked her out, that surely had. Oh Osborn, you absolute idiot, what were you thinking? Both of the standing heroes turned to see Rowan stomping her way over, furious. Mistmaker had brought along police backup, who were currently detaining the Nomu. It didn't react, due to the fact its semester was down. Hey, I got backup. And you didn't think about getting your shoulder tended to first. Osborn fell quiet, allowing his eyes to wander to the bullet wound in his shoulder. It was still bleeding, if only a tiny bit now. Oh. How many low-life villains and Nomu do they even have at their disposal? Aizawa wraps two villains up with his cloth, banging their heads together to knock the two out before turning his gaze to a trio who were rushing at him. At first glance, it appeared that one had a hair-based quirk, with how much they were covered in it. He was unsure about the other two, and wasn't waiting to find out. He dealt with them quickly. Eraserhead, a little help over here. The black-haired man turned, shooting out his cloth to distract a small Nomu that had been aiming to strike at midnight. In turn, she delivered a quick knockout blow to the monster. That was close, thanks Shota. Nemurai gives herself a moment to compose herself once more, looking to her friend and co-worker. The crowd seems to be thinning out a bit. I'll admit, most of the villains we've dealt with have been rather easy to deal with. And the Nomu. The Nomu look to only have 2 or 3 quirks. Probably sent here to just be a distraction for us. Aizawa growls, they sure have their hands on a lot. And we have every teacher except Yagi and Recovery Girl fighting. Midnight exclaims, turning her head as she hears a quirk-enforced yell that came from an all-too-familiar friend. This doesn't seem so. Aizawa-sensei. Both teachers paused, turning as Tsuyu made her way over. She seemed a little scuffed up, her eyes wide and full of so much more emotion than either had seen her before. Asui. I thought I told you kids to stay in the dorms. Aizawa was so going to give them a lecture later. Aizawa-sensei, it's the League. They showed up and everyone's fighting. That caused his train of thought to stop. What? We don't know where Shigaraki ended off. They hurt 𝐔𝐻𝐼 really badly. And Oocha. The student's eyes filled with tears, and Shota's eyes filled with a steely resolve. Midnight, take Asui back to the dorms, make sure nothing happens. If I come across any other students, I'll send them your way. I'm going to help my class. The homeroom teacher didn't wait, already taking off and leaving the two. All Midnight could do was coax the upset student in the direction of the dorms, hoping to avoid all the fighting in the dark. What the 𝐒𝐻𝐽 Kaminari shrieked, stumbling back as the 𝐿 shot a jet of water towards him, something he narrowly avoided. It has a water quirk of all things. Wait. This could work. Izuku mutters to himself, pausing before he faces Todoroki. Shoto, you need to hold off Dabi with as much ice as you can. What? Why? The half-hot half-cold quirk teenager wasn't going to argue, and already had replaced their rapidly melting ice wall with a new one. But he wasn't in on the plan. What are you thinking, Izuku? But the one-for-all user ignored him, turning to the other three. A hero, Hitoshi, and I need to try and get in close to hit the 𝐿. Try and make it hit the ground with what water quirk? Kaminari, you stay back until I give you the signal. None of them had time to question it, not with their lives at stake. They had to act. And while Todoroki was preoccupied with fighting off the villain who may or may not be connected to him, the other three got in close to the creature, jabbing and hitting it. But with no real power behind it all. Even Midoriya was holding back. Wait a second. Water. Kaminari may be stupid. But even he wasn't that dense. Most of the time. They're getting the 𝐿 to create a water puddle around itself and get soaked in it. What felt like a lifetime of waiting didn't take very long. Hitoshi, move. Kaminari, now. The electric user gave off a crazy grin, his quirk crackling between his hands as his classmates move out of the way. All right, he slammed his hands into the ground, letting his quirk loose. 2000 volts. A screech. Sizzling. Burning flesh. It was like a light show. Except the teenagers were still fighting for their lives. By the time the electricity died down, the 𝐿 was splayed on the ground, unmoving as smoke moved off it in waves. The water had allowed Kaminari's quirk to enhance itself, and the blonde staggered to his feet with Kirishima coming to his side to help him. You all right, buddy? Why, yeah. Kaminari winced. He had worked on his output, but judging by the BLD making a steady stream from his nose, he knew he had to be more careful. I was close to short-circuiting. Couldn't risk it. You did good, bro, the redhead reassures his friend, the two watching as Hitoshi and Izuku run to make their way to Shoto's side, only for a blast of fire to knock them back and shatter the ice wall their classmate had made. Shoto. Hitoshi yelps, but judging by a chuckle that rises over the flames, he can assume that his boyfriend is all right, if anything. Todoroki Shoto. We meet again, with you once more being powerless to help. Dabi sneers down at him. The dear old man couldn't drill anything better into that small head of yours. The dual-quirked teen froze, before his eyes narrowed in fury, sending a wave of red flames towards the villain, causing him to jump back and counter with his own blue flames, his eyes alight with something Todoroki is sure he has seen before. Now, heroes. I never said that defeating that 𝐿 was a win. You'll have to get through me, now. Dabi eyes them all, blue flames liking at his arms. And I'm not as stupid as to fall for some weak water trick. Stop dodging, you beach. Katsuki howled as he set off an explosion at Toga, the blonde villain on the defensive as she moved away from the explosive teen, a grin on her features. Or Katsuki-chan, where's the fun in just letting you hit me? Stupid thing villains. Katsuki snarls under his breath, barely dodging the villain as she comes in close, attempting to cut his cheek with her knife, and he retaliated, kicking her stomach and throwing her back. You don't know when to give up, do you? Uraraka could only stand and watch as Bakugo fought the villain, who she was supposed to be helping. But her feet wouldn't move. Why? I accepted it long ago. None of these friendships were real. Right. Okiko-chan, don't just stand there. Toga calls, having more difficulty to dodge the ex-hero student she was fighting. You know this was part of the plan. Tomura-chan won't be very happy to hear about this, but why not focus on me instead? A punch backed with an explosion cracked alongside Toga's face, knocking her to the ground with a yelp and causing the blonde to raise her hands and cradle her cheek. "Wow, you hit really hard, Katsuki-chan." "Shut it." Katsuki roars, reading his palms to set off a large explosion, only for the crackling of his quirk to die down. All three heads turn to the source, red eyes glinting at them as cloths flung themselves outwards. "Ooh!" Toga yelps, feeling the cloth wrap around her and keeping her pinned to the ground. "What's the big deal? You're totally not my type." Her struggles to escape are fruitless. "I don't even want to know what you're doing here from the general study dorms, Bakugo the Erasure hero sighs, but I'll let it go this time, considering the circumstances." "Ocha!" Aizawa lets his gaze wander to where Tsuyu made her way to the gravity quirk user, who took a few uncertain steps back. Uraraka is calm, fighting back the emotions that rage in his head because he should have realized that something was wrong with his own Fing student. He had no clue what to say. Some part of him still refused because no child should have this shoved on them, and after everything the class had been through, don't. Uraraka's voice is shaky, and she raises her gaze to meet theirs, doing her best to shut her emotions out. I'm a villain - we can help you." Tsuyu insisted, tears stinging her eyes. "What happened to not being fragile here?" Bakugo mutters, although he looks almost thoughtful, and something else. "No, you're my student. We can get you out of this." Aizawa wasn't sure if he was trying to convince himself or the teenagers. "We can find a way - I think not." Toga speaks up from where she was pinned, staring at the heroes. "There's no redemption. Not for what's to come." That left them stunned, giving Toga a chance to call out. "Yujiko-chan, time to get us out of here." There was no one else around, which confused the teacher and his students, only to be thrown off guard when black goo forced its way out of Toga's mouth, followed shortly by Uraraka. "What, wait?" Aizawa activated his quirk, but since he couldn't see this Yujiko, it proved useless, the black sludge covering up the villain and his student. "Okiko!" Tsuyu leapt forward, trying to clasp onto the brunette, only for her hands to go through the goo. "Don't go!" Okiko could say nothing as the sludge consumed her and Toga, warping the two out of there and leaving no trace. She had been right there, silent, out of reach. But her eyes had said it all. "I'm sorry. Hope you're fast enough to dodge this time." Darby sneers, sending a blast of blue flames towards the 5 heroes in training, all of whom barely had the time to scramble out of the way. "Some of us can't counter his fire." A hero hisses, patting out a few sparks that tried to ignite on his sleeve. "What do we do?" Shoto and Izuku are probably the only ones who can keep up with him. Speed and power-wise anyway. Hitoshi admits. "He probably won't answer any of my questions without my voice changer. Hardening won't protect you from the fire, and Kaminari is already close to being at his quirk limit. Just stand back and try to get in on any opening." Izuku told them quietly, so the villain wouldn't hear. "I can try to get in close on him. Hopefully he could be fast enough to dodge the villain at close range. Shoto should be able to keep you from being caught by the flames with his ice. Izuku, you're still recovering." A hero grabs his arm gently, eyes narrowed slightly. "You should head back. He could overwhelm you. He could overwhelm all of us. If I leave, Shoto is the only one who has a quirk to hold him back." Izuku insists. "He'd have to stay on the defensive." The greenette then pulls his arm away gently. "We have to try and make Darby back away. Or wait for the teachers to arrive." He activated One for All. Due to some burns still healing, he kept himself to about 20%, which would hopefully be enough to outspeed the fire. "If things get too dangerous, I'll try to fall back." Shoto flicked up another ice wall as more blue flames came towards the group, and Izuku looked at him. "Try to hit him with your ice if you get the chance. I have the feeling your fire won't do much against someone who has a similar quirk." The dual-haired male only nods, and Izuku takes that as his signal to go in and start attacking. In hindsight, he had known it was stupid to fight in the first place, while still recovering from burns. He was fast enough to avoid Darby's attacks, he knew, but he wasn't expecting the fire to trigger anything. Blue flames flashed out towards him, threatening to lick at his skin, and he made to leap away, only to stop. Staring at the flames, they changed from blue to red, from a pillar rushing towards him to everywhere, surrounding him. Pain was all he felt. He was back there. At the apartment, screams filled his ears, threatening to make them burst. Why now? He didn't want to be here. Flames licked at his legs, his arms, his face. He couldn't save her. Red-hot pain engulfed him, a soundless scream escaping him. Everything was burning and dying. Izuku. The boy was snapped out of his stupor to see blue flames still rushing at him with his feet frozen, the heat threatening to burn his face. An ice wall was barely thrown up in time. "SHT, are you alright?" He was unsure of who was speaking. Izuku could only stumble back and fall, his body shaking. Why had he remembered that? The flames hadn't been the same. It shouldn't have happened, not in the middle of a battle. He barely registered, hands clasping his shoulders in order to keep him grounding, of the yelp of pain that sliced through the air. Izuku was unsure of how much time had passed. It went quick, that's how it felt. One moment they were fighting for their lives, Izuku unable to do anything. But then the ice wall was gone, and Aizawa was there, crouching at his level to look at his student in the eye. "Midoriya, are you back with us?" He had to blink a few times, confusing fogging his brain. "Here." Aizawa only muttered a curse under his breath, getting to his feet. "Kirishima, Todoroki, you two stay with him for the time being, take him to Recovery Girl." The infirmary, luckily, wasn't targeted. "Kaminari and Shinzu, you're with me W8, the villains." Izuku went to force himself to stand, only for a hero to hold his shoulders more tightly. So it had been him. "Midoriya, you've been sitting there shaking for the past half hour," according to Kirishima. "The fire triggered something, it seems." Their homeroom teacher states in a clipped tone. "Darby's escaped, they left their Nomu behind. You need to go get checked out, and that isn't a suggestion." Izuku let out a breath he was holding, all of a sudden feeling much too weak to stand on his own. "It's not your fault he escaped. It seems as if he escaped in the same manner as the rest. We never found where Shigaraki went. But that's not important for now." Aizawa goes to rest a hand on his shoulder. "You need to make sure you're alright first. There will be plenty of time to worry about this when you're in a better mindset." He didn't allow his student to answer, turning to the rest, including Tsuyu and Bakugo, who had stayed with him. Apart from Kirishima, Todoroki, and Midoriya, we're all heading back to the dorms. "Bakugo, we'll make sure you get to your dorms safely first." The blonde wanted to protest and spit that he could handle himself. But seeing the state that Midoriya was in, perhaps a part of him realized that now wasn't the best time nor place to throw a hissy fit. He agreed quietly, and the group set on their way, leaving a hero to help a shaken Izuku to his feet. Todoroki could only remain quiet, contemplating. Why did that villain? Why did Darby seem so familiar? Several minutes earlier, Toshinori had been pacing rather worriedly within the dorms of Class 2A, unable to go out and join the fray of the battle. He hadn't even noticed the students had left. He should have tried to stop them, to do something. Who knows how badly they could get hurt. The doors burst open, slamming against the walls and causing the retired hero to spit out BLD, turning around. One for all was out of his reach, but if a villain had found its way here, Yagi-sensei. No, those were students. The blonde could only sigh in relief. "Goodness, you all right?" His words were lost when the ground rushed to him, and he saw who it was. Young Ojiro and Shoji, with the latter carrying something, someone, covered and gushing BLD. His face paled. Young Hagekyu. That crazy villain with the knife got her. Ojiro tells him, and the student looks close to tears. We couldn't stop her, and we wanted to take her to Recovery Girl, but there was too much fighting. We couldn't get around it without taking too long. The quickest and safest location was here. Shoji finished. The bigger teen sounded much more calm, but Toshinori saw the panic rising in his eyes. "You have to help her." A groan came from the invisible girl, and Toshinori swore he saw an image where she lay flicker in and out of sight. But he had no time to swell on that. "Young Shoji, take her to the couch. Ojiro, go get as many towels as you can." Yagi tells them before hurrying off himself. He knew they kept a first aid kit around on the first floor somewhere. And he was right, It was in the kitchen, hiding within a cupboard. The retired pro hero knew how to take care of his own wounds, unsurprising, seeing as he had been a hero and had been injured many times himself. But this. He had never had to deal with something like this personally. Not to this extent. He was no recovery girl. He grabs the case and heads back into the common room to where Shoji has rested the injured girl, coming to her side. He opens it, sighing as he hears a whimper of pain come from his wounded student. "Don't worry, young 𝐻𝐻𝐸, I don't want to die." A wet cough followed the words she managed to choke out, and Ojiro appeared, holding a pile of towels he had managed to find. Toshinori had to try and clean the wounds and the BLD to see the injuries better. But this was too much. He grabs one before going to apply pressure to the wound on the girl's neck, raising a sound from her as Ojiro goes and latches onto a hand, eyes wide. "Don't worry, Toru, Yagi-sensei can help." "I don't think so." The words were painful to hear, despite how soft and quiet her voice was being. "Heh. Guess I'll never be a hero. Save your strength, not stupid." 𝐻𝐻𝐸 cringes at her own voice, black spots invading her vision. "I'm sorry I couldn't do more." Toshinori stares down in dismay at his student, taking his free hand and resting it upon her head, seeing the image he had seen before flicker again. "It's not your fault, 𝐻𝐻𝐸. You're a hero, you always were." He wants to believe that a smile graces the invisible girl's face at that, to believe that she doesn't want to die, that she wants to fight. But Toshinori can tell it's too late for her now, even if they had been able to get her to recovery girl. It was much too severe. He had failed once more as a teacher. As a hero. This poor girl. She didn't deserve it. "Toru," Ojiro murmured, staring at his classmate, a painful expression on his face. Toshinori then came to a realization that 𝐻𝐻𝐸's body was flickering. If that's what you could call it, she was becoming visible. He knew her quirk wasn't really her appearance, but more light refraction-based. Perhaps that had something to do with it. As she bled, she became more visible, the once see-through girl now taking an appearance of her own, her skin and hair stained with BLD as her light eyes hazily stared up at the three. He had been right, a small, almost warm smile graced her features. "Tell the others. I'm sorry for leaving so soon." She coughs once more, BLD bubbling at her lips. "I hope none of you join me anytime soon." She got more quiet before falling silent, her eyelids closing, and her breathing slowing, until it came to a stop. Ojiro murmured her name as if to get a response, but they knew it was futile. They had lost her. Toru 𝐻𝐻𝐸 was dead. 11:47 a.m. The infamous UA is now under investigation again in the wake of its most recent villain attack. The League of Villains targeted the school at around 11 p.m. last night, going after many students and causing many injuries with students and heroes alike. One casualty, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 Toru, was the worst, and it's now leaving parents and heroes alike taking their students out of hero courses in order to take them away from such a fate. No teacher has yet made a comment regarding the death of the student or the attack, but I can safely speak for many of us when I state that the trust in heroes is beginning to wane. How many lives will be lost before something is done? A life cut short. The shouter swayed off the television with a sigh, running a hand tiredly over his face. DMN Media. He was seated on the couch in the teachers' dorms, his eyes glancing about the room. It seemed quiet. All the other teachers, from what he could recall, were out trying to comfort and watch classes who had been affected. Despite the fact that Nezu had given the next week off in order to let the school gather its bearings and mourn. Aizawa would be a fool to say that they didn't need it. He had failed as a teacher again, and allowed one of his own students to get killed. Those villains better hope that they don't show their faces here again. And not only that, but the fact that the traitor had been in his class all along. F this. Maybe I should just resign. He was sure the class would be much better off with a teacher who could actually protect them like they needed, a teacher that wouldn't be useless while a student died or veered off the wrong path. What kind of hero was he? D. Aizawa. The Erasure hero only turned his head at the sound of a voice, quiet footsteps following it. A bed of white hair greeted him, a horn poking out of a forehead, and wide red eyes staring at him. What is it, 𝐸𝐸? The little girl is silent for a few moments, before padding closer and making to climb into his lap, and he allowed her. The villains. Is something bad going to happen to the school? Aizawa rather lazily draped an arm gently across the girl, and he shook his head. Perhaps. It all depends on Nezu's comment, whenever he makes one. Kids might get pulled out once they understand more. Will Deku leave? He held back a scoff. Of course, she was worried about one of the kids who saved her. I doubt it. He doesn't exactly have anywhere else to go. He paused before continuing. Besides, you've seen him, kid. We'd have to drag him out screaming and kicking. And I don't want to try that, even if I can remove his quirk. That earns a giggle from the girl, lifting the mood ever so slightly. Even if something was to happen to the school, nothing will happen to you, I promise you that much. 𝐬𝐽 tells her. I know you're worried. But when Hisashi and I took you in, we were going to do it for the long run. This is the best place for you. And if the school closes, then we'll make do the best we can outside the school. Aizawa promises her. Nothing will happen to you. Too many people will make sure of that. She seems content at that, snuggling closer to the underground pro hero who allows his thoughts to swamp his mind once more. He may have failed his students, but he wouldn't fail 𝐸𝐸. 12 p.m., and I think that's all we'll need from you, for now. Hisashi gives a tired sigh, allowing his golden gaze to meet that of Naomasa Tsukochi. He only inclines his head as an answer. He had told the detective all he remembered, from the incident with the fire to the previous night, Spectacle's involvement, and how he'd helped with the Nomu the previous night. And what about a sentence or punishment? The detective looks a little surprised, but he looks down at his notes. We can pin most of the damage of Spectacle, especially seeing as she was, or is, part of the League. You might have to turn in and suspend your hero license, or even get rid of it completely for a year or two. He states. But it shouldn't be anything long-term. Why not? Hisashi snaps. Hey. The fire breather gives Tsukochi no chance to continue. Since the incident happened, I've had 2 weeks to think on my actions. You can't just let me off with a small punishment, even if my agency and where I'm based is in America. It was my quirk that caused the fire, that gave Spectacle the chance to kill 𝐿𝐭. It was because I wasn't thinking rationally enough. I decided to be a coward and run. What sort of hero does that? Because I came back to Japan, I had a hand in breaking apart a family I shouldn't have left in the first place. W8, Hisashi I'm not saying I want to, because I don't want to go to jail or anything. Hisashi huffs, allowing smoke to trail out of his mouth. But I deserve to. It's the least I can do for all I've caused. Tsukochi was stunned, to say the least. Many in the same position would probably have taken what was given to them rather happily. But Hisashi wanted more. I have to admit, he's selfless and stubborn. Not unlike his own son. The detective ponders on the thought before nodding. All right. I'll have to talk with the chief, but the maximum amount of time we can expand your license suspension is 5 years. If we write ahead to your agency in America, they might also sort out something more suitable for you there. He seems to accept that, the underground hero nodding along, and the detective guesses that his work here is done, going to leave him to his thoughts, but Hisashi speaks up once again. If possible, however, I'd like to give you a request. That caught his attention, and Naomasa turned to look at him, rather curious. What is it? I'd like to speak to Izuku. I need to. Before I leave. The detective says nothing for a moment, thinking it's a bad idea. But then again, he knew well that this wasn't his choice. The dark-haired man gives a slow nod, his hand resting on the doorknob as he prepares to leave. I'll see what I can do. Class 2 can't get a break. 2:34 p.m. Portable battery. It's been rather quiet since last night. Froppy, obviously, after we all went through cello tape. How is my Doria doing? Froppy, Kirishima and 𝐬𝐽 say that he's fine for now, but he's not talking as if, honestly. Understandable as if, but how are you, Zu as if? I know you want to be strong. But after Uraraka. Froppy, I honestly don't know. Froppy, I don't think it's sunk in for me yet. Froppy, especially with what happened to 𝐔𝐬𝐽. I think I'm only focusing on one thing at a time. Froppy, but it'll probably come around to bite me later 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻. If you ever need it, any of us are here for you, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐻. This can't be easy. Earplug. We can be there as a shoulder to cry on earplug. You of all people shouldn't have to suffer in silence earplug. It's good to have one another in case Froppy. Froppy. I'm crying now, I don't know what to say. Froppy, thank you all so much 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻. I'll bring Tenyo over to your dorm room. He has some of the best hugs around 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻. I don't think you need to be alone. Let us help earplug. I'm coming too earplug. We're always here for you 𝐒𝐿. Love emergency exit. The same offer extends to both of you. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 and 𝐒𝐻𝐻 emergency exit, having to see 𝐔𝐬𝐽 like you did. It wouldn't have been easy 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐻. I'll let 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 know. He won't look at his phone 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐻. Fumi and I are with him. He's taking it hard 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐻. He feels as if he failed as a hero 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐻, like he couldn't do anything anima. WK, let him know that we're always here for him as well. 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐻, I will, don't worry 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐻. I just 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐻. I think there was more than friends going on between them. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 𝐴𝐳𝐵. Oh 𝐴𝐳𝐵. F 𝐴𝐳𝐵. She did mention that she felt weird and all fluttery around him sometimes. 𝐴𝐳𝐵. FUCK insomnicat. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, where are you, and 𝐵 insomnicat. I'll come see 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 too 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐻. Are you sure that's the best idea? Insomnicat. Look, I know that we aren't close insomnicat. I know he still resents me, even just a little from the sports festival insomnicat. But I know how it is to lose someone insomnicat, and I want to let him know that even if we aren't close, I'll be there. That's so Raven. That's so Raven. Come to 𝐻𝐻𝐻's dorm insomnicat. Thank you. This school is a nightmare. 5 p.m. The ticking mask. Heh. I'm surprised the media hasn't been slandering the school after what happened. In all honesty, the ticking mask. They usually jump at the chance to say something about hero schools. Michael with 𝐵. I think a lot of them are waiting. Michael with 𝐵. Some are reporting it. Michael with 𝐵, but I think the rest are going to give it another day or two. Michael with 𝐵 might be waiting for UA to make a statement or something. We be new. Aizawa, Yagi, and I will be making a public statement tomorrow. Michael with 𝐵, are you sure that's the best choice? Aizawa. More like 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻. At this point we don't really have a choice. Aizawa. More like 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻. Especially with what happened with 𝐔𝐬𝐽. We be new. We are certainly lucky that despite the heartbreak, her parents won't be looking to sue us. We be new. It would be rather justified in this case. 𝐿, and I've already agreed to pay for any lasting damage as well as funeral costs. 𝐿, but unfortunately the rest of Japan needs to know how we'll be dealing with this. Even if they look down on us, we be new. It isn't in our favor to be in the spotlight as much as we are, and we will receive criticism. We be new. Parents might even start withdrawing their children. Aizawa. More like 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. I've already had requests for 2 students in my class to be withdrawn and sent to a different, safer school. Aizawa. More like 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. I'm set out to meet them tomorrow after the public statement. Aizawa. More like 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. If they withdraw their kids, there's not a lot we can do at this point. Michael with 𝐵. I hate that you're right. Sadistic sleeper. On the topic of withdrawing, what about the American heroes? Sadistic sleeper. Spectacle will have a trial and probably go to jail. Spitter is probably going to be sent back and have his hero license suspended. 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐻, as long as 𝐒𝐻𝐻 allows it, will remain here and continue to help classes. 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐻. Osborn is out of commission for a while due to being shot, but he should be back up and running within the week. 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐻. Out agencies weren't all that worried, since Osborn was the only injury. 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐻, so we'll hopefully stick around for as long as we can. We be new. I'm glad. We be new. Despite everything that has transpired, the students can still learn a great deal from you. We be new. Even if there will only be 3 of you now. Aizawa. More like 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. My class has the week off due to what happened. Aizawa. More like 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. I'm trying to get them all to hopefully start attending sessions with Hound Dog. Aizawa. More like 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. They're especially going to need it. Aizawa. More like 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. And students like Midoriya and Todoroki. Even more so. Although I believe Midoriya is still attending Hound Dog sessions due to what occurred between him and Bakugo. Aizawa. More like 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. He might even need a longer time off depending on what Hound Dog thinks. 𝐿 might. Naomasa actually contacted me just before, said Hisoshi had a request. 𝐿 might. He wants to speak to Izuku before he leaves. Aizawa. More like 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. F that. Aizawa. More like 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. You're kidding, right? Aizawa. More like 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. That might even set him further back. Sadistic sleeper. It might not be a horrible idea. Aizawa. More like 𝐷𝐸𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 choice to decide 𝐿𝐿. It's his father after all 𝐿𝐿, and he isn't leaving until the end of the week anyway 𝐼𝐳𝐻𝑒𝐻. More like 𝐷𝐴𝐷𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻. I don't like this Michael with AB. Oh, worried about your problem child 𝐼𝐳𝐻𝑒𝐻. More like 𝐷𝐴𝐷𝐻𝑒𝐻. Shut your F up 𝐿𝐿. I'll let him know it's his choice and he doesn't have to go 𝐼𝐳𝐻𝑒𝐻. More like 𝐷𝐴𝐷𝐻𝑒𝐻. He won't be going alone either 𝐿𝐿. Of course not, class 2 can't get a break 5:55 p.m. small might. Kaminari, Ashido, I literally just checked this chat and I think I need to go bleach my eyes now. Small might has changed their name to Deku is about to Deku. Deku is about to Deku changed Shoto's name to Does Todoroki is gay. Does Todoroki is gay. Why can you just forget that as I want details. Deku is about to Deku. Well, it happened just after Shoto and Hitoshi got together. Does Todoroki is gay has changed 𝐿_might's name to Dad Might. Does Todoroki is gay. You know I had to do it. Deku is about to Deku. Hoto 𝐼𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻 Dad portable battery. Bursting in through the wall. You sure about that, Dad Might? I will say, it's rather sweet if you think of me in that manner, especially now. Deku is about to Deku. Nope, Deku is about to Deku. Not today, Satan. Deku is about to Deku. I am not dealing with this fuckery earplug. When your parents try to embarrass you and you just want to sink into the floor earplug. I can't believe my Doria is fing dead. Does Todoroki is gay. I killed him, boys. Does Todoroki is gay. He's off his phone now so he won't see this yet, but does Todoroki is gay. He got told Hisoshi wants to see him and he doesn't know what to think. Does Todoroki is gay. He looked sad so I figured I'd try to cheer him up. Does Todoroki is gay. I'm still not very good at social interaction, it's hard to decide. And here I am, I'm supposed to be the boyfriend, it's hard to decide. I'll fight you behind Denny's at 3 a.m. for his honor. Todoroki. Does Todoroki is gay. We don't even have a thing Denny's in Japan, you idiot. It's hard to decide. Well, it's hard to decide. I tried, it's hard to decide. You can come fight me right now. Does Todoroki is gay. I'm up for beating you into the ground, Rockman. 𝐼𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻. I hear yelling. Should I be concerned? Cello tape. It's Todo and a hero. It's playful yelling. Cello tape. It's amusing as F. Bring the popcorn. 𝐼𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻. 𝐼𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻. IMOM dub with 𝐵 Mizu and 𝐵 portable battery. NICE private message. 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻 and Shouto Todoroki 6:01 p.m. 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻. I know it wasn't much, but it's nice to see everyone get a laugh out. 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻. We needed it after everything we've been put through. Shouto Todoroki. Yeah, Shouto Todoroki. It's nice to see everyone lighten up, even if just slightly. Shouto Todoroki. I'll still roast you though. 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻. Oh, bring it on. 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻. I've never been on the receiving end of your attacks. 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻. I bet I can endure it. Shouto Todoroki. Be careful or I'll freeze you into the ground. Red Riot. 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐻𝑒𝐻. You're lucky that killing them wasn't the main part of our plan. Okuko watched as Shigaraki paced around their hideout. The blue-haired man obviously bothered to an extreme extent, even without the usual hand covering his face. I mean, you got what you want, didn't you? She questions rather hesitantly. Besides, we took the class down a member. It wasn't something Okuko wanted to remember. BLD, there had been so much BLD spilling out of Hagaku's invisible neck. She was never supposed to do. Okuko hadn't wanted her to suffer. I suppose. He snaps. After all, with all the files I managed to gather and you didn't decay a single one, Tomura-chan. Toga chooses that moment to chime in, her eyes sparkling. Despite not as much BLD as you wanted, you still got what we went there for. Not only that. Darby picks at one of his stitches, seemingly uninterested in the chit-chat. But it was a successful attack in you. Grounds. A student died despite being surrounded by other students and teachers. There was a mole within the school itself. The media is going to have a field day with it all. He states, Hero Society has shown that it can't protect citizens, let alone their children still growing up to know the world. It'll steer them away from becoming heroes, and eventually all they know will completely crumble. Shigaraki nods at that. Which is exactly what we need. He trails off, before a grin begins to take over his face. And with these files, we have everything we need to know about most of the students and teachers within UE. Their quirks, strengths and weaknesses, even medical history. You also found a file on that girl, right? Spinner questions, allowing more of a crazy light to enter the decay quirk user's eyes. Ah yes, little A. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 swore her heart stuttered at that. They had found a file on A. How? How did they get their hands on that information? She still remembered the whole operation that had gone towards saving the small girl, to save her from the Yakuza, how big it had been, how close Kirishima and Midoriya had been close to dying. How Midoriya had used his quirk to take Overhaul down, a power she hadn't seen emit from the boy before. For a moment, the vivid image of 𝐔𝐸𝐽 bleeding out was replaced by 𝐒𝐿𝐽, broken and bleeding before her. Dying. The gravity quirk user resists the urge to throw up at the image. She remembers how trodden she had been by not being able to save him. She remembers how much had been lost to save little Eri, to help her gain a normal life. I wonder, will you be able to protect her for much longer? Shigaraki sneers. They're already so bad with their students, children who have a handle on their quirks. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 willed herself to not look away from him, despite how much the thoughts fogging her mind disgusted her. How can they save a young child who has no control at all? 7:08 p.m. We've already questioned Mr. Midoriya. Is there any information you'd like to provide us with to go against your case? Vera raised her head, giving a scowl towards the detective who sat across from her. She wore quirk-suppressing cuffs, and was seated in a chair. Her scales glimmered dully against the weak light. No, I don't think I need to, she snarks. Please, Ms. Smalls - you pretty much have the full story, anyway. Nothing I say will change what happened. She cuts in. I'm with the League. I also did cause both Inko Midoriya's death by force activating Hisoshi's quirk, and Izuku Midoriya's extensive injuries. I then attempted to kill several heroes. I don't know what else you need to know. Having me caught doesn't change anything, anyway. Hisoshi states that before you two left UA's campus on the day of the incident, he felt as if his emotions were haywire in a sense, as if he couldn't control what he said, brainwashed, in a sense. Ah, that would be me as well. Vera tilts her head. I increased the field of a business student's quirk that messes with emotions to only make them feel anger or rage. The effects lasted up to after Inko Midoriya's death, when Hisoshi ran. She then chuckles. Why I did it? Honestly, it would have been completely fine without me messing with him. Just wanted to make it more fun, you know. Naomasa scowls slightly at that. Messing with lives is fun for you. Oh, yes. Spectacle grins. Of course. Naomasa stares down at his notes. What about the gas leak - came from a neighboring apartment? Vera tells him. That's why all the apartments were cleared out. Some insider friends of mine messed around a little, so Ms. Inko never got a warning. She was telling the truth. And what is the League trying to accomplish? Vera only stares at the detective with her white eyes, a sly smile forming on her features before shrugging. I'm afraid I can't tell you, detective. You'll just have to wait and see. It won't be long before the results come to life. Naomasa was done. He had two officers take the hero-turned-villain to her cell before running a hand over his face. This wasn't the end. He knew that much. Class 2 can't get a break. 2:03 a.m. Deku is about to Deku. Okay, but can Mizu create like Deku is about to Deku, a head with his quirk? Portable battery, like portable battery, an entire head. Deku is about to Deku. Deku is about to Deku. If he got enough control over his quirk, could he make an entire body? Portable battery, portable battery, holy SHD. Deku is about to Deku. He can already create hands, eyes, and ears. Deku is about to Deku, and I think he's working on other stuff as a It's 2 in the morning. Cello tape. Midoriya is on a tangent again. Deku is about to Deku. Do you not wake up at 2 a.m. and just Deku is about to Deku? How does Fukudashi eat if he doesn't have a mouth? Sometimes. Asnu. Portable battery. Cello tape. Holy F, my brain is hurting. Deku is about to Deku. Wait, did I wake y'all? Deku is about to Deku. A 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐽, sorry. Deku is about to Deku. I couldn't sleep. Portable battery. Same hat as it. Same worm as it. But Midori as it. Surely Kiri could be there to cuddle you to sleep. Deku is about to Deku. I didn't want to wake him. That's so Raven. Izuku, you haven't slept at all, have you? Deku is about to Deku. Haha, nope. Insomnicat. Hey Ephraim the insomniac 𝐿𝐵, I will come sit on you. Deku is about to deck you. Please Deku is about to deck you. But also I could life you like you. Wait nothing Hitoshi. Deku is about to deck you. You noodlehead. Deku is about to deck you. But also you're real comfy 𝐿𝐵. Imo dub for a platonic cuddle 𝐿𝐵. Sho and Kirishima can catch my hands if they want. Deku is about to deck you. Yes Deku is about to deck you. Also bring the coffee 𝐿𝐵. Of course 𝐿𝐵. Who do you think I am? Aizawa. More like Deadazawa, someone who is about to be grounded and put on house arrest. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Get some rest. Deku is about to deck you. Rest. Who she? Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Please I just want to rest. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Your class never gives me a break. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Besides, you're going to the police station tomorrow. That's so Raven. Are you going to see Hisoshi? Deku is about to deck you. Yeah 𝐿𝐵. Dad, permission for me and Xiaotou to go. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. No Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Midoriya doesn't need you all breathing down his neck. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Besides, Todoroki has already gone to visit him even if it was against the rules. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Yagi and I will go with him. Deku is about to deck you. And I'd really prefer not to talk about it right now. Deku is about to deck you. Let me panic about it tomorrow. Deku is about to deck you. Or would it technically be today? Deku is about to deck you. Time doesn't exist 𝐿𝐵. I am outside your room 𝐿𝐵. It is I, the Frenchiest fry portable battery. Or man how come Midoriya gets a boyfriend and several platonic buddies portable battery. Dub to cuddle Mina. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Kaminari. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. You might be dating but I will throw you outside if you go onto the girl's side at this time. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Do not test me. Portable battery. OOF portable battery. Okay sensei. Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Good Aizawa. More like Deadazawa. Now go the F to sleep. Class 2 can't get a break. 6:49 AM. It's hard to decide. Dean, can't believe our class is gonna be even smaller now. Kakashi. With what happened to Bakugo being moved down, the stuff with Uraraka and now Hagakure. Kakashi, didn't think anyone else would leave. Dad might. I believe that young Seitu and young Kuda don't really want to leave you all. Dad might. But ultimately, it's their parents' decision. Dad might. They'll be staying with us until the end of the week, after Hagakure's funeral. Anima. Earplug, we're gonna miss you guys. Creati, surely we can all still keep contact. Cake Daddy. Yeah, even when Kuda and I leave the group you all still have our contacts. That's so Raven. What will you two do, anyway? Anima. My parents are looking into me getting into a smaller hero school in the area. Anima. It won't be as great as UA but they want me to stay safe. Cake Daddy. Honestly, with everything that has happened, I might have to rethink it for myself. Cake Daddy. I don't know if being a hero is something I absolutely want to do, you know. Cake Daddy. I might try and get into a normal high school, try and help with my parents' bakery. Cake Daddy. That might be better for me. Portable battery. Whatever you guys do, we'll always support you. Does Todoroki is gay, and will always be friends, no matter what. Anima. That's so sweet to hear from you. Todoroki. Does Todoroki is gay? 𝐿𝐵. Okay, why is Sho close to crying? 𝐿𝐵. Oh 𝐿𝐵. Well, here I am to expose you. 𝐿𝐵. He cares for all of you. 𝐿𝐵. No matter how much he denies it. Does Todoroki is gay? Hitoshi. 𝐿𝐵. I feel the ice coming. 𝐿𝐵. I have no regrets. 𝐿𝐵. Play Despacito at my funeral. Emergency exit. No using quirks in dorms. Froppy. Tenya is about to burst some veins in here. Guys, Froppy, he's on his way. 𝐿𝐵. Come save me. 𝐿𝐵. Buff Sonic Man. Emergency exit. If it were not for the laws of this land I would have slaughtered you. Emergency exit. You absolute heathen. Emergency exit. I'll let Xiaotou do it for me. 𝐿𝐵. Wait, no, I take it back. 𝐿𝐵. Help me. 𝐿𝐵. Please. 𝐿𝐵. I'll do anything. Emergency exit. Emergency exit. Anything. 𝐿𝐵. Yes. 𝐿𝐵. 𝐿𝐵. Wait. Emergency exit. Then perish. Emergency exit. Oh, portable battery. Softly, but with feeling. Portable battery. What the F? Portable battery. Who the F? Corrupted Ida cello tape. His best friend is Midoriya. Portable battery. You right? Portable battery. Speaking of which, portable battery. Where is the green bean boy? It's hard to decide. With him it's hard to decide. We're going for a run. It's hard to decide. He's telling me to get off my phone *, it's hard to decide. 𝐒𝐻𝐫 looking Deku about to Deku. 1. Yes, I corrupted tenure Deku about to Deku. 2. 𝐒𝐫 about this close to tossing you over my shoulder, it's hard to decide. Sounds festive, it's hard to decide. And comfortable, it's hard to decide. Oh wait, you're still recovering, that's right, don't do that Deku about to Deku. Too late Deku about to Deku. Buckle the fuckle up 𝐒𝐻𝐫. Wish I had a strong man to carry me in his arms 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. No offense Denki, but you're a TWK portable battery. Oh I know, portable battery. I would say I want a buff man to carry me, but why say that when portable battery? There's a buff woman who can do it instead 𝐻𝐻𝐻. You mean me right, portable battery? I mean portable battery. To be fair, all the girls could probably carry me and be fine, portable battery. But yes, I mean you 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Nice, that's so Raven. Why are all the couples in our class disasters froppy? You just want to be one of them, that's so Raven. I'm gonna stop you right there, that's so Raven. No further WK. Oh that's this WK. Does 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 have a crush froppy? Yes that's so Raven. No that's so Raven. Nope that's so Raven. Nada that's so Raven. Crush who she, portable battery. Tell Usis that's so Raven. Kaminari, if you even try to come into my dorm room I won't stop Dark Shadow from lashing out, that's so Raven. Portable battery. Okay, yeah, not going to your room, that's so Raven. Good riddance. 1:30 p.m. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. Midoriya, Yagi, get ready to go Insomnicat. Are you sure none of us can come, Dad? Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. No Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. I'd much rather only deal with the one problem child today. Deku is about to Deku. I mean, can Eiji come at least? Deku is about to Deku. I'd like to have someone there, it's hard to decide. Please sensei. It's hard to decide. Besides, I don't cause as much trouble as the rest, Dad might. It would do Izuku some good to have him there. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. Fine Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. But you won't be going in the room to talk to Hisoshi, is that understood? It's hard to decide. Yep. Thanks sensei. Insomnicat, what's this? Favoritism. Emergency exit. Izuku would surely feel better if at least some of his friends were there to support him. Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. No Aizawa. More like Dedazawa. And don't you dare try anything, Insomnicat. Oh Aizawa. More like Didzo. Hitoshi, don't test me, Insomnicat. I make no promises. Private messages. Shinsu Hitoshi and Ida tenure. 1:33 p.m. Shinsu Hitoshi. Oh, we're totally gonna sneak with them somehow, aren't we? Ida tenure. I'd usually say no Ida tenure, but absolutely Shinsu Hitoshi. Well, lucky us, Shinsu Hitoshi. I have a perfect idea. Ida tenure. Oh Shinsu Hitoshi. Tenure stop 2:11 p.m. Alright, do you both understand the rules of what you can and can't do while we're here? Aizawa had parked in the police station car park, glancing over his shoulder at the two students who sat in the back seat. Kirishima was calmly holding Izuku's hand, a form of comfort, and the two boys nodded. I can't go into the visiting room, and I can't try to harm Hisoshi. No matter how much I really want to. The redhead replied, keeping the second part to himself. Hisoshi deserved it, after all. And I need to remain calm. Izuku followed after, not having as much to keep a check on as Kirishima. Although he was still unsure on how he would actually handle the visit to his father. Yagi and I will be coming into the room with you. You don't need to worry. Shouter tells the one for all user. If you get too overwhelmed or need to leave for whatever reason, make sure to let one of us know. He shakes his head, pushing out troubling thoughts. I still don't think you should be seeing him so soon after what happened. But I, for one, am proud of you doing this, Izuku. Yagi claims, throwing a warming smile at his protege. That does calm down the greenette a bit. Thanks, Sensei. Shouter turned the key, turning the car off, and opened his door, the group now ready to go since they were now aware of what was happening. Ding. Shouter stops. The four of them pause. It had been barely there, but he had heard it. Ding. There it was again. Shouter watched with a twitching eye as Kirishima pulled out his phone, the one for the cause of the second alert, and his face immediately scrunched up, trying to hold back a snort, laughter. Kirishima. It's nothing, Sensei. The redhead tells him breathlessly, showing whatever the contents were to Izuku, whose eyes grew round. Oh no. 𝐿𝐼 was about to question Izuku on what it was, since, after all, he couldn't lie as well. But then he heard a thump coming from behind them. In the boot. Suddenly, the Erasure hero was all too clear on what was going on. It happened in an instant, climbing out of the car and going around to the back, the boot flying open. He scowled, his dead stare glaring at whoever was within. Hi Dad. Hitoshi. Ida. You both better have a perfect explanation for this. The teacher bites out. How had they even managed to fit in there? Sensei, can we get out first? The glare they were given told them the answer, and Shinsu clambered out first, nearly falling flat on his face before he turned to pull Ida out, who had been a lot harder to get in. The blue-haired teen had almost been stuck. As soon as they were out and on their feet, Aizawa's capture weapon snagged them. Dad! Sensei! Izuku, Kirishima, and Yagi were quick to exit the car, staring at the scene before them. Hitoshi! Tenya! What are you doing here? Izuku asked, in pure disbelief while Aizawa rolled his eyes. They broke the rules. I should have them sent back to you. And on house arrest. But Sensei. We insist that Izuku needs all the support that he can get. Ida tells their teacher. Guys. I still told you not to try anything. It's just like you problem children, I don't even know why I'm surprised anymore. Aizawa scowls, and he waits a moment before releasing them. Fine, you can come in with us. Shouter tells them, flashing them with another glare. But you will be punished once we return to dorms. I won't let this slide by, got it? Hitoshi seemed rather not bothered, while Tenya bowed his head. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Well, while I know Aizawa would like to stand around and punish you right now, we have a schedule to keep. Yagi finally speaks up a bit sheepishly. Naomisa said that the window to see him can't be very big, so we have to get a move on. And I'd much rather get this over and done with. Izuku admits rather quietly, wringing his hands together. It'll be nice to have Hitoshi and Tenya for support, too. Aizawa couldn't fault the kid for thinking that. He just wished that the others would actually listen to him, was all. Alright, you all ready to go in, then? Yeah, let's go. Shinsu said in fake enthusiasm. It is Wednesday, my Jews. Like, lit. Shouter groaned, repressing the urge to slam his forehead into the car. These kids were doing it. On purpose. This is so painful, he mutters under his breath. So you made it. Naomisa. Toshinori greeted his friend cheerily, the two teachers leading the way inside the police station. Everything has the go-ahead. Yep. The room has been set up for you, Aizawa and Midoriya to go on ahead. The detective sweeps his eyes over the group of 6. Midoriya insisted that Kirishima come along as support. Aizawa answers his silent question. Ida and Shinsu decided to hide away despite the fact I told them no to. They won't be going in to see Hisoshi. Could you keep them out here? I mean, sure. Naomisa states it more as a question, eyeing the 3 teenagers in question. I'm sure I can find something for them to do. What up, my dude? Shinsu throws a lazy peace sign at him. It be Gucci. Oh my god, is this how teenagers are these days? Naomisa's eye twitches. Have fun with that bunch. Aizawa seems to have a crazy grin on his face, like he knew what was doing. He did. He was quiet enough that they didn't overhear. Let's get this bread. Naomisa ignores the soft whisper of Tenya, no. From the Midoriya kid, going to rub his temple. They're great kids, don't worry. Toshinori rests a gentle hand on his shoulder. Aizawa just likes to overreact about his problem children. I see. Naomisa states, watching Aizawa lead Izuku down the hall to the set room. I thought Midoriya was the only problem child. Well, that's what happens when you let a class of 20 kids get to their second year. He's much too attached. Toshi grins. Yagi, hurry up. They both hear Aizawa call from down the hall, causing both to chuckle. I guess you're right. The detective smiles, before looking towards the 3 teenagers once more. I'll make sure these 3 won't get into any trouble. Thanks, I know. Toshinori murmurs, his hand lingering on the other's shoulder. I'll talk to you more later, alright? He's then off, heading down the hall while the detective is silent, only speaking to Kirishima, Ida, and Shinsu a few moments later. So, who wants to learn how to file papers? No. Are you sure you want to do this, Izuku? Izuku turns his head to stare up at his mentor, Toshinori's hair all frazzled, complimenting his current mood. He can only return something he hopes resembles a smile. Yeah. I know I don't have to. But I want to. It's a way to ease his own nerves, and Izuku sighs. Besides, you and Aizawa-sensei will be there, so nothing too bad can happen. Both teachers are silent at that, pausing in front of the door they had been directed to. This was it. If you want to leave at any time, just let us know. Aizawa simply tells the student, his hand gripping the doorknob before he swings it open. Gold, the first color Izuku sees. Gold, the color of his father's eyes. Contrasting to the green of his own. The two colors meet. Green on gold, and gold on green. Izuku. Red-hot pain. Izuku barely noticed the way his fist clenched and lifted, only for something gray and soft to shoot out from behind, wrapping it so he couldn't throw the punch he had been planning. Turning his hand, he stared into the red orbs belonging to his homeroom teacher, although he looked just as angry. Midoriya, you can't lay a hand on him while he's in here, it could go against what they are charging him for. Despite how he looked, Shouter's voice was soft, and as the two traded glances for a while longer, he allowed the capture weapon to release his hand, making sure Izuku wouldn't try to attack again. Toshinori was silent through the exchange, his shadowed eyes looking from his student to the student's father. What did you want to speak about? Izuku finally settles on hesitantly, willing himself to look at Hisoshi once more, seeing the regret filter its way through the man's face. It made everything feel so much worse. I wanted to apologize. I don't want it. Hisoshi and even the two teachers were caught off guard by what the greenette said, his own gaze lowering to his feet. I don't think I can take it if you apologize. Because it won't bring her back, and it won't make things better. He bites out his answer, and Aizawa can see that the student is seething beneath. He was barely containing himself. It won't make me see you as a better person, a better father, because you're not. And you never will be. Hisoshi has to keep quiet, to let his son continue. I don't think I can forgive you for what happened. But. Izuku, I didn't mean to. That doesn't matter. The OFA user cuts in, allowing his gaze to grow hard in anger. It still happened. You allowed it to happen. You could have tried to prevent it. Maybe if you hadn't gotten that other hero, no, that villain involved in family problems, things wouldn't have escalated. He shook slightly, his eyes burning with unshed tears. Why you knew about your Shizu, that's hardly fair. Isn't it? Because I'm pretty sure it is. Izuku had to grit his teeth together, preventing a sob from breaking through. Hisoshi was getting to his feet, as if to move closer to his son, but Aizawa's glare sent him sitting back. Down. Hisoshi was at a loss on what to do. Well, Aizawa wouldn't be any help. Yagi, can you maybe talk some sense into him? Really, the retired thing All Might was his go-to. Izuku and Shouter both seemed to go still while red slowly creeped up Toshinori's face. There was a certain look in Hisoshi's eye. Stop ifing Toshinori, Dad. The fire breather looked as if the air had been punched out of him. In the next room over, Naomasa watching the event on his laptop, the detective spit out his coffee, luckily not breaking the laptop in the process. This, of course, caught the attention of the three teenagers he was supposed to be watching over. It hadn't taken much for Kirishima to take said laptop and rewind, the three hearing the conversation once more. By the end of it, Hitoshi was on the floor, in pain but laughing all the same, and Tenya not far off. I hope Toshinori survives Aizawa's wrath. Luck was not on Toshinori's side. Shouter sent him out with narrowed eyes and a bite worse than his bark. I'll deal with you later, you idiot. Toshinori had only followed because he had been much too embarrassed to do much else, let alone defend himself. Izuku, on the other hand, had left to get some fresh air, and probably to seek out Kirishima and company. You're lucky I didn't let him punch you, Hisoshi. Aizawa mutters. He would have done much worse than give you a bloody nose, I'll tell you that. And honestly, I probably should have let him. It wouldn't even begin to make up for what you've put him through. A grimace made its way onto Hisoshi's face, and he stared. Now calm down calm down. You had a part in traumatizing your own Fing's son, my nephew. He bites out. I didn't even know he was my nephew until I read your papers and figured out who you were, Hisoshi. You may have married and taken Midoriya as a name. But government records don't lie about you being an Aizawa by BLD, either. Hisoshi's face pales, his golden gaze watching the younger man quietly. Little brother. Don't little brother me, but. Shouter snarks. Izuku doesn't know, but trust me, I'll let him know as soon as he's able to deal with the rest of this fed-up situation. He already has enough on his mind. But unlike your stupid butt, I'll be there no matter the outcome. The elder falls silent once more, and Shouter leans towards him, a maniac-like grin making its way onto his face. And I won't be there to help if he ever wishes to pursue you. Your son is a dangerous rival to have, brother. He is much more clever than either of us were at that age. Consider yourself lucky you aren't walking away with any injuries at all. Shouter left it at that, letting the declaration hang in the air as he turned and sauntered out of the interrogation room, leaving his brother alone to his own thoughts. After all, he had a family member to help. And he was going to help. Getting the 4 students into the car after that rather. Exciting talk hadn't been very difficult, Toshinori telling the 5 of them to go ahead as he had other matters to deal with before heading back to you. Himself. Shinsu had seated himself in the front passenger seat, semi-curled up as if he was trying to sleep, although his eyes were open and he had a shit-eating grin on his face, as if he knew something, somewhere, was being planned. Izuku, Kirishima, and Ida were in the back, and last Shouter checked, Izuku was asleep, in a light slumber with his head on Kirishima's shoulder and legs haphazardly thrown over Ida's lap. Kirishima was unusually silent as he stared out the window, watching the scenery go by with his fists clenched in hidden anger. Shouter knew how much the redhead wanted to give Hisoshi a piece of his mind. Ida on the other hand. Well, he was quiet too. But the boy was on his phone, which Shouter noticed he wasn't on much in the company of others, especially when it concerned a teacher. His emotions were closed off, but he seemed to be typing rather furiously into his phone. Shouter would be lying if he said he wasn't curious. But it wasn't his place to ask. Not yet. Class 2 can't get a break. 3:11 p.m. Hitowashi Shinsowu. First, you'll miss the best thing to have happened. Hitowashi Shinsowu. Second, Hitowashi Shinsowu. Who the f Tsuiwu Asui? What are you talking about? Tsuiwu Asui? Tsuiwu Asui? Oh Denki Kaminari, F my name is normal Denki Kaminari, sad feels man, Mina Ashidowo, oh my god this is fantastic Hanta Surowo. This house is AF nightmare what you Wuga Aowoyama who had the time to do this Fuwumikage Towo Kawoyami, what a mad banquet of darkness Mezawuwu Showuji, don't you mean Mezawuwu Showuji, banquet Fuwumikage Towo Kawoyami, you're dead to me Kiyoma Nemawuri. In wheezing not even we were spared. Kyowoka Jirawu, who Kyowoka Jirawu, Midnight Sensei, Showutawo Towodorowoki, what Showutawo Towodorowoki, WHAT Hanta Surowo. That is so painful to read Mowa Mowo Yaowawazu, you think that's bad Towo Shinawari Yagi, I'm so confused Kiyoma Nemawuri, don't Yagi Kiyoma Nemawuri. Don't question it Jirawuwu Kirishima, y'all are gonna wake Izu up Jirawuwu Kirishima. Okay I take that back what the f did I miss Showuta Aizawa, alright you little as what's up my phone is going off Showuta Aizawa, who did this I just wanna talk Mashirawo Owojirawu, why Mashirawo Owojirawu, what did we do to deserve this Hisashi Yamada, oh whomst Hisashi Yamada, oh I was left out what tf Showuta Aizawa, it makes so much sense Showuta Aizawa, I know who did it Hisashi Yamada, who did it? Hisashi Yamada, Shouter. Hisashi Yamada, why you left me hanging what a good husband Isamage 5:45 p.m. Izuwu Midoru, Jesu woke up what happened in Izuwu Midoru, Tenya totally no what guilty, don't point fingers at me Izuku totally no what guilty, can't believe you don't trust me Hanta Surowo, Midoriya's is literally the best sounding one about all of these. Hanta Surowo, favoritism much totally no what guilty, Change it and a Recipro Turbo will be coming your way. 𝐴𝐴𝐻𝐴𝐻𝐴 𝐿𝐿𝐹 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐴 𝐸𝐴 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐴 𝐸𝐴 they're set to change back 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐴 eventually 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐴 It got a laugh out of Izuku at least Izuwu Midori, you didn't have to do it for me. 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 80% was for you 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 The other 20% was because of what mess Xiaoto and Momo became Momo Yaowaruwazuwu. Yeah, and someone is missing out on Cuddle's Momo Yaowaruwazuwu. Xiaoto is my new cuddle buddy Shawutuo Towodorawoki, nice 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 fuck K Izuwu Midoriwu. It all good Tenya I always have room for you Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, don't encourage him. Hitawashi Shinso. If you're gonna be cuddle buddies with Show you owe me a blanket Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, making a weighted, cat-themed one right now Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, come get it Hitawashi Shinso OM Hitawashi Shinso I stan a queen Tsuiwu Asui, same Mina Ashidowo, same Kyowoka Jirawu, SAME Izuwu Midoriwu, same Izuwu Midoriwu, a big mood. Same hat Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, guys Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, you're all gonna make me cry. Yuwuga Aowoyama, but it's true. Yuwuga Aowoyama, you're deserving of every compliment. Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, Momo Yaowaruwazuwu. Okay well Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, sleep over tonight in the common room Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, I'll provide all the pillows and blankets. Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, after everything, it might do us all some good to be together. Denki Kaminari, yeah sleepover. Denki Kaminari, we can tell spooky stories Kyowoka Jirawu, the scariest thing for you is a spider Denki Kaminari, don't expose me. Mina Ashidowo, it's okay babe I'll protect you 𝐴𝐻𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐻 Mina 𝐴𝐻𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 you got shook over someone opening something in the kitchen too loudly Mina Ashidowo, I plead the fifth 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima, sleepover yes 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima, I'll drag Aizu down 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima, he calls first movie though Hitawashi Shinso as long as it isn't a hero documentary Izuwu Midoriwu. But I found a really good one on Gang Orca and other heroes that look like villains. Izuwu Midoriwu, it looks really interesting and I think we could benefit from watching it. Hitawashi Shinso stop Izuwu Midoriwu, no 𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima, I agree it looks really effing good, we're watching it. Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, that's settled then. I'll help make some snacks. Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, everyone meet in the common room in 5 minutes. Towo Shinowari Yagi, do you need any teacher assistance? Showuta Aizawa, they should be fine on their own Showuta Aizawa, as long as they don't break anything Showuta Aizawa, or try to heat up food with Todoroki's quirk Totally no 𝐻𝐽𝐽 you should come join us, sensei. Showuta Aizawa, no Showuta Aizawa, Hisashi no Hisashi Yamada, Hisashi yes Hisashi Yamada, you're coming along otherwise no more cat cuddles for the weak Showuta Aizawa, fine but Yagi has to come suffer too Towo Shinowari Yagi, Towo Shinowari Yagi, I'm busy. Showuta Aizawa, no, you're not Showuta Aizawa, and if you are Showuta Aizawa, I'll come and drag you by the hair Showuta Aizawa. Towo Shinowari Yagi, oh wow would you look at that I'm not busy anymore Towo Shinowari Yagi, I'll have Naomisa drive me back to campus Showuta Aizawa. Good private message, 𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima and Momoyorozu 5:35 p.m. 𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima, hey Momo, could you possibly make a weighted blanket for Aizu too? 𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima, I can provide some of my personal snacks Momorozu, no need he more than deserves it Momoyorozu, it should be ready by the time you both get down here, 𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima, you're a godsend 𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima, thank you. Momoyorozu, it's no problem. Momoyorozu, I only request being part of the eventual pile-up Momoyorozu, both you and Izuku provide extremely comfortable hugs 𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima, totally. Class 2 can't get a break 5:59 p.m. Izuwu Midoriwu, relationship ended with 𝐻𝐽𝐽 Izuwu Midoriwu, Momo is my new SO 𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima, I am disgusted, I am revolted 𝐻𝐽𝐽 Kirishima, I dedicate my entire life to Jesus Christ and this is the thanks I get Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, touched 𝐴𝐻𝐴𝐻𝐴𝐻𝐴 what's going on Izuwu Midoriwu. Momo made me a weighted blanket Izuwu Midoriwu, it is very comfortable and soft Mina Ashidowo, bitch where is my blanket Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, I already made 2 tonight Momo Yaowaruwazuwu, No more mina ashidowo, but yaomomo I'll get cold. Mowamowo yawawawazu, then perish mina ashidowo, I am offended. Hitawashi shinso ashido you and Pikachu can compile w me mina ashidowo, thank mina ashidowo, my savior Denki Kaminari, we stan only Shinsu now Hitawashi shinso that's a terrible decision Hitawashi shinso like. Have you met me Showutawo Towodowawoki, I have Hitawashi shinso that doesn't count we're dating Hitawashi shinso you have to be nice Izuwu Midoru, false. Everyone loves you Hitawashi shinso says the person who is literally a ball of sunshine and who everyone loves and appreciates Izuwu Midoru. I use a reverse card. It is you who is loved and appreciated Ijirawu Kirishima, nope everyone is loved and appreciated everyone. Izuwu Midoru, incorrect Ijirawu Kirishima, Ijirawu Kirishima, update, Ida and Zu came and told him otherwise Ijirawu Kirishima, of Todoroki is on his way to Hitawashi shinso Izuku is getting crushed by love and affection Hitawashi shinso press F to pay respects Yuuga Aoyama. In this house we love and respect everyone Tsuiwu Asui. You should all hurry or we're gonna start the movie without you Tsuiwu Asui, Aizawa sensei, present MIC sensei and Yagi sensei are already here Fuwumikage Towo Kawaimi. Shoji and I are on our way with Ojiro now 6:43 p.m. Hitawashi shinso well Ojiro didn't stay for long Hitawashi shinso is he? Okay. Fuwumikage Towo Kawaimi, he's getting better Fuwumikage Towo Kawaimi, but I think it'll take a while for things to go back to normal. Fuwumikage Towo Kawaimi, I mean, he and 𝐔𝐸𝐽 weren't dating or anything Fuwumikage Towo Kawaimi, but feelings are still valid Mezowu Showuji, and it's not like we've all gotten over it Hitawashi shinso I know Hitawashi shinso I just Hitawashi shinso I wish we could help him more Hitawashi shinso I'm not close to him but it still hurts Ikno Showuta Aizawa. I'll have him start visiting Hound Dog Showuta Aizawa. If I get my way, you'll all start seeing him if you aren't already Showuta Aizawa. It's the first step towards recovery, everything that has happened has hit hard Showuta Aizawa, and as your teacher, I'll always be here to guide you Hisashi Yamada, or babe you care, Showuta Aizawa, shut your mouth Hisashi Yamada. 7 p.m. Ojiro hadn't meant to walk out like he had, honestly, being in the company of his classmates did help when he didn't want to dwell on his thoughts too much. But this time he needed to be alone. He felt like he was suffocating with how someone was always keeping an eye on him. He appreciated it, but now he needed a break. He couldn't deal with it all the time. He felt like he would burst if he had to deal with their pitying at the moment. Ding. 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 Ojiro ignored his phone the first, second and third times it went off, knowing it was just messages from probably worried classmates. But he gave it a few minutes before the alerts were too much, and the tailed student checked his phone, pulling it out of his pocket. New messages. Fumikage Tokoyami to Fumikage Tokoyami, we won't follow you into the darkness Fumikage Tokoyami, but once you clear your mind, feel free to rejoin Denki Kaminari 1 Denki Kaminari, hey dude we're all worried about YA. But we'll give you some space until you feel ready to come back. Mina Ashido 3 Mina Ashido, I can't say I know how you feel Mina Ashido, but stay strong Ojiro. Mina Ashido, if you ever want to talk about 𝐔𝐸𝐽, or anything, I'm always free, love Hitoshi Shinsu for Hitoshi Shinsu, look. I'm probably the last person you'll want to speak to considering last year Hitoshi Shinsu, but regardless Hitoshi Shinsu, I'm sorry about 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Even considering I didn't know her much either Hitoshi Shinsu, if you ever want a vent or something I've been told I'm a good listener Hitoshi Shinsu, hope you feel better Izuku Midoriya 7 Izuku Midoriya, the class is always here if you ever want to talk. Izuku Midoriya, everyone is pretty worried about you Izuku Midoriya, but we're gonna give you some more space Izuku Midoriya, and if you want someone to cuddle with when you get back Kiri said he'd be fine with sharing for tonight with the movies Izuku Midoriya, Momo made me a weighted blanket, it's pretty comfy Izuku Midoriya. Losing someone is hard but we can get through it together as a class Izuku Midoriya. We've got your back man. You're as manly as ever. Kirishima and even after that there was an onslaught of messages from his other classmates, causing Ojiro to give a slight smile. He was glad they were going to give him space, even if some of their messages had been surprising, like Shinsu's. Regardless it was heartwarming, even considering the circumstances. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 had never considered himself to be too close to his class. Sure, they were good friends. But he had never really been part of one of the two dedicated groups. He had been more of an outsider in that regard. Not that he minded, both groups were rather, well, they were unique for a better word. The tailed student brought himself to a stop, the dorms a few minutes walk behind him now, and standing in front of ground beta. The first time he and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 had worked in a team. They might have won, too, if Todoroki hadn't been on the opposing team. But being here, bringing back good memories, after the battle training, how he and the invisible girl had first become friends. How memories similar grew feelings into perhaps something more. 𝐻𝐻𝐼 was uncertain, even now. Even with Toru gone. It was surreal to think about. Oi, nerd. What do you think you're doing here, huh? myheroacademia nearly jumped out of his skin, whipping around, the blonde held his fists us. Tense and ready to fight. But there was no need. The figure loomed closer and made themselves known, and his mouth almost dropped open. 𝐵 𝐵 myheroacademia stares at his blonde ex-classmate, who only snorts and rolls his eyes. You have eyes, well thing done, tails. The explosive user snarks in his usual manner, coming to a stop several feet away. While his attitude was normal, his eyes were cool, calculating, and surveying myheroacademia intently. What are you doing out here is what myheroacademia decides to ask instead, doing his best to ignore the gaze of the other blonde boy. Ha! F in as if I know. Bakugo snorts. Why are you out here? Sensei ain't keeping you on a leash. myheroacademia bristles at that, taking slight offense to the brash words. Are you saying everything that happened dash? Oh my fin god, I'm not blaming anyone, calm the F down. The tailed quirk user cuts himself off at Bakugo's words, eyeing him rather warily despite his words. The other blonde clicks his tongue in annoyance. Bet that's a different story for you then, here. Bakugo voices, scuffling his feet at the ground as myheroacademia stops for a moment. What do you mean by that? You're not stupid. Everyone and their grandmother can see that you feel guilty about Invisible 𝐻𝐻𝐽's death. Bakugo cuts off his insult, causing myheroacademia to stare at him, stunned. We're not blind. myheroacademia feels the familiar feeling of denial and regret begin to swarm in his chest. I don't dash but you do. Bakugo snaps. You blame yourself for her death, but guess what, nerd? If you want someone to blame, you might as well blame the entire Fing school. He snarls. Go ahead and blame Sensei or any of the other teachers. What about 6 arms, 4 eyes, even Fing Deku while you're at it? myheroacademia is stunned into silence as Bakugo continues. You could even blame me if you wanted. I was there, too. He snarks with an irritated twitch of his eyebrow. But in the end, outside of what you think, this is at the fault of the villains. Of that blonde vampire bitch, she stabbed her. Since when did Bakugo make sense? But it's not their faults. It's not your fault either. Then where the hell do you get off blaming yourself, huh? Bakugo levels him with a glare. That doesn't make things sense, no matter if you had some dumb crush on her or not. You think she'd want you pitying what happened? Hell no. Weak bitches don't, and she sure as F wasn't weak. Did he just compliment her? Look, I know I'm a real BSTRD when it comes to pretty much anything. Bakugo sneers. But 𝐻𝐻𝐽 held her own like a Fing hero. If that vampire hadn't gotten the jump on her, she probably could have kicked her Fing butt. myheroacademia hardly feels the tears begin to gather in his eyes. She was pretty strong. Damn right she was. Figures how she beat Fing Deku at the start of the first year, the explosive teen scowls. And sure, what happened to her is a shame I guess, but as I said, she wouldn't want your Fing weak pity. Dwelling on the bad doesn't help in the slightest. I can't believe I'm going to take advice from you of all people. What the FIS that's supposed to mean 𝐔𝐬𝐽? A wet chuckle escapes myheroacademia, but he allows a small grin, barely there, to grace his features. Who knew you'd be good at this kind of thing? You wanna know good? Come here and I'll pummel it into your weak face, nerd. Many of their classmates voiced their worries for their tailed classmate once he had left the building, Ashido even offering to go after him, although was shut down by 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 pretty quickly. Izuku had just sent off a few messages from his phone like several of the others, deciding that it would be best to let Ojuru come back to them whenever he felt like he was ready. Even if it was late out, and even if Aizawa caught him, he'd surely go a bit softer on the otherwise rule-obeying boy. Whilst he passed his phone to Ojuru so he could send his own message, Izuku allowed himself to snuggle deeper into the blanket that Momo had made him, a blessing. Truly, Ojuru was honestly lucky that he was willing to share it at this rate. He'll be fine. Ojuru almost tosses the phone right at his boyfriend's face, causing the greenette to flick him on the cheek with a finger. He's so manly. Our class sure is dealing with a lot of problems. Izuku states. The villains can't even give us a break, and it'll probably get worse from here. He lets out a startled squeak as the redhead pulls him into a tight grip, grinning all the while. Next time we'll beat them till their faces bleed. Ojuru grins. And we'll take back Uraraka, too. Izuku realized, with a jolt, that he had almost forgotten about Okako. Not as a friend, but as a villain. The betrayal. It still hurt. Hey, you alright? Ojuru seems to notice he may have hit a nerve, and Izuku can only lean his head against him for comfort. Yeah. Today has been very exhausting. The last week has, really. Is all the one for all user murmurs. Due to his head leaning against Ojuru's chest, he can't see the mischievous glint that appears in his gaze, or how he pulls off his usual sharp grin. Seeing your dad's IF will do that to you. A pause, everything stops. Other classmates that had been speaking among themselves or watching the movie turned to look at the couple. They saw the face that made its way onto Izuku's face. Ojuru doesn't. Quiet. Almost too quiet. Too calm. Oh, really? Ojuru freezes. Abort F. Ojuru is out of the blanket and vaulting himself over the couch before he finishes that thought, Izuku allowing him a head start of 2 seconds before scrambling to his own feet in a vengeance. Wait, no, I am sorry, spare ambush. The hardening user scrambles up the stairs, his boyfriend in hot pursuit as the class watches, some barely containing their laughs. Ojuru's pleas fell on deaf ears. Class 2 can't get a break. 7:11 p.m. Denki Kaminari. I can't believe Ojuru is Fing dead. Showuta Aizawa. Do I even want to know Denki Kaminari? Midoriya is chasing him down. Denki Kaminari. Something about dad's eye. Fing Showuta Aizawa. Showuta Aizawa. Well, as long as they don't break anything. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. He's scary when he's calm like this. Help 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. He's catching up without using his quirk. Fuckshvai Hitawashi Shinsowu. Kirishima Yufing idiot Mina Ashidowo. At least he died in the arms of who he loves. Mina Ashidowo. Wipes tear. How romantic. Class 2 can't get a break. 8:01 p.m. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Im alive F's Denki Kaminari. Gasp, it's the boy Denki Kaminari. How did you do it? 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. I mean, he hit me good. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Almost knocked me out and then he felt bad. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. So we've been cuddling. Mowa Mowo Yaowarazuu. So that's the strangled scream we heard. Mowa Mowo Yaowarazuu. Tell Izuku to be more careful. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Not even worried about me, thanks Hitawashi Shinsowu. To be fair, you can harden yourself. Hitawashi Shinsowu. Why didn't you do that? Actually, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. He's still healing. I didn't want to hurt him. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Oh, he pinched me. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. But he has the cutest thing. Powder judge disc. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. My boyfriend is the cutest. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. If anything else were to happen to him, I'd kill everyone in this chat and then myself. 𝐿. Are you sure you should be exposing his cuteness like this? 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Forever and always. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. What's the worst he can do? If BFH 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 towo kawaii Tsuiwu Asui. Kirishima, are you okay? 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. J for JWI. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Sent 3 images. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. EI has so many F shoes. Totally no what guilty. WY are 80% of his shoes Crocs. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. I don't know. 𝐿. He only has 1 pair of normal shoes. 𝐿. Ojuru, what the F 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Im crying. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. What disaster did you go through to get these 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿? Are those boots with TOE? Splits. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. I have my phone back. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. No comment. Izuwu Midori. All in favor of burning them. Say 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Judging that everyone is typing, I have one thing to say. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. You can't take me alive. Izuwu Midori. Oh bet Izuwu Midori, no that's cheating, you can't take your shoes and run 9:04 am 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐼𝑧𝑗. Disregarding whatever the F happened last night 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐼𝑧𝑗, since you kids are too DM and noisy, I'm having someone else join 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐼𝑧𝑗. He has expressed extreme interest in joining 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐼𝑧𝑗. He's gonna help monitor you or some SHT Izuwu Midori. Aizawa sensei please no 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐼𝑧𝑗. Then suffer. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐼𝑧𝑗 has added 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui to the chat. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐼𝑧𝑗 has changed 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui's name to 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui Inuui, son. Izuwu Midori, no towo shinawari yagi, son. 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui Inuui, he called me dad first. Izuwu Midori, it was an accident Izuwu Midori. And what do you mean by first towo shinawari yagi, Hisashi Yamada? I can feel the jealousy radiating from here. Yagi please nemawari Kiyoma. This right here is the thing T Izuwu Midori. I am so confused. Private message. Toshinori Yagi and 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui 9:12 am. Toshinori Yagi. What did you do 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui? Wouldn't you like to know Toshinori Yagi? Toshinori Yagi, meet me out front of the dorms. Toshinori Yagi, 10 minutes 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui, wait are we fighting? 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui, wouldn't want to break you Toshinori Yagi, no Toshinori Yagi, dad off 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui, oh my god 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui, you're on class 2 can't get a break Izuwu Midori, what are they doing? Izuwu Midori, wait are they fighting Izuwu Midori, what the FWHY are my dads having a dad off nemawari Kiyoma, I'm sorry what nemawari Kiyoma, I need to see this Hisashi Yamada, fuck K this is perfect Izuwu Midori, please don't fight, Ijirawuwu Kirishima, I put 1,000 yen on All Might winning Izuwu Midori, Akshfuik EI. Mina Ashido, you're on hard boy, 1,000 on hound dog. Mina Ashido, come on your beard Denki Kaminari, All Might is a TWK now. 500 on hound dog Hunter 𝐂𝐬𝐽, okay but he could still snap your back over his knee. 350 on All Might 𝐵𝐵𝐽𝐽 Towo Kawayami. 735 on All Might Izuwu Midori, guys. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐔𝐬𝐽, sorry not sorry, but 1050 on hound dog Uwuga Aoyama, 600 on hound dog Tsuiwu Asui, also 600 on hound dog for me Mashirawo Owojirawu. I'll have to put 500 on hound dog Tenya Ida, gambling is not hero behavior. Mina Ashido, don't be such a wet blanket prez tongue poking smiley Izuwu Midori, well Izuwu Midori, at least I can trust some of y'all. 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui Shouji, Izuwu Midori, Mizu please 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui Shouji, 1,500 yen on hound dog Mowo Yaowarazuu, Tenya and I will put in 500 each for All Might Izuwu Midori, friendship ended with everyone, Shouto and Hitoshi are my only friends 𝐂𝐬𝐽 Towadorowoki, 5,000 yen on Aizawa Izuwu Midori. Why am I not even surprised Izuwu Midori? But also why Aizawa 𝐂𝐬𝐽 Towadorowoki, just trust me 𝐂𝐬𝐽 Towadorowoki, also. Hitoshi puts 800 yen on his dad Hisashi Yamada, that's my boy Hisashi Yamada. Also I am absolutely recording this where are they 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui Shouji, front of dorms 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui Shouji, OSA they're starting 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui Shouji, Izuku just Niumed right out Mina Ashido, look at them go Mina Ashido, Ajfuruj Midoriya and 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui Shouji. He is trying to stop the 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui Shouji, trying and failing while 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐼𝑧𝑗, am I not allowed to do my own thing for once? Really Denki Kaminari, 𝐿𝐿𝐼nui Aizawa sensei is on the way Denki Kaminari, 𝐿𝐿𝐼f 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐼𝑧𝑗 Hitowashi ♯ dad straight up flung himself in and just Hitowashi ♯ it was so fast but now hound dog is on the ground wrapped up and Yagi sensei Hitowashi ♯ thing somehow Hitowashi ♯ is hanging upside down from one of the 5th floor balconies by dad's capture weapon Mina Ashido, Midori's trying to get him down or Mina Ashido, while Yagi sensei Hitoshi ♯ Izuku's cause of death, hit in the face by All Might's phone Izuwu Midori, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽𝐫𝐞𝐝 𝐾𝐠𝐻 while can't believe Midoriya is Fing dead 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐼𝑧𝑗, plot twist beaches 𝐂𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐼𝑧𝑗, I won 𝐂𝐬𝐽 Towadorowoki, I told you Hitowashi ♯. I think the phone actually hurt Izuku Hitowashi ♯. I'm wheezing Ijirawuwu Kirishima, I'm on the way Hitowashi ♯. Wait no he's getting up. Hitowashi ♯, his all good gaze Denki Kaminari, don't you mean guys Hitowashi ♯, Did I fing stutter hitawashi shinsowu? No one is straight in this class hitawashi shinsowu. Y'all are either gay or bi or something not straight hanta surowo. Well, you're not wrong hanta surowo, being straight. No thanks, although we appreciate y'all as long as you ain't assholes mina ashidowo, the T mina ashidowo. It's time to get crunk hitawashi shinsowu. Never say that again literally. Begging you don't teach tenya ida. 3C fuwumikij towo kawaimi. Tenya put that away showuta aizawa. As strange as that is showuta aizawa. I'm here to tell you all that 𝐻𝐻𝐿 is going to be restricting the Wi-Fi for the next week while we work on redoing out security systems to hopefully try and make them more up to standard showuta aizawa. As a result, all access to any chat groups, anything outside of calling teachers for emergencies only is restricted showuta aizawa. And after the week, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 has shown great interest in moving 2 students from Class B into our own. You will welcome them with open arms and be acceptable despite everything that has happened. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 did this so the class numbers would be more even showuta aizawa. If any of you try to cause trouble over this, there will be consequences tsuwiyuwu asui, but Sensei Tenya Ida, is this really the best course of action? Tenya Ida, especially with everything that's happened. Tenya Ida, won't that be putting more students in danger? Showuta aizawa. I don't have much of a choice unless they prove they aren't fit for the hero course showuta aizawa, so you will all be on your best behavior. Your new classmates should be moving into the dorms within the next few days showuta aizawa. We also had other things planned for you all, but we are still discussing the finer details, which would be much easier if Rio and Yagi hadn't had their little game. But once we get confirmation I will inform all of you showuta aizawa. So try not to break anything or anyone showuta aizawa. Ida, I'd appreciate if you changed everyone's names to normal now that the week is over, and we'll be adding the 2 new students since Hitoshi has their contacts. Tenya Ida, of course sensei. Names will be changed ASAP. Izuwu Midori, wait can I do it Tenya Ida? I honestly don't know if I trust your naming skills Izuku Tenya Ida, and don't you dare give me puppy dog eyes Izuwu Midori, please Izuwu Midori, Mr. Powisman o Tenya Ida. Tenya Ida, what does that even say? Tenya Ida, but fine okay as long as you never type that again. Izuwu Midori. NICE Izuwu Midori has changed the names of 19 users. 𝐈𝐵 from Hell has added Tetsu and Yosetsu Awase. 𝐈𝐵 from Hell, Midoriya Deathlord 69, Hitoshi pulling out your last name. Dark Deathlord 69, Deathlord 69, what the F Sonic but hi, what have I done Tetsu, I don't even know if I want to be here anymore Tetsu, who are you people of Fing Vulture? Welcome to hell of Fing Vulture. Midoriya, what did I ever do to you Izuwu Midori, Yosetsu Awase, should I be concerned? Yum, Izuku and most of the class mean no harm. Yum, wholesome name. Izuwu Midori, welcome to the class Tetsu and Awase. I can give you both names. Izuwu Midori changed Tetsu and Yosetsu Awase to 𝐼𝐴 ironic and weld me up inside 𝐭𝐚𝐲 kicking your butt. Maybe we should introduce ourselves on chat so we all know who is who. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 kicking your butt, we all have different names except for Izuku. It seems let's light it up. Good idea Zu. Let's light it up, Aomar Yuga. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 kicking your butt, and Asui Tsuyu, but call me Zu please Deathlord 69, Tokoyami Fumikage Deathlord 69. And I have Dark Shadow, he's very excited to meet both of you Sonic but hi, I am Ida Tenya. If you have any concerns feel free to come find me or Momo. Yimum, Yoerozu Momo. Welcome, and like Tenya said, we're available for any helping needs 𝐼𝐴 ironic. Wow it's you too, 𝐼𝐴 ironic, that's why he got so 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Is everything alright? Weld me up inside, absolutely fine. He just tripped was all, Izuwu Midori. Izuku Midoriya, let it be known that I'll probably ask you both about your quirks. A Fing Vulture. Not taking this name. A Fing Vulture has changed their name to Jolteon. Now that's out of the way Jolteon, Kaminari Denki. Resident Electric Boy 𝐈𝐵 from Hell. You both know who I am but I'll say it for the rest of the class. Shinsu Hitoshi 𝐈𝐵 from Hell. Also Izuku you better watch your back. Izuwu Midori, Uwu IC, Shuji Mizu Punk Jack, Jiru Kyuka. Beyblade, Zero Hunter here the best alien, Mina Ashido. The best alien, Midori. Sprite Cranberry, Todoroki Sprite Cranberry. Also Izuku, you changed the teachers' names too right Izuwu Midori, Of course 𝐒𝐬𝐽, I'm not an animal curious George. Heh, some of these names aren't too bad. myheroacademia curious George. I spoke too soon. Croc collector, bro. Croc collector, br at 𝐼snt it ironic Kirishima bro. Croc collector, yeah br. 𝐼snt it ironic, bro. 𝐼snt it ironic. OSHD you're dating the small green one right? Croc collector, yeah that's my Izu bro 𝐒𝐬𝐽, small green one 𝐔𝐬𝐽 Beyblade. I can't believe Midoriya's dead, rip 𝐼snt it ironic. No it's all good. 𝐼snt it ironic, Kiri's told me all about you bro. 𝐼snt it ironic, says you're the manliest person he knows. Sprite Cranberry, Izuku is currently slightly sobbing into his food. It ironic, I didn't mean to make you cry. Sprite Cranberry, no it's okay Sprite Cranberry, it's a good cry. 𝐼snt it ironic, good. Any friend of Kiribro's is a friend of mine. 𝐼snt it ironic, and we should introduce ourselves. Tetsu X4. Weld me up inside, and Awace Yosetsu 𝐒𝐬𝐽, you're the one with the weld quirk, you nearly took Kaken down in our last joint battle training. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 probably would have had him if Seitu wasn't there to get him out. You were really fast. Weld me up inside, I guess I was weld me up inside, my quirk isn't that great but thanks. I think. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, no way. Your quirk is really cool. 𝐼𝐵AGs from hell. Hell no Izuku not now please 𝐼𝐵AGs from hell, let them have freedom for one day. 𝐼snt it ironic. Croc collector, Izuku likes to analyze quirks. A lot 𝐒𝐬𝐽, don't worry, I'll question them in class. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, so rude Hitoshi 𝐼snt it ironic, there are teachers in this chat too, right? Sonic but hi, yep. We have Yagi sensei, Aizawa sensei, present MIC sensei, Midnight sensei and Hound Dog sensei. Mimi tall boy, and will be here to assist you with anything you need. Mimi tall boy, young Midoriya barking mad. Okay I know taking to people is my job but barking mad. Whoever set this as my name I just want to talk 𝐒𝐬𝐽, you can't accuse me of anything Yagi am innocent 𝐒𝐬𝐽, I am offended gay cockatoo, I'm not even mad, this is great. Yeah. Erased potential, Midoriya erased potential. You are very lucky that I don't expel you 𝐒𝐬𝐽, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 𝐒𝐬𝐽, of course sensei gay cockatoo, you wouldn't expel him anyway shouter. Gay cockatoo, you love your kids too much. Springtime of youth, I agree shouter. It's rather sweet if you ask me. Erased potential, plot twist, I didn't erased potential, God this was a mistake 𝐒𝐬𝐽, bold of you to assume nothing is a mistake 𝐒𝐽, class 2 can't get a break Sprite Cranberry, hey. Kirishima Croc collector, yeah Todoroki. Sprite Cranberry, y'all, you and Tetsu Sprite Cranberry, you guys are twins right? Croc collector, Todoroki please Croc collector, it's too early to deal with your theories. 𝐼snt it ironic, twin s. 𝐼snt it ironic, I am confusion 𝐒𝐬𝐽, it's a shouto thing 𝐒𝐬𝐽, he loves his conspiracy theories. 𝐼snt it ironic, conspiracy theories. Croc collector, Todoroki we're not related at all Sprite Cranberry, but you both share the same birthday. Sprite Cranberry, and your quirks are too similar Sprite Cranberry, I will not be wrong today. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, shouto, please 𝐒𝐬𝐽, he's probably writing in his notebook as we speak. 𝐼snt it ironic, notebook. 𝐼snt it ironic, he keeps a notebook about this stuff. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, just like I do with quirks 𝐒𝐬𝐽, except his has. Conspiracy theories 𝐒𝐬𝐽, surprisingly he doesn't only stick to love children or secret siblings. Weld me up inside, I am intrigued. What else does he have? Beyblade, I'm pretty sure I've seen a theory about how Nezu has been like Beyblade, taken over by one of those horsehair worms Beyblade, and how he plans on dousing the principal in water to get to the bottom of it. Mimi tall boy, young Todoroki please don't, he might actually expel you Sprite Cranberry, the world deserves to know. I see. He has one about how Ashido and I are actually from a different planet here to destroy humanity under the guise of heroes. 𝐼𝐵AGs from hell, he thinks him. Shouter's child 𝐼𝐵AGs from hell, which, well, I am 𝐼𝐵AGs from hell, but not by BLD Deathlord 69. How about the one where he thinks the moon is just edible cheese? Weld me up inside, I'm sorry. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, all these different theories 𝐒𝐬𝐽, and he still thinks Miyagi-sensei's son Izuwu Midori, despite having seen my actual dad. Sprite Cranberry, well, to be fair, your dad is a flaming piece of but Sprite Cranberry, All Might treats you so much better than he does Izuwu Midori, 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐼. That's not the point, ain't it ironic? Wait, you're telling me you're not related? Isn't it ironic? Bro, are you sure about that, Punk Jack? Are we forgetting the theory that Aizawa and Midnight Sensei are the same person, Punk Jack, just cross-dressing? Izuwu Midori, Shouto, please tell me you actually don't have that written down, Jolteon. Im Fukeberg Weeksing Sprite Cranberry, look, Sprite Cranberry, it makes sense in my head. Okay, Curious George, Todoroki, what the actual F? Sprite Cranberry, you think that's bad? Sprite Cranberry, Darby is a Midoriya yol Izuwu Midori, no, I thought we put that one to rest, let's light it up. Isn't he that one villain with the scars? Let's light it up. How could you compare him to Izuku? Darby is a Midoriya. Shouto, are you blind? Sprite Cranberry, listen, Sprite Cranberry, Hisashit has a fire quirk. Sprite Cranberry, his 𝐻𝐻 dad. Sprite Cranberry, Darby left because of that. Izuwu Midori, Shouto, what about your dad Izuwu Midori? What if Darby is a Todoroki here? Sprite Cranberry, I don't see where you got that assumption from. We're nothing alike. Izuwu Midori, oh my god, 𝐻𝐵ags from hell. Show I love you, but, really? 𝐻𝐵ags from hell, real? Why Izuwu Midori? Shouto, I don't have any cousins. Sprite Cranberry, what if he's an uncle? Crack Collector, hey, Todoroki might be onto something. Erased potential. I didn't think any of you could be stupider than Kaminari and Ashido. Erased potential. I was wrong. The best alien. 𝐒𝐻, I have feelings, Sonic, but hi, you can actually have those. Izuwu Midori, TENYA barking mad. Son, we're having a meeting, get off your phone. Izuwu Midori, a duo stop calling me that. Isn't it ironic? No one's going to ask about the meeting he's having with Hound Dog. Sprite Cranberry, Sprite Cranberry, it's part of his therapy due to everything that happened with his mother. Sprite Cranberry, surely Class B knows. Isn't it ironic? Oh, isn't it ironic? 𝐻, now I look like an but Crack Collector, it's all good, bro. Crack Collector, a few of us actually have to go to therapy due to everything that's happened in the past year. Crack Collector, but all of us have gone at least once. Crack Collector, I think it's just Aizu and Bakugo who have a secondary therapist. They go to Sprite Cranberry. I do as well for Sprite Cranberry, personal family reasons. Crack Collector, and Hound Dog, isn't really a therapist? But a lot of us find him easier to speak to about certain problems. Crack Collector, like if I'm feeling insecure about my quirk and who I am and I don't want to talk to my friends or Izuku. Crack Collector, Hound Dog always listens to me venting. No, isn't it ironic? You feel insecure about yourself. Crack Collector, yeah. Middle school wasn't all that great. Crack Collector, and sometimes I feel like I'm not good enough and that I don't deserve everything I've got. Crack Collector, but talking to Hound Dog helps take some of that weight away. Kermit kicking your butt. I like to sometimes talk about what happened to Hagakure and Okako. 𝐻𝐵ags from hell. I also usually just talk about family problems or stuff with my quirk. Deathlord 69. Same as Hitoshi, pretty much. Gay cockatoo. We, as teachers, actually recommend that you do. Gay cockatoo, Bakugo and Midoriya are slowly and steadily improving. Sprite Cranberry, didn't stop Bakugo from being a PP, did it? Erased potential. Todoroki welled me up inside. I feel like we're missing something. Sonic, but hi, deep stuff between Izuku and Bakugo. Sonic, but hi, it resulted in Bakugo being moved down. Sonic, but hi, trust me, you don't want to know. Welled me up inside. Welled me up inside. Vlad King went over very sparse basics. Welled me up inside. But it's not Tetsu's or my place to ask or judge. Welled me up inside. But I thought Bakugo was getting better. We all did, and he was just past mistakes came to light and he needs to learn. Isn't it ironic? Makes sense. Isn't it ironic? But in all honesty, isn't it ironic? I have been in this class for less than a week, but if anything were to happen to Midoriya, I would kill everyone.
In this chat and then myself. Isn't it ironic? I don't understand how he can look like the human incarnation of a puppy. Crack Collector, hey, that's my line, bro. Crack Collector, fight me. Isn't it ironic? I mean him up for a spar. Isn't it ironic? But steel is superior to rock. Kiri. Crack Collector, oh yeah, then how did I beat you last sports festival? Isn't it ironic? Isn't it ironic? Rematch. Isn't it ironic? Now. Welled me up inside. Well, there he goes. Beyblade. Kiri just ran off. Beyblade. Oh, Beyblade. Tetsu sure is intense. Welled me up inside. You think that's bad? Weld me up inside. He once fought a vending machine because it didn't give him his chips jolteon. I'm sorry. Weld me up inside. He fought a vending machine and lost this nightmare of a school erased potential. Why does 𝐻𝐻𝐻 always give me the stupid ones? We been new. Would you rather Monoma, shouter? We been new. I'm sure I can change some things around. We been new. Erased potential. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole, please. Don't I take it back. Are you sure this is in your best interests, 𝐻𝐻𝐻? The rat dog bear thing stared across at his companion, a knowing glint in his beady eyes before he broke out into a smile, one that most would read as friendly. But knowing it was coming from the smartest being within you. It wasn't to be taken lightly. Do you think I would consider this lightly, Detective Tsukachi? The lie detector detective regarded with a level look, allowing his hands to fiddle slightly with his hat, which was off his head and now seated in his lap. It was considered rather rude to wear hats inside, especially when it came to someone like the principal of the school. I'm aware you would have thought this out, he leads with, repressing a sigh, but we know the league is making its move. They already have. Shigaraki might be a man-child, but he won't be willing to hide away forever. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 nodded, listening to the detective. Naomasa took his silence as an opportunity to keep going. Bringing more people into this fight, something we're desperately trying to keep out of the media for now, it might be too might. We won't be able to keep the school out of the limelight. Citizens will start to question if your methods and if this school should still stand. They already are after what happened with 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻. Not to mention if Uraraka's betrayal gets out. It is indeed very troublesome, especially if this is to get out. But we are at an impasse. We cannot afford to bring in more high-ranking heroes, neither from here nor overseas. Not with what happened to young Midoriya's mother. The principal states. And bringing in any Japan heroes in the top 10, 20, probably the top 50, for protection will put us at more risk and set us as more of a target. Mostly by the media, but it also gives the villains more of a chance to study and find any weaknesses on us. But bringing in sidekicks, especially these three, it is a risk, I know. But the league is well aware of what all three of them have achieved, the brightest of their year, they were. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 gazes at his desk where 2 cups of tea sit, still full and turning cold. We could bring in others, sure, more experienced. But with how things have turned out, it would be best to bring in people who are familiar with the students. And familiar with the targets. Targets? You mean? It's safe to say that the league will be targeting specific people, mostly students, most of who reside within school grounds. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 folds his hands, pause. On his desk, staring at the detective. Several files were stolen during the league's attack. We didn't know who until recently. But we can confirm at least 3 students, 2 teachers, and 2 guests at the current time. That many? Yes, and several of them were to be expected. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 murmurs, a chilling, calm tone. The students appear to be Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo. Midoriya is self-explanatory, his quirk and his connection to All Might. Not to mention Shigaraki's own personal distaste with him. If he gets the chance, I doubt he will mess around like he has times before. Todoroki is very much for the same reason with his quirk, and not to mention that he is the son of the current #1 hero. Endeavor's popularity with the public will be shaken if his son was to be taken or killed. And Bakugo? Weren't they trying to recruit him? Yes, and I doubt they'll attempt a second kidnapping on him. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 nods as if the detective is making sense as he speaks. Shigaraki knows that he isn't willing to change, despite his attitude. His heart is geared too much towards being a hero. They have no chance of changing him, not while he is alive. Miyagi did say that the kid was much more stubborn than a bull. Naomasa mutters, mostly to himself. All right. What about the others? The villains will also most certainly target both Yagi and Aizawa. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 continues. Although I would have hoped Shigaraki would drop his obsession with Yagi once he retired, that doesn't seem to be the case at all. He is still a figure of peace, even in his well-earned retirement. It would shake the hearts of many people around the world if he were to perish. It would prove as a grave message to us. The principal pauses for a moment. As for Aizawa, his quirk is one that they can't afford for us to have, I suppose. Erasure stops almost every other quirk, If they eliminate that or take it for themselves, the playing field drastically changes. A quirk that renders the enemy quirkless. It would make sense for Shigaraki to go after something like that. Naomasa swore his head was hurting from this total info dump. Correct. They also seem to be targeting Eri. Again, quirk-wise it's an extremely smart move. However, with her being surrounded by pros at all times, it will be difficult regardless. But if her quirk was used in the correct way, the villains, anyone who got their hands on it, a lot of damage could be done. Who is the last person we think they might target? Hisoshi Midoriya. Nezu's gaze turns dark. Although, I cannot fathom why. His death or capture proves nothing. He was only very recently
signed under you. For his prison arrest following Yagi's influence. What could they be playing at with wanting him? He was never an ally for them, and taking him will not affect the youngest Midoriya like his mother's death had. Naomasa narrowed his eyes. They are villains. Surely they won't kill him just for the hell of it. No, they have something more sinister planned. I am sure of it. Shigaraki silence. I don't want to hear another DMN word. The words were spat out like poison as a glass, luckily empty, was thrown, shattering into pieces once it collided with the closest wall. Drip. Drip. Those DMN heroes, the DMNU. A brats, even that flea-ridden principal. Shigaraki looked absolutely furious, his red eyes focused on nothing in particular. It all just pisses me off but the raid was successful, wasn't it? Toga speaks up from where she seated herself on a stool, twirling a sharp knife in her hands half-heartedly. I thought it was serving as a distraction for you. So you could sneak in and get those files you wanted. That's not the point. It was sloppily done. Shigaraki snapped. They've probably pieced together who we're targeting already, planning something. We can't afford to fail now. But they surely don't know our plans, right? Even if they don't, we can't afford to move out with our plans. The decaying villain scratched at his neck, a noise that bothered everyone else in the room. With Twice gone and Spinner out of commission, we can't move without some of the key players. It's going to be hard to replace them, especially someone like Twice. And we're lucky we even got Spinner out of there. If it wasn't for Yujiko's warp quirk, he would have been arrested and probably interrogated. Darby cuts in. And then the plan would really be in shambles. The scarred villain raises his bored expression to meet Shigaraki's. But despite all that, Yujiko's quirk should allow us to teleport inside the campus if we need to, right? Too risky. Even if we aimed for that girl that Overhaul desperately clung to. Shigaraki muttered. And she's the first one we're aiming for. Not the Midoriya kid. Darby seemed surprised, and even Toga looked up from where she was playing with her knife, a pout on her face. No, I want him dead. But not now, now isn't the right time. But that girl with the rewind quirk, she's extremely valuable to them. They'd do anything to protect her. That's why we target her first, she can't even defend herself. If we get close enough, it'll be easy pickings. What do you even want her for? The villains paused, and Shigaraki turned his hateful gaze to the fourth figure in the room, who until now had been silent. Okiko leveled his stare, willing herself not to back down. A's quirk. It can't be used on a mindless Nomu, and even those as powerful as high-end probably couldn't handle it. And you're not the one for looking after little kids. You'll dispose of her. The brunette deducted, hating how the smallest amount of emotion flooded into her voice. She shouldn't. But reflecting. She had been there when they had saved Eri. She had seen how she was after the raid with Overhaul and the 8 precepts of death. No matter what she had chosen. That little girl deserved none of this. Just what are you planning to take her quirk for? Okiko clarified her question, but another remained hidden, silent. And how exactly do you plan to take it? The air had grown tense in the villain hideout. Okiko was aware of the gazes watching her every movement. Wrong thing to say, she was a villain. Why did she care about some little girl? She wasn't supposed to. An ugly sneer reared on Shigaraki's face as he narrowed his eyes at her. Uraka, why does it matter to you what we do with the girl? A lump rose in her throat, and she forced it back. I helped save her Sir Knight I had died for Tagata had lost his quirk, and he still hadn't gained it back even now, they had no cure yet. The heroes still needed her, but point still stands, you're a villain. The heroes don't want you, nor your help. You betrayed them, or did you forget? Shigaraki snarls. You speak like a hero now, but your alliance is with us. All for one. It's with Sensei. Okiko bites out, she feels the surprising burn of tears in her eyes. I never declared loyalty to you, Shigaraki. Sensei had done everything for her. He had given her a quirk when the world had decided to screw her over and declare her quirkless. All she had to do was pledge her loyalty to him. She had. Shigaraki seems surprised by her statement, before pure rage flashes across his face. Okiko watches as he battles with himself, seemingly wanting to hurt her, before he barks out a command for Yujiko to warp him away. The one member of the League who she had never met does just that, their leader engulfed in black sludge as is warped away. Uraraka knew he wouldn't kill her, not yet. Toga and Compress leave right after, not sparing a glance towards the brunette as they wander off to do their own tasks, even Toga, who usually would try to banter with the other girl. She obviously had better things to do with her time. All that remained in that room was Okiko and him. Darby. The scarred man was watching her closely, in thought before he chuckles. You'll want to do your best not to get on his bad side, kid. He doesn't need right now, he doesn't. Darby cuts her off. Not right now. But for the grand plan. Sure, we can make use of her quirk. He strides towards her. If she doesn't do it willingly, well, we can always force her. Pretty sure we can act much worse than whatever Overhaul and his ragtag bunch of nobodies did. He stops in front of her. Okiko now barely reaches his shoulder, and she glares into his blue eyes. Tell me, kid, are you really a villain? Because how you're holding yourself right now. You're making yourself easy bait for us to kill. Uraraka bites back a retort as he continues on. You know, I knew someone just like you who made the very same mistake. Okiko paled slightly, he knew them. Did that mean whoever it was dead? It was a surprise. Honestly, that we went as long as he did. After all, his father was a hero. You'd think a hero's kid would be a hero too. But that isn't the case with everyone. Darby seemed to grimace, but his expression hardened quickly after. His father was an abusive piece of flaming trash, someone who deserves to be killed for all the wrongs he's committed. Hell, what he did is worse than some villains. He laughs. But of course, being the number 2 hero. No matter the evidence, no one would ever dare go against him. Is he talking about Endeavor? Okiko allows the complications to run rampant in her mind as the scarred, fire quirk user turns to leave. Without looking over his shoulder, he spits out one final sentence, as if it was poison. Don't turn out like Tuya Todoroki. Darby sneers, and Okiko feels dread settle like a dead weight on her shoulders. Don't turn out dead. Road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does. Deka Squad Sprite Cranberry. I swear I am so glad my classes end today. Croc Collector, classes. Sprite Cranberry. For my provisional license Sprite Cranberry, we get them today after our final class if Gang Orca deems that we've done well enough. Croc Collector, oh right. Croc Collector, hey you should add the win guy. Sprite Cranberry, I Sprite Cranberry, you're kidding right? Croc Collector, why not? Izuwu Midori, you do realize that Xiaoto Izuwu Midori doesn't like him, right? Sprite Cranberry, he's okay but Sprite Cranberry, too energetic for me. Izuwu Midori, I'd honestly like to know more about his quirk. I see, you want to know about everyone's quirk that isn't new. Izuwu Midori, don't expose me. Mizu Xiaoto stares down at his phone, logged into the group chat, and he can't help but have a smile spread across his face. Honestly, the half-hot half-cold user couldn't have asked for better friends. And to think, this time last year he didn't have any friends. He had been convinced that everyone was an opponent, an obstacle that he had to overcome. Oh, how the times had changed. And now he even had a boyfriend, and a best friend who at this point was close enough to be like a brother to him. UA had given him so much. Todoroki. But it had also taken so much of his patience. Xiaoto turned his head to be met with the rushing form of Urashi, who looked as energetic as ever. The Shiketsu students seemed to have grown particularly warm towards 𝐿𝐼, despite the dispute they had the previous year when it came to getting their hero licenses. That didn't mean that 𝐿𝐼 had grown to consider him a close friend or anything. Sure, they could hold conversation, seeing as the wind user didn't compare him to Endeavor anymore. But that didn't mean they were the closest of buds, and he doubted they ever would be. After these classes, unless their schools met up, they likely wouldn't see each other again, unless they teamed up for hero work in a few years by coincidence. Morning, Urashi. 𝐿𝐼 decides to be polite, looking at the other student who is breathing as he finally catches up. What has got you in such a rush? We become provisional heroes today. Of course I have a reason to be rushing about. The other student declares boldly, grinning. Say, where's Bakugo? Really? 𝐿𝐼 wishes he could create projectiles with his ice, something he was working on, but it wasn't complete just yet. He usually takes these classes with us. I'm sure Itsushimi bugs him enough to get all the details. The half-and-half user rolls his eyes as the two make their way into the building where they held their remedial courses. She hasn't told you. I don't talk with her a lot seeing as she's now a third year. The bulkier student points out, although seeing the rough and dark expression cross Todoroki's face, he prods for an answer once more. So what happened? He was demoted down to general studies. Bakugo is Bakugon. That earns a good cackle out from the other teen. Perhaps Todoroki could get through this without wanting to hit him. Very unlikely, but he could try. Good luck in the test, Todoroki. Urashi, shut up. We can't find out what we're supposed to do if you're talking. Todoroki snarks, quickly beginning to lose his patience with the other student. Honestly, it wasn't a surprise. But it was a record, he was sure. They were to get their provisional licenses today, finally. Todoroki himself couldn't wait, but at least he could keep his cool unlike a certain wind user. Aren't you at least a little excited? I am, but I'd prefer to be able to actually hear what Gang Orca and the others will have us do. Inasa seems not all that bothered by Todoroki's attitude, instead turning to talk to Itsushimi, a Shiketsu third year. And thankfully leaving him out of their conversation. 𝐿𝐼 could finally tune the two of them out, and focus on the task that was now at hand. 𝐿𝐼 wasn't sure what to expect from the heroes conducting this last class, he just knew that he had to get his license this time round. He couldn't let Izuku and the others charge ahead of him once again. He had promised to catch up. And 𝐿𝐼 wasn't keen on breaking his promises. This is your final class, young heroes. It's safe to say that after today, all of you will be walking back to your schools with licenses in tow, ready to take down the villains. 𝐿𝐼 blocks out the loud cheer, most of which comes from Inasa, before Gang Orca continues. But first, we have to gauge how far you've really come across this course. We'll be conducting a series of events much like what happened when you all attempted to get your licenses the first times. Teamwork and responsibility, acting like a hero, confronting civilians and holding back villains, you will be showing off all those skills today. Sir. Inasa calls out, obviously having a question for the hero. Will this also have a point deduction system like the test last year? Another figure speaks up, someone Todoroki doesn't know. Yes, but we will give you your licenses regardless unless you flunk your test for the hell of it. They state, their voice floating over. The students. Remember, much like last year, the world still needs as many heroes as it can get. Now that the villains are starting to make their move, especially again UA and higher heroes, we can't afford to hold any of you back. 𝐿𝐼 faintly remembers Hitoshi telling him that he would be taking his own testing later in the month. Poor Hitoshi, he'll be the only Class 2A student who hasn't got his license. Not to mention Bakugo. He had been so close to getting his own, too. Then he had gone and messed up. Well, it wasn't any of 𝐿𝐼's problem. He had to focus on his own. He had to focus on being his own hero. Luckily for the students, there wasn't as much damage or as many civilians to rescue, which was understandable, given that there were only 4 of them who were even here to get their said licenses. 𝐿𝐼 made sure to tread carefully, and he worked quietly. He still needed to work on his communication skills, that much was pointed out to him. But for the most part, he was doing marginally better than he had last year, mostly due to the fact that he wasn't fighting Urashi at the same time. The wind user had left him to do his own thing as soon as the test had started, but 𝐿𝐿 knew. It was only a matter of time before they teamed up once more. It had been too soon in the half-and-half user's opinion. He had been lowering two civilians, acting as young children, down onto the ground once he had reached the rescue area, intending on leaving them to the nurses once he had told them of their conditions. But then the alarm had sounded, and 𝐿𝐿 knew. It was time for the villains. Utsushimi, he called out to Kami, who wasn't far away with her own victim ready to be treated. The other student quickly set her civilian down, telling them to stay calm before paying attention to 𝐿𝐿. Use your illusion quirk and try to hold it as long as you can, make it look like nothing's here. Gale Force and I will go try holding the villains off until you and the others evacuate. 𝐿𝐿 hadn't made the effort to know her hero name, but it didn't faze her. Go get him, Tiger, oh god please stop. He made his escape from the girl quickly after. He did not need to deal with anyone like Tenya, or God forbid, Izuku and Hitoshi at that moment. He didn't have much time before the villains, who, once again, were Gang Orca's people, attacked and came for him. He had to find Inasa before then, and luckily, the wind user hadn't been that hard to find. He had already created a bit of destruction by the time 𝐿𝐿 had arrived, trying to hold the villains off with his wind, but not hurting them outright for now. 𝐿𝐿 was sure he and Inasa thought alike. It seemed as if the other student had been waiting for him, and was much more willing to work with him. 𝐿𝐿 didn't need to wait for an opening, he acted. After all, he had been meaning to try his ice projectiles on other people for a while now. Better sooner rather than later, right? He was going to win. He was going to catch up to his classmates, and hold a hero name that would make his friends proud. Frost Flare was going to be the name of a hero. Road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does. Deka Squad 4:50 PM. Izuwu Midori. Hey 𝐿𝐿 Deathlord 69. Yes Izuku. Izuwu Midori. Do you happen to know where my limited 20th anniversary mint condition All Might Bronze Age hoodie is? Deathlord 69. Deathlord 69. No, Izuwu Midori. Do you want to try again with that answer? Deathlord 69. About that, Deathlord 69 has left the chat. Izuwu Midori. Beach Izuwu Midori has added Deathlord 69 to the chat. Izuwu Midori, where is it Deathlord 69? You can take it over my dead body Izuwu Midori, that can be arranged, Deathlord 69. Wait and 𝐿𝐿 kicking your butt, 𝐿𝐿. 𝐿𝐿, oh my fing god he fing dead class 2 can't get a break 4:54 PM weld me up inside. What was that awful squawking noise Sonic but hi, Izuku killed 𝐿𝐿 Sonic but hi it's springtime of youth since Aizawa sensei and present MIC sensei went with 𝐿𝐿 could you come and Sonic but hi, stop Izuku from hurting his classmate. Springtime of youth, I could but where's the fun in that tongue-poking smiley Sonic but hi, Midnight sensei, springtime of youth, Tenya you know me I am the last person you should ask Sonic but hi, Esity you're right Sonic but hi at me tall boy Yagi sensei we need help Sonic but hi. Oh god I think Dark Shadow just broke a window me tall boy, hold on I'll be there ASAP Sonic but hi, thank you Beyblade, what happened anyway? I see, 𝐿𝐿 took Izuku's limited edition All Might hoodie I see, he likes to take people's clothes and make his nest with them I see, if any of you are missing anything he probably, has it Beyblade, oh SHT Punk Jack, so it was Tokoyami who's been taking all my leather jackets Croc Collector, weird, none of my stuff has gone missing Jolton. No offense Ajaru but you wear Crocs Jolton. You don't have a like of fashion sense Croc Collector. Oh and you do Croc Collector, missed I haven't done my laundry so I'll just wear a cardboard box for today yet ironic. What Jolton, that was one time. Croc Collector, you shouldn't forget about your laundry bro. The best alien, I love him but Denki is absolutely a disaster by isn't it ironic? Hold on isn't it ironic? How do you even wear a cardboard box? Jolteon. You cut some holds for your legs and arms and head Jolteon. There you go. Perfect cover isn't it ironic, bro Deathlord 69. If we're talking about fashion I think the worst here is Izuku Sonic but hi, 𝐿𝐿 please Yagi just got him to leave you alone Deathlord 69. I'm here for a good time not a long time Deathlord 69. Izuku has like, 2 shirts that are neither hero based or have different shirts or words written on them Deathlord 69. He also has briefs that have words on them and I am. Deathlord 69. It's horrible Croc Collector, I think it's cute. Croc Collector, If he wants to wear a shirt that says sheets, then let him. Let's light it up. Doesn't he have a pair of breathes that have shoes written on them? Izuwu Midori. It's left shoe, thank you very much. Let's light it up. It's horrible. Izuwu Midori. Look. I get clothes to be comfortable. Izuwu Midori, not to look good. That was Kakanai bags from hell. So if you could, you'd wear an All Might Honesty all day, every day. Izuwu Midori. Oh absolutely Mimi tall boy. Please don't punk Jack. Can't believe Midoriya killed Yagi-sensei. Springtime of youth. Don't worry, he isn't mad, his face is very red. Springtime of youth, he's very happy with his son, Mimi tall boy. Kiyama stop Curious George. Do you even have an All Might Honesty? Midoriya Izuwu Midori. Izuwu Midori. No comment. Crack collector. He has 5, all of them are different costumes. Izuwu Midori. Ajaru. Curious George. 5. Izuwu Midori. Yep. His had 5. Izuwu Midori. Young age, Bronze Age, Silver Age and Golden Age. Izuwu Midori. +1 from when he was still a student at UA. Mimi tall boy. How? Izuwu Midori. I have my ways. Sprite Cranberry. Izuku, a cryptid. More likely than you think. Sprite Cranberry comes with free PC check. 𝐿𝐼𝐼, you're back. Izuwu Midori. 𝐿𝐼𝐼. Izuwu Midori. Did you win? Sprite Cranberry. I can now legally take villains if it's an emergency. Izuwu Midori. Izuwu Midori. We should celebrate. Sprite Cranberry. Please don't. Sprite Cranberry. I don't trust what celebrate for you might mean. Weld me up inside. Is that everyone in the class that has a provisional license then? Bags from hell. I don't, but they did have to move all the provisional license test dates around because of the villain's bags from hell. That's why 𝐿𝐼𝐼 had to wait so long to do his Sprite Cranberry. I was supposed to have it before the start of April, but it's the start of July now, so weld me up inside. Kinda like how we didn't have a sports festival yet this year. Erased potential. We're still working out the dates. But Nezu things that we should be having the sports festival hopefully during July or August. Izuwu Midori. Nice. Erased potential. Midoriya Izuku, you are the last person who should be excited after last year. Izuwu Midori. No need to call me out, Sensei. Crack collector. Does that mean Bakugo will get the chance to move back into our class already? Erased potential, this year? Probably not. Even if he performs well during the sports festival, we believe that he still needs time off from the hero course. Barking Mad. I can't say much, but he has been making progress. Barking Mad. He actually believes that perhaps it's best if he doesn't take part in the sports festival at all this year. Beyblade. He seems to have mellowed out recently. I think it's good for him. The best alien. Yeah. Sprite Cranberry. Honestly, Sprite Cranberry, until he apologizes to Izuku, I can't even think about being in the same classroom as him. Izuwu Midori. 𝐿𝐼𝐼. It's fine he's changed. Sprite Cranberry. That doesn't make what he did right. Sprite Cranberry. None of it was Sprite Cranberry. He honestly deserves worse than the punishment he was given, and I'm sure he's lucky he wasn't expelled. Bags from hell, even if he apologizes. What if it isn't sincere? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 𝐿𝐼𝐼 has made it very clear that it needs to be otherwise. Bakugo can say goodbye to UA. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. He's not going to risk it with you kids, especially with the history. Bakugo and Midoriya have erased potential. I have half a mind to not let you participate in the sports festival. Midoriya erased potential. But knowing you, you do it anyway. Crack collector. You're right, and you should say it. Izuwu Midori. EIJIROU. Private message. Knuckles and Crocs and Small Green Uwu. 9 p.m. Knuckles and Crocs, have you spoken to Hound Dog or Aizawa about the nightmares yet? Small Green Uwu. Not yet. Knuckles and Crocs. Midoriya Izuku. Small Green Uwu. Jajaka's Small Green Uwu. Look, I'll do it. Just Small Green Uwu. Not now. Small Green Uwu. There's already a lot going on. Small Green Uwu. I want to deal with some other stuff first before putting more on my plate. Knuckles and Crocs. I know, just Knuckles and Crocs. Don't keep it bottled up for too long, okay babe? Knuckles and Crocs. We're all here for you. Love, Small Green Uwu. I know, Small Green Uwu. I appreciate you and everyone else staying by me through everything. Small Green Uwu. But you don't need to worry so much. I'm fine. Small Green Uwu. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed and sleep today. Left me a bit exhausted. Small Green Uwu. I'll speak to you tomorrow. Love, Knuckles and Crocs. Good night, Knuckles and Crocs. Remember that I'm always here if you can't sleep tonight. Love. Small Green Uwu. Of course. Private message. Midoriya Inko and Midoriya Izuku. 9:11 p.m. Midoriya Izuku. I'm sorry, Midoriya Izuku. I'm sorry, Midoriya Izuku. I don't know, Midoriya Izuku, if I can do this any longer. Midoriya Izuku. It's too much and the others are worried Midoriya Izuku. I'm just a burden Midoriya Izuku. I'm supposed to be a hero but I'm a coward and it hurts Midoriya Izuku. I don't deserve my quirk and I never deserved you as a mother Midoriya Izuku. It should have been me who died in that fire because you never deserved it Midoriya Izuku. I don't know how much more of this I can take Mom Midoriya Izuku. I'm sorry Midoriya Izuku. I can't. Midoriya Izuku. I miss you Midoriya Izuku, please come back.